Call of Duty World War II 1. Yeah, there's no second one. Be sure to like the stream. Subscribing's great. Ow. Ow. Don't consider becoming a channel member. There's the Patreon option, the Discord full stream alerts, and the Amazon store affiliate link. And Kevin's here today, who I just turned on because I forgot I didn't do that. There we go. Everybody's good. Holy day of a day of a day. World War II Game Pass. It's nice to dive in and continue to play this and have Kevin out again for this. You know, we gotta cherish this game while it's popular. Actually, you know what I never realized, Kevin? This boat's actually moving.
Is it?
Look outside the map.
Oh, I guess, yeah.
We're actually, like... I thought it was just, like, in the middle of water. I didn't realize, like... You know what I mean? They're just... I mean, I'm sure we're just fixated, but... There's actually, like, the illusion of progression. I didn't realize that on this. That's actually really, really cool.
Oh, that is neat.
Right? Like, it actually makes it look like we're kind of... Like, we're going places.
Yeah.
Which doesn't impact the game at all, but it's kind of cool that it's there. Yeah. Can you join the game? I mean, sure, Zero, go ahead. Jump in, man. There's not that many people playing. Which, again, like, it's more alive. Like, it's now a playable, streamable version of World War II, but it's... I thought it would be busier, personally. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I thought there'd be more people, but...
It's not like a new COD release or anything.
I know, but it was a Game Pass drop, right? So I kind of figured it would kind of do more for this game.
They're capturing him on the port deck.
It's not like the whole power of Game Pass is to
Yeah.
supposedly do
I wonder what the
things to
numbers
look-
for this are. Will we ever be able to see?
Well, this was after they started hiding the numbers. And we won't get Steam numbers because it's not through Steam Game Pass, so yeah, I mean, unless they actually give us the numbers, I don't think we'll actually ever know how many people played this. Well, I guess our best bet would be to see, you can look at like the top 40 Xbox games, so I guess in theory you could track how this game is doing in the next week, and then you could get a rough estimate numbers based on other games on Steam, and then you could take that number, you could compare it to the similar titles, and then you could get like a rough estimate of how it's, you know, how many people actually check this out. Yeah. So, there you go. Zero, you're drinking again. Make sure you're drinking some water with all you're drinking, man. You gotta take care of yourself. It's fine to drink a fair amount when you're young, but, you know, just take some care of yourself as well, because you do drink a lot, man. Oh my god, I just used my bomb thing.
Oh, that's...
Like, literally, my guy, as the thing popped up that said halftime, my guy's got the thing up to the side of his face to, like, launch it. World at War. There's not 800 people online. Oh, you guys keep killing me. Remember World at War where it has the number how many people are playing and the number's broken?
Yeah.
The guy just keeps popping up here every time. He's like, there's 800 people playing World at War. It's like, yeah, because it's fixated on 800. Vanguard. Well, I'm sure, in theory, someday all the Call of Duties should be on Game Pass, I guess. If it lasts that long. In theory, yes, they should all be on here. Wouldn't it be weird if they couldn't pull off the licensing for some of them and they don't end up on Game Pass like, at all ever?
I think that'd be funny.
I mean, it'd be such an Xbox.
I was saying that one time it'd be funny if the licensing for like all the different like actors and characters in it means that you can't remake them.
Yeah.
You know?
That would be quite a situation. I'm just kind of wondering, well, I mean, I kind of gave up on them adding the new backwards compatible titles, but like in theory they were supposed to, you know, add some additional titles to the backwards compatibility program, but I think the time for that has ended. You know, because I was hoping we get like Finest Hour or like 2, the big red one, But like, I don't know, maybe there was technical issues. Who knows? But it would have been really cool to have those. Oh, cool! No, they did give me my little drop, Kevin. Nice.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, I got refunded. Oh, never mind. He killed that guy before the bomb could end his life. Okay. At least I got to try. Taco's good for you, man. Hi there. You had water. That's good, Zero. That's good that you had water. I like to hear that. People don't know about this masterpiece, right? It's a great COD. It really is. It's a shame people don't give it more love. It's the last old school Call of Duty game. It really is. It's the last of them. Before this, or after this, they got weird. Even before this, they were weird too. Think about it. Yeah. COD streamer, but you haven't told them about World War II. You're trying to keep that under wraps. Anyways, today was fun. I went and did the Stampede Sneak a Peek. Pretty good deal, Kevin. $5.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Did you know the regular price to get into Stampedes now is $25?
Holy.
Yeah. I remember, I think it was like 5 years ago when it was $18, but they've bumped up the price again. Like, I guess you get a free concert, but...
I find there's either two opinions about Stampede. Either you're really excited for it and like you check out the concerts and everything, or I've heard it a gazillion times. Someone, oh, why would you go to that? Money steal, blah blah blah. You know.
It's just like an event, right?
Yeah.
Something to do.
I still hold, honestly. I think it's one of the only interesting events we really have in this city. We have a couple festivals that I think every town has, but like, yeah.
It's a truly unique thing here.
Yeah. We're not a very interesting city, I don't think. The most interesting part of Calgary is the mountains.
I refute your claims.
No, I get it. It's just, I always think it's funny too, and you'll see like Instagram posts of like, oh, Calgary's so beautiful, and it's like a montage, and like 90% of it is Banff. You know, it's like, hey, live in Calgary next to interesting things.
Yeah, but I feel like most people that say that don't actually like go and do the interesting things here. Like, we have breathtaking like parks and forests in the city.
Like, go at Fish Creek, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like 25 kilometers of natural park. You get like open fields, a massive flowing river, a forest.
I also kind of get that kick too. Like, it is a little out there, but like with the NHL players and that, of the point of like, why would you sign here when you could sign in like LA or Miami? You know, like.
Well, I mean, there's more tax incentives in the U.S., but I don't know. It's nicer. There's a giant, you know, the sky is blue and clean and not smoggy like it is in LA. And there's Nose Hill Park's lovely. That's a massive area. Tons of little nice little parks. There's lots of events too. I feel like people just say there's nothing to do, just don't go and do them. I guess. I don't know. Like, we have a historic park with Heritage Park. Most places don't have that. Callaway's off in the distance. That's always there. Got a world-class zoo.
I think you're overhyping Heritage and Callaway, though, personally, but it's all good.
They're cool historical places. Well, Callaway's more for the kids.
Right,
Let's be real here. And the entire time, you can look at those scenic mountains that you love so much, Kevin.
I love those mountains. Those mountains are the best part of living here.
Ugh. But yeah, $5. I think in future years, if I want to do my little streaming thing and I don't get any Stampede support because they're too cheap or whatever, the $5 access, it's a ghost town too. It was sweet. I've never seen it like that, Kevin. There was literally no one. There were just empty rides.
Oh, really? Yeah?
Yeah, no, seriously, there was like no lineups at all. I was like, this would be the perfect time to go do Stampede because there was no one. Like, it was just empty, man. Literally zero. Like, I could go on the roller coaster probably like 10 times in a row. Wouldn't have been even a lineup. But it was kind of funny because it was like scorching hot. Like, cause it was like 20, I think it was like 28 degrees or something. And then like an hour in, it just started pouring.
Oh yeah, that huge rain thing. Our whole gimmick here, it rains for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, it was off and on, but it was pretty bad rain. It was heavy rain, guys. Heavy rain. But yeah, I talked with some people, did some stuff, enjoyed the festivities in the fairgrounds. You know what actually the biggest issue was? I couldn't find alcohol.
What, like the beer garden tents?
There's none.
Really?
Yeah, no, they got rid of all the beer gardens.
There's no way. That's like half a stampede to some people.
Yeah, so Nashville North is still there, and the Big Four building, neither of which were opened until like 6 or 7. And the GM Stadium, which you have to have a ticket to access, and then there was a wine building, but that building was closed too today. And there's no beer gardens on the actual concourse. They're all gone. I kid you not. I was going around asking at the help desks to try to find liquor.
That's hilarious. So what, was it just for today?
As
Or
far as
that's
I
just gonna
noticed,
be all Stampede?
there's no spaces for beer gardens.
Wow, okay. Well,
Like the Big Four in Nashville North will be available in the days to come. Or like I said, they'd open at like 7, but like,
yeah.
you know what I mean? Like when we were younger, there's like several
You would
beer
go to the beer
gardens.
gardens, yeah.
Yeah. And somebody gave me like a donation to go. They were like, "Go have a beer," and I was like, "Okay." And I looked. I spent like 30 minutes looking for beer gardens. I went to every part of it. And I was like, "There's none." There was other old couples where I would be going to the door, like I was at the Big Four trying to get in, and they're like, "Oh, we're closed." And there's another old couple. They're like, "Where do we get a fucking drink?"
That's hilarious.
Well, you know, Stampede is like liquor city, but I was talking to one games lady that kept running into her chatting while I was doing my little stream walking around. She was fun. And she's like, "Oh, the liquor." She was like, I was like, "Where can I get some liquor?" And she's like, "Oh, you go down there." I was like, "It's not open yet." And she's like, "Oh, I guess they don't want anybody day drinking and doing any fisting from." I was like,
That's fun.
I was sitting there, I was like, "You're a fun gal, but also like, aren't you an employee?"
Yeah.
And I'm screaming and you're saying this. I was like,
That's
"Girl."
hilarious.
Advance and take
She was
position.
fun. Very fun. Anyways. You're
I like how you dive at the points. Sorry.
What?
I like how you do the dolphin dive at the points.
Oh,
Don't
you know.
jump at 'em.
Looks cool.
It's just fun to see. Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
You're-
It was fucking awesome.
Capturing Charlie.
I love that, you know, it took... When did we first get dolphin diving? Black Ops 1?
We're winning the fight.
So Black Ops 1 would have been like 2010, 2011 or something like that.
Yeah.
It took them like 12 years to come up with the idea of why don't we just have it so that every character can dolphin dive and knee slide?
They're capturing Charlie.
Because was it Modern Warfare 2019 was the first to be like, oh damn, we can give them both.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it makes sense, right? You should be able to slide and dolphin dive. Like, there's no reason you can't do that. Like, I know Black Ops makes it kind of silly, but like the idea of diving out of the way of like an explosive or something is a very real thing to do in war. So, actually, the knee sliding probably is a little fake, but you might do that if you were trying to move around a corner or something quickly. But yeah, it was actually, I think they took my feedback at the help desk, where he's like, I could write this down for the people. He's like, and then they were talking as I was leaving, they're like, he says it's dry. And she's like, that's not good.
Securing A.
The Google AI help desk. Did I tell her my gamer score? No, I don't. Guys, I'm going to tell you something really brutal and something that's going to hurt your feelings. Women do not care how much gamer score I have. I'm sorry.
I refuse to believe that.
It's like, what was it? Some people on the chat were like, you should go and ask people what they think of Xbox. I was like, nobody cares about Xbox. Like, I think if it was the 360 era, you could go around Stampede and you could be like, so what do you think about Xbox? And you could get, like, replies, but nowadays, you'd be like, what's an Xbox?
Eagle is overrun. Hold Charlie.
I think that's just bad conversation no matter what era. Like, unless you find someone who is just, like, really into gaming. I even think people who are into gaming would be like, why the heck are you trying to just randomly, like, talk about Xbox or something.
I think it would fit in as far as like if somebody's walking around with a camera streaming, you're going to expect something odd. I'm having some fun with it though. Like it draws in people to me, and I do like impromptu interviews with people.
That's fun.
Yeah, it's quite neat. Like there was a group of gals that were like kind of, I think they were younger, maybe like 18 or something, or a little bit younger. I don't know.
Yeah.
They were all like in the backdrop doing like a weird little thing, and I was like, come over here, and then I was like, so what's the best part of Stampede and stuff? And you know, you do like a little thing, and they go and they all laugh and have fun. And
Yeah.
if anybody says I'm streaming on TikTok, though, I leave immediately.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I get offended by it. There was a brother-sister combo where the sister was like interested and she was on the stream talking for a second, and the brother was like, oh, so you're on TikTok, and I was like, you ruined it, man, and I just left.
That's hilarious.
But yeah, it's kind of neat. And for $5, you know, I think I at least break even on it, so it's not too bad. But man, did it pour, Kevin.
Yeah.
I also, there was a guy, you know the tents, the prop, or not the prop, the game tents where the water would pool on the top. Like, you know where the games are, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so those tents, the water pool's on the top, and there was like an old guy running a game show, or one of the games. And he's like, hey, you want to get soaked? And I was like, yeah, you know what, I'm already getting rained on. And I thought it would be funny, so he poked the water down and just, that's where that picture I sent you came from. And it actually like shut off the stream for a second.
Oh, did it? That's funny.
Yeah, I had to like wipe off, I had to go find a napkin and like wipe off my screen because it was too wet. Which was hilarious. He's like, oh, my bad. I was like, it's okay, man. It's just like, it was funny. Your ex-gal like Xbox? Oh, that's gotta hurt, Skull. That's gotta just be emotionally disappointing. Yeah. Something about not drinking too early and double fisting. That's what I said, man. I won the wet t-shirt contest? You're damn right I did. Yeah. I don't know, I was kind of looking at the footage back on the replay there, and I think the games gal was kind of into me. I'm just gonna throw it out there.
That's funny.
What?
Oh, it's just like they have to give people attention. It's like the waitress being into you.
I know, but it was kind of funny.
I'm sure you're doing it as a bit, or at least I hope you are.
Oh.
Yeah.
Kevin, say that ain't true.
Sorry.
Yeah. It's all jokes till we end up getting married,
too.
Kevin.
It was the last Stampede when I had my American buddy came out, and we just went bar hopping for like 7 days in a row. It was honestly some of the most fun I've had. But one of our good buddies, the one I go airsofting with, sure, go figure, one of the places, I think it's the National or whatever.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that one, he was doing the whole bit because the waitress was being super friendly. He's like, I think she likes me, and I just started dying, dude. The other guy was too, because he got it, but it was like, yeah, no, I'm
She
sorry.
loves you, buddy.
Maybe the waitress for whatever reason does have a crush on you, but I really doubt it because they have to be nice to everybody, you know, like, yeah.
Yeah, you never know. Anyways, it was just funny. Because I just did not expect to hear that kind of language out of an employee or whatever.
She was nice to you?
Oh, she was just funny about it.
Yeah, was she? Nice.
Alright, I think I'm caught up on this. The fishing. Your grandpa went fishing here. Did he come and steal our fish? Did he pay for... Does he have a fishing license? Did he pay for those fish, Zero? What are the fishing rules? It depends on where you go.
Imagine needing a fishing license. No, I'm joking.
Imagine needing fishing. Well, we don't have that issue. Well, we still have to get like a license, but like...
I don't. No.
You don't have to at all?
I do not know.
I thought you had to at least at the base level have one that says your status or whatever.
Well, I like just showing my status card. That's it.
Really? Because for me, I have to get a license, but then I'm
hunt.
allowed to take as many as I want. Man, we really are lesser.
Yeah.
That's why it's Métis. That means dirty blood, mixed blood.
I think Harry Potter refers to you as mudblood.
Yeah, mudblood. That's exactly what it is, though.
Yeah.
Because like it's such a like a derogative term if you think about it, right? Like it's dirty because it means mixed blood. Like that's like they try to reclaim the term, but I'm like it's kind of offensive if you actually think of what the meaning is. Like genuinely.
Enemy contact at Charlie.
I always got a kick out of it because it's like, you know, determining Métis. There's an actual Métis tribe out in Manitoba, which is really funny that there's so many people that run around with the term Métis because like I see some of the weird arguments of like, no, there's like an actual, like they are the Métis tribe or whatever. But like the idea of like the Métis card, which you and another one of my buddies actually up in Edmonton has, or whatever, but it's like, oh well, you're mixed but you're not enough to be status, and like it's really funny. Like take one look at me, you'll know, oh hey, this guy's not full native. You know what I mean? Like I am pasty, you know what I mean? So it's really funny that you're considered Métis but I'm not. But if you go by the heritage, yada yada, this and that, it's really
birth.
yeah, it's really, if you were to look at it, you'd almost say racist, but I guess, hey, whatever. Government's got to categorize people.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I think they're not supposed to categorize people, but
People,
they do
right?
anyways. Yeah.
Playing a game where we're fighting people who categorize people.
Yep.
No, anyways, sorry, you know.
Thanks, Peters. Keep up the consistency. I'll try my best. Do you want your magic 8-ball reading? Or was it just a nice donation? I'm good either way. But I appreciate that. See, Kevin hangs out with his American buddies. That's because
Always.
Kevin isn't a die-hard Canadian. He's a die-hard person that likes the stream, subscribe, and great donations. Cool, I'm way behind on this. Consider becoming a channel member. Channel member gifted the Patreon option and the Discord for stream alerts. There's also the Amazon store affiliate link and GamerHeadquarters.com. I write stuff on my site sometimes. Anyways, yeah, I was getting asked too when I was streaming, because like I actually had like good number counts. Like there was like, once it picked up, there was like 90 something people watching, which was really good for like an IRL stream. Like, you know, that's really good for that. And it was like, you know, are you coming back and doing every day? And I was just like, I feel like you get really bored
Enemy recon aircraft observed.
doing it every day. At the same time, I think it would cost way too much money to go every single day, but it would be kind of fun because you could like talk to different people every day, because there'd be lots of different people, and it'd be busier or quieter on some days. It was something that hit my mind, but I'm like, if I had media access, I could go like, you know, in theory each day. I guess.
I just really like how alive the city comes. Like even when I was
Everywhere's
showing,
busy because of it.
dude, the city, yeah. Like honestly, I almost just enjoy going through downtown, through the bars, even more than just Stampede. Like the nightlife is incredible on the weekends.
Yeah, it really picks up, and cause it's like all the people traveling here and that too, which is exciting. I got a Netflix party on Sunday. I haven't covered Netflix in years, but they did this last year, and it was a rodeo event. But this year, it's like a big grill party. So
Okay.
I don't remember the name of the place, but like, so it's by where Fort Calgary is,
Yeah.
and it's this crazy grill place where they grill like meats and like different types of seafood.
Get to cover.
Oh, cool.
And it looks fucking crazy. But like last year, the Netflix party was sick because I got like free tickets to watch the rodeo and like a full like
Nice.
buffet thing. But yeah, this year it's like an out of Stampede event, so it's gonna be quite curious to see what it's like. But yeah, so I guess the thing is they
Carry the day.
need media to fill in. Like they have to have X amount of media at these events, and
Yeah.
they just don't have anybody. So I get to go
Nice.
on Arc because it crashed. I can't help you there, my friend. I have a Nintendo 2. I do have Nintendo 2. Yes, the Super Nintendo was yes, the SNES. Kevin's an all-American hero with the Russian flag. Oh my god.
That's funny.
Harry Potter TV series. Yeah, I can't see that going over well. It's gonna be one of those awkward things where they do like 2 seasons of it and it just like completely just doesn't take off. What do they like, Wheel of Time and stuff? You know what I mean? Like, it's just, to me, it's just one of those shows where it's just like, isn't your gal into Harry Potter, or am I thinking of someone else?
Yeah, she loves Harry Potter.
Is she interested in the show at all?
I haven't heard her talk about it at all, which is actually kind of funny because yeah, you think she'd be one of the people you'd really want to reach with that.
Yeah, like the core audience, and it sounds like with the direction they're going with it. Like, in theory, a TV show would be good for Harry Potter because you can explore. Like, I've read the books, which is one of the rare situations where I can sit there and be like, I actually like know all the material, right? Like, I don't really read a lot, but like I have actually read all the Harry Potter stuff, like many people have. And like, in theory, a TV show would be good because like the movies, they had to cut quite a lot of stuff that you could explore in a TV show, but TV shows take too long to make now, so the kids are gonna grow, and it's, you know, and it costs so much, so you only get like a few episodes, so I don't really think we're gonna get better than a movie situation out of it, if that makes sense.
So wait, this is supposed to be the whole Harry Potter story, like not a spin-off or anything. This is
They're
Harry
rebooting
Potter,
it.
the reboot, eh? As a TV show. There's no way they beat the movie.
Domination.
Yeah, so it's gonna be like,
Even with the production of it, you couldn't beat the movie other than modern CGI, which I think is funny because modern CGI doesn't always beat the 2000s. I defer to Davy Jones and the Pirates of the Caribbean, but you know what I mean? Like,
Remember your
it's
trade.
especially
more
like-
about
Capture him, Kane.
just doing it to make money off of it.
Need
I just think that's funny though. Like, it seems kind of
Seems kind of soon.
very soon.
And
there's not a 30-year-old who enjoys school too much who isn't into Harry Potter. Like, I guarantee it. You know, like they're all gonna know what they're watching, and it's gonna have comparisons from everybody.
You're just gonna be comparing it to what came out, and then on top of that, the books. And they've made some
breaking their backs.
casting choices that are catching fire from people that I don't have any personal opinion on
Objective Kane.
at all, because yeah,
I could give two rat's asses about casting choices. I just think the story and the
They're,
production value itself.
they're
Can't
changing
beat the movie.
the backdrops of some characters.
I know. I just don't care. Like, but like, you know what I mean. Like, anyways.
Well, for instance, you know how Potter's father and stuff, they make fun of Snape and they like pick on him.
Yeah.
Well,
So it would add some extra context, maybe.
it would make
in a special way.
it would make Potter's family come across as incredibly
Yes. That's kind of funny. Yeah, that they would come across as extra reasons for hating Snape and seem like even bigger jerks.
yeah.
That's kind of interesting,
Which is
especially in England back in the day.
yeah. So it's so that was a
But
choice.
maybe they'll get across that Potter's dad was a jerk. You know, like an absolute jerk.
I mean, like, he was an ass and stuff, but I never thought he was racist. Like, that's basically what it would be.
I'm sure they'll avoid that, and he won't say anything of that tone.
Yeah, but there's gonna be
That would be crazy.
it's gonna be like a bunch of white guys picking on
That's look really bad.
like well, I mean, we don't know what it looks like because they haven't filmed it yet, but it just sounds bad. Like, you think nobody there was kind of thinking, being like, hey guys, this might not, I mean, maybe they'll shoehorn that into the story, that, and then that's something Harry Potter will have to overcome, is his family's history of
This bigoted family.
family. Oh my god. Like, just thinking about it, right? It just makes it like you could have picked like a different character where that wasn't part of it. And it's just like, it's hard. It's you know what's weird too, is it's a hard topic to talk about, but it really shouldn't be a hard topic to talk about. But like yeah.
No, it's interesting because, like, I don't know, man. I'm kind of getting to the point. I don't care if they swap any character. It's just so stupid to me. Is the story good or not? But no, that's kind of. I had some extra context that wasn't there in the show. Might look even worse. It's an interesting point.
I just it's just the way it sounds, like presentation wise, or it might be like uncomfortable. Because that's just what your mind's gonna kind of go to when you're looking at that. That's why they're picking on him. But I don't know. Maybe they'll do a good job with it. I've seen so many adaptations recently too that have just not been good. It feels like they're kind of rushing it, and I don't know. Does this game have nukes? I don't know. Does it have a nuke, Kevin?
I believe it has nukes.
Yeah?
Doesn't it? I'll be damned if I've seen anyone get one.
I don't think I've ever
I
seen
can't see why they wouldn't. Hasn't every Call of Duty since the old Modern Warfare's had nukes?
I think so.
Did you know my entire time playing Modern Warfare, I never once saw a nuke either?
Really?
Sorry, I should say Modern Warfare 3. Yeah, and actually the 2019, I never saw a nuke.
Oh,
I
wow.
haven't seen a nuke in like 6-7 years.
Oh, like the new ones? I've seen nukes go off. I've come close. I've come kind of close on some situations, but it's hard to do because like nowadays, what was it? I thought I was really close in Modern Warfare 2 too when they added its Game Pass. I had 24 kills when the match ended because I ran out of time, but I guess it was 30 kills to get in that game. Like that is like, you know what I mean? Like that is hard to do.
30 kills. I always like the magic number at 25.
25 sounds right, but I was so pissed because I literally ran out of time before I could get that last 25th kill. But then I was reading it, it's like, oh no, it's 30, and I was like, how the fuck are you supposed to get 30 kills without dying?
Yeah.
In that kind of like time frame, like that is, it's not impossible, but man, is that a hard. Because you know, I was really like tough on myself about like not being able to pull off like one more kill, right? I was like, oh, but I played it too easy and stuff. But then I saw it was 30, and I was like, well, how the hell do you get that?
Imagine if you got the 25 and you're like, wait, what?
Where's the nuke? I'd be freaking out. It's just like, it's so hard to achieve that kind of stuff. Like, because when you're on a roll, you're on a roll. But... Oh, it has the V2 rocket. Is it 25 kills for that? Capitalize off the success of Hogwarts Legacy? No, it's because Warner Brothers is really desperate for profitable and successful properties. And Hogwarts...
Does the V2 end the match, or what?
I would assume so.
Yeah, okay, that's kind of overblowing a V2 a bit much, but why not?
Well, it would have been shocking to see that kind of a thing, Kevin.
I'm sure it would.
Well, have you...
Oh yeah, that would have blew my mind if I was in London and you just saw this like unmanned thing flying at you. You'd be like, what the heck is that?
Probably die if you were in the last radius, or... Anyways, but... what was I gonna say? Like, have you ever seen All's Quiet on the Western Front?
Yes, that's a really good movie. The old one and the new.
I love the idea of the shock value of seeing something for the first time in war.
Oh yeah,
Because
Those
it would
tanks
be
coming over. That was
terrifying,
really
right?
Yeah, especially if you never saw anything like that. Like maybe you'd see a car here or there, maybe not if you're a country kid, right?
Yeah, but like to see
I really
car shooting or flaming or...
Yeah. Well, that's where it was so cool. I'm sure anyone who's interested, because that's all you can see with like videos, but like Tolkien and C.S. Lewis and all that, their takes that they just absolutely hated technological advancements. What was it? I think it was Tolkien who was mentioning that he thought the combustion engine was like the worst invention ever made, or whatever, which is funny because like how convenient it is for everybody. Yeah, it's so important, but yeah, you just saw it mow people down.
I guess it's how you perceive something too, something that could be like super useful for other people, but when it's applied to you in a way of warfare negativity, would just be like you'd curse its existence, right?
Fascinating.
Yeah, because you know some people, you could see TNT, you'd be like, oh, this is a great tool for you know, excavating or getting places, and then other people see it as like a form of warfare and suffering. Full perspective.
Yeah.
Would blow more than just your mind. That's very, very true. Yeah, very, very true. Oh, so it's 30 kills for V2 rocket. Fuck.
Oh, so 30, when did they make the switch to 30? Is that just the standard now?
I guess it's just a standard in the last few CODs. You really gotta fucking earn it, Kevin.
Oh. It's too much work.
Seriously, like 30.
I never got a
daunting.
nuke as a kid. The most I ever got was 21 kills, I think.
I had 3.
Yeah, 3? That's awesome. I think I said this once, but dude, what was it? It was January 17th. Even I remember it. Was when he first got his first nuke, and we all celebrated it. It was like, no way, oh.
Yeah, it was a big deal back
It was
then.
on Wasteland.
Oh, yeah, I had one on Wasteland.
What a good map.
Good map for that, strangely. Afghan was one that I really actually just straight earned, I would say. That was my first. I remember it being on Afghan. And then another one I had, I think it was like on High Rise or something, but I was just tubing. Like one-man army. So that one didn't really feel earned.
Yeah.
Thanks for being a channel member there again, Kron. I missed happy hour, so I'll have to go another day to get a beer for your money that you gave me during Stampede to get a beer, even though Stampede didn't have any beer gardens. You know how much of a bummer that would be as like an 18-year-old getting excited to go to like drink at Stampede and they don't have any beer gardens?
Yeah, that is funny. That's all you ever heard from like your older cousin.
Fuck. But that's like, that's what I remember when I was younger. You went and like, that's what we did. I think there was a time I went with, was it Sam and stuff? And we had like a whole day, and that's what we did. We went from like beer garden to beer garden to beer garden, drinking and then doing other stuff. I visited the Dream House, Kevin.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's funny.
I like doing that. But I already have my Dream House. It's 2,500 square feet.
Yeah.
But like, I don't... The taxes would kill you, the heating and stuff would kill you too. But like... My thing was, I didn't like how closed off it was. Like, it didn't have an open floor plan. I really like the open floor plan. Like, a Kevin stream makes up for no drink. Oh, very well.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, that's nice to hear.
You're coming for Kevin. Are you in the match, Zero? Oh, okay. Yeah, you were pissing off Drug Zero there.
0 or 1,000 rank buddy here that I noticed all throughout?
No, he's like level 18, 0, something like that.
Is he? Okay, because we have this Kremlink guy. I think that's his gamer tag or whatever. But he's rank 1,000. He was with us all last stream, and he's here right now. And I doubt that's a convenience.
Coincidence?
Coincidence? Yeah.
That's a convenience. I was like, my mind kind of thought about that for a second. I was like, what? No.
Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he's definitely not chatting, to my knowledge. You know, like a lot of people, they watch the streams and they just don't say anything and talk and stuff.
Like, it's fine. Obviously, you can do whatever you want, and I think he's more than welcome to join us. I just, there's like, again, say it properly. There's no way.
What are the odds?
Coincidence.
A coincidence?
Yeah, what are the odds?
Yeah.
What, am I not using that right?
No, you said a convenience.
Yeah, no, I messed up there.
Yeah, no. That's fine. Yeah, you're good, Kevin. I was just like, my mind was just like,
Thank you.
what did you say?
I'm just like, how bad am I messing up right now? You know? Like,
I was like, the wording is kind of right, but it's like, the beating is off.
that's fair. Figure if I say 1,000 things a stream, I gotta sound like an idiot a couple times, right? You know, like, probably more than a couple.
Oh, I always get on
me.
myself, like, mentally, when I, like, mess up on phrasing or something in the stream. I just go, oh, for fuck's sakes.
Yeah.
Because you know someone out there is
the
just like, ugh.
Yeah. Well, what was it? I never saw it brought up again. It was when, Age of Empires with Cyan, and I called it Cayenne.
Cayenne.
Yeah, I remember that because it really made me chuckle.
You know what? Honestly, there's only one circumstance of somebody messing up phrasing that, like, ever has been remembered, and that's somebody calling one of the games Unicock Overlord.
Enemy capturing Able.
What's the actual game name?
Unicorn.
The army is overrun.
Unicorn.
Unicorn Overlord.
Wow. That's, okay.
He called it Unicock Overlord. We have like meme pictures on the Discord and everything for it.
That's awesome. I bet you that game's on Steam.
He's like, it was autocorrect. I bet it's on Steam. He's like, sorry, it was my autocorrect. I was like, what kind of autocorrect? What are you typing? You've got an autocorrect saying Unicock.
That's awesome.
Unicock Overlord. I mean, it's hilarious.
Just to own it. Like, nah, man, that's what I meant. Is that, or just be like, wait, that's not the game
That's
name?
not the game name. It should be called that. I mean, it sounds hilarious, but I was just like, no, seriously, what words are you typing? For that is your autocorrect.
That's, yeah.
Unicock Overlord. Will I stream Helldivers when it comes out? I would assume so. That's gonna be a really tricky day. August 26th. Because, like, if you didn't know, Kevin, there's another game that comes out on that exact same day.
Oh, what is it?
Gears of War.
Oh, wow. I'm sorry, I think Gears of War is more interesting than a Helldiver stream.
I
Personally.
don't know what would do better.
You don't know?
Helldivers is...
I would have to assume Helldivers would do better. It reaches more people, right?
Yeah.
It's probably bigger with the younger generation, if I had to guess.
Like, I think it also the novelty of it, because this is the first PlayStation game to ever be published on Xbox.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, and then you can get in there, get the whole, like, Super Earth speech going, you know?
For Super Earth.
Like, imagine the title now, Sky Captain finally becomes a citizen.
Yeah.
You know, like, yeah.
But I'm just like, I kind of plan to do like a week of Gears. But I'm very...
Well, Gears means more to me. That's what I'd want to see, but yeah.
But yeah, I'm just like, I gotta do it from like a metrics perspective, and I'm just like...
Yeah.
They both, know both will do very, very well on the channel, but it's like... What will do better? And I hate that there's so many empty weeks. And they both decided to launch them on the same fucking day.
Yeah.
Why they gotta do me like that? It's very odd. You enjoyed the IRL streams today. Thanks! I had a lot of fun doing it. I like to do the IRL streams, you know, they're just... Honestly, it's hard to find events to do them around, and like, you know... the main issue for doing IRL streams is the data speeds here, but the Stampede, they have like 5G towers that are beautifully set up. And, you know, like...
Someone's got to have some money in this city for the good stuff.
Yep.
Stampede.
I don't know, it was fun. Like I said, you know, I ran into people, I talked with people, I walked around and stuff, and it was good. The only issue was I couldn't find a fucking drink. Xbox be over there totalitarian messaging at Super Earth, you know it. Yeah, the John Romero game getting cancelled kind of sucks.
What blows me away with Helldivers, and like I told you, I have one buddy who just like absolutely loves the game. Good friend of mine. I play it with him a lot, and it's all right. Like, it is fun. It's neat how the war goes and all that, but like,
oh, there's our...
It is repetitive.
Oh, it's super repetitive.
I can't believe it is. Yeah, I can't believe it's as huge as it is.
You know, like,
you know, and
Kevin, some would say that kind of repetitive messaging sort of pops up a lot here.
When you told to like
the stream. Subscribe and great donations, cool. Consider becoming a channel member. What? No way, channel member gifting the Patreon option. And the Discord for stream alerts. There's also the Amazon store affiliate link. Carry on, Kevin.
That's no, hey.
And I see an opportunity.
That's a good message, though. That was awesome. Yeah. It'd be repetitive, I guess. No. But yeah, like, I just, for how much like people play it or whatever, like, what was it? I saw one post today because we were playing Star Wars again. That's kind of been our thing for the last
Battlefront 2?
Yeah, Battlefront 2, yeah, on Steam there. And I saw one post that I thought was hilarious. They're like, oh, the game's dying. It's got like 15,000 concurrent players. And obviously all the people rightfully ragging on him of like, you know, people have work, right? Like, but yeah, like 15,000 players. Yeah, like that's really good. It's in the top 100. Like if that's a dead game, everything's dead. But
it's the most live it's ever been.
Yeah, exactly, right? But like Helldivers, it has tens of thousands of people all the time. Even when like my one buddy was like, "Oh, the game's like basically dying. Like it went from like 80,000 and now it only has 30." And I'm like, "Oh man, like go take a look at your game list and tell me how many of them have 30,000 active players." But that Helldivers pulls off those numbers and like I'm always blown away with the war too, because there's been a couple times where like, because I always get the updates from my buddy, because he loves the story with it. He's like, "Oh, hey,
He's
we
really into the
finally
war.
pushed the, yeah, really into the war, yeah." And he's like, "We finally pushed the Illuminate off the map," and it's like, okay, so what? They're done in the game, you know what I mean? And then it's always the very next day. They're back on the same two worlds, and it's a restart, and it's like it's super repetitive. And I kind of wish they had it that like we went on the offensive. It would be neat, even if it was the same map over and over, which it basically is. If they just added a couple more worlds on the list and said, okay, this is their core territory, now we're on the attack, then I would feel like, okay, we're put. That would, yeah, I would love that. But no, instead it's the same sector we're in, and you just keep fighting over the same worlds over and over. And like, I feel like
Not enough
the war is
progression
not
in the
progressing
war
at all. Yeah, like them attacking Super Earth. I hopped on for that. And like I was joking with my buddies that like I have to defend Earth. If there's any game where aliens are attacking Earth virtually, I'll do my part. That's too cool. So I went on and defended Earth a little bit. But then after that, I was just back to the same thing.
Doing
Back
it
to
over and over
defense.
again.
Yeah, over and over. It's amazing to me that this hasn't mellowed out with people. Anyways.
No, it's some people. You know what it is? It's a core. What we call the core gameplay loop is just incredibly addictive to some people. But I thought it was funny that like what was it on the Discord? Who was that on the Discord? They were basically the other day someone was saying, no, I think this was a week ago, but they're like, oh, Delta Force is dead, and I was like, I don't think so, and I looked and I was like, their highest concurrent number ever was like 7 days before that day, and there was 140,000 people playing it. It's just because people aren't talking about it doesn't mean it's not.
Yeah.
Like at that time,
100,000. It's in a top 15.
like
Guaranteed.
140,000 people playing at that moment that I checked. Jesus Christ. Because it's like, oh, no one will care when it comes to console or blah blah blah. I was like, 140, like middle of the day. I was like, there's that many people playing this. I'm like, fucking hell, man.
No, that's incredible. And yeah, like that's what I'm saying. I don't think people. I love how you bring it up. There's more games made every year than every previous year ever.
50% of every game that ever existed comes out in the particular year that we're living in.
I love that number. Like that's the point, that there are so many games, and to assume that someone out there right now isn't playing the original Max Payne, or someone out there isn't playing the original Destroy All Humans or something like as a gimmick, like everyone's probably at some point playing one game. You know, to think that you have even 5,000 people at any point of the day, and that's 5,000 people who, like, someone logs off all the time, but that you always have 5,000 people on, that's incredible. Let alone to have 100,000.
Yep.
Like, whoa. And yeah, like if you learn the Steam numbers, if you have 100,000, there are maybe 10 other games on Steam that have more people playing it actively than that. So yeah, like. Yeah, if you got 100,000, you are probably one of the most thriving games going right now. Yeah.
Like, just a massive breakout success, and it's just kind of funny how that goes.
Yeah, well, it could just be trash talking, but I do wonder sometimes if it's just people not really, because I find a lot of people don't get statistics, which whatever, like, yeah. But, like, the idea of how many people could actively be playing a game at any given moment, you know, that someone would see 5,000 and think, oh, that's relatively small, and not understand what that truly means.
It's all relative.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Like, whatever your goals are, what your game needs. Like, indie devs and stuff are really happy. The Power World devs are always just like, people be like, oh, your game's dying, and they're like, we still have, like, thousands of people playing, and it's like, it's okay, we're not a live service game. You get tired of our game, you can go play something else and come back. We'll keep updating it. Don't worry.
Yeah, for real. Well, oh, jeez, sorry, I was getting shot at.
It's because of those articles, Kevin, honestly. The ones that are like, oh, this game has lost X amount, or all its player base, or something like that. And it's just like weaponized Steam player counts.
Just like... skewed the numbers maybe. Because actually, it is funny that you're mentioning like game numbers and that. What was it like? Red Dead sold however millions.
Oh god, like
I can't.
40 or something like that?
Yeah, and wasn't it considered a failure by Rockstar?
Yeah. Hilarious
You know what I mean?
enough.
And again,
So they left
right.
the online for dead, and they just started updating the online again.
Oh, did they?
They haven't touched
That's
the online in years, but they've got like an undead nightmare kind of thing coming out, or it is out.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I was thinking of doing a stream around that, but I was just like, huh, what are they? Because there's rumors that they're doing a next gen update for Red Dead 2, but yeah, I was just kind of like, that's random.
Yeah.
And Anthem's dying too, guys. Actually, I told you before the stream started. Because when were we talking about Anthem? Like a few days ago?
Yeah, when we were playing this last.
Yeah, what were the odds? Because, yeah, literally today they were like, oh, we're shutting down the servers in January. But it gets removed from EA Play in August. So we should do a stream of that. Well, you can still play it that way, I guess. Because when it's offline, like when it gets shut off, guys, that's it. That game is dead, right? Like it's an online only game. So when it's gone, it's gone.
How many people are even actively on that? Do they have a rough guess?
Nah, nobody.
Nobody. Ah, rough.
Like 5 people. Marvel Rivals. I told you, I'll stream Marvel Rivals again when they had those goddamn swimsuits.
That's funny.
Me sitting there today. All I want is a goddamn rum and coke. About Stampede. I was like,
Yeah,
this
it's
is
awesome.
Canada. I'm sober at the fucking Stampede. What the hell, man? It's not like I was gonna drink much because I had to drive, but I just wanted like a drink.
Just for the whole thing. Or you think you're gonna go back at some point or no?
I don't know. Maybe I'll go with like my mother or something. We usually do like a family, like, because I think our vacation time's coming up, so we usually do like a day where it's just like, let's go see what it's like.
Yeah.
You know, go and we'll have a drink or something, and we'll be like, huh, same as last year, and then we'll leave, because it's just like a family thing we've always done, right? Like,
Yeah.
but we don't even do that every year. I don't even think we did it last year. But
No, well, you can do that, man. I can't get my family to go anywhere.
you can't get family to go anywhere.
No.
It depends on.
Like
how
I said, I
adventurous.
think the last real family event, and like I say it as a movie, but I think was getting everybody to go to Endgame. That might literally be it. Like, you know?
That's funny. Yeah, I don't. And it's hard to get people to do things. My sister occasionally does stuff. And I can take her from the League mines. My dad, I don't really do anything with. Although I have been seeing him more frequently because he loves the Make Work project that is my house. I'm finding it very
Just
odd.
something to,
Huh?
what, just something for him to do, or do you think it's because he's like proud of his boy, or what?
He's usually pretty hands-off, but he's just, I don't know, it kind of excites him that he gets to work on something, I guess.
Sure, I guess.
Because, like, he came and he fixed the siding on my house that was kind of falling off, you know, before I bought it. And then he fixed my deck, helped me set up my gazebo, and then helped me when my gazebo exploded. And then fixed my gate door, and helped me get the slabs. This is very odd. I don't normally get this kind of attention.
I like your gazebo story.
Yeah, it was so fun. It's good now. Water goes off of it properly. I think it was just something wrong with the canvas I had or something, I guess. I don't know. It's just because I'm like, now water goes off of it before water pooled on it, right? So it's like, I don't know. Sony to Xbox? I don't know if Sony will port any other games. I mean, if they did, it would probably be live service. I don't think they'll give up any of their exclusives, because that would be pretty stupid, but... yeah, I mean, if we start seeing something like, you know, any other PlayStation games go to Xbox, I consider consoles just truly fucked, and everybody should just be buying a PC at that point. Like, seriously, like, if it's that dire, the PlayStation's giving up their exclusives, the console market's over. I mean, I've been telling people that the console market's shrinking,
but...
symbolizes?
That there's, like, there's not enough console, like, sales, that it'd be better just to stretch your game out to every other console? Is that what that indicates? Or is it just, like, a more conjoined movement from console? But that wouldn't make sense, because you're all competing businesses.
They're all
Why would
competing
you
businesses.
do that out of the
as much as
kindness
Xbox,
of your heart?
You know, says
Yeah.
whatever, blah, blah, blah. It's just because they're struggling. But, like, PlayStation moving Helldivers... It's a weird move to me, like, obviously. So from what I understand, Helldivers does very, very good on Steam, but I believe the PlayStation numbers are not good for Helldivers. Like, it's
massive on on Steam.
Yeah, so from what I understand, the Xbox or the PlayStation side of things, Helldivers is actually like fallen off of their top 40 or 50 games or whatever.
Yeah.
So they could be using this as just a gateway to get more, you know, a little bit of extra cash off of it. But it's uncharted territory because, like, MLB The Show is on Xbox, but that's because the MLB forced Sony to do that. Sony didn't want to.
Yeah.
And, like, people would be like, oh, Death Stranding, but, like, Death Stranding, Kojima bought back the rights to his game. That's why it's on Xbox. So, and then other people would be like, Final Fantasy, but it's like, that was a publishing deal, it was always timed exclusive, but this is the first time it's an actual, like, Xbox, or, like, PlayStation owns Helldivers. They own the IP, they own the publishing rights. So this is actually, like, PlayStation.
They have nothing forcing them to...
Nothing's forcing
put
them
it
to do
console.
this.
Yeah.
It's completely uncharted territory. And some people are like, oh, do, like, a Death of PlayStation stream. And I was like, I think it's too soon to do that, but, like, I'm waiting, because I'm like, maybe the Helldivers guys bought their IP back, but it does say it's published by Sony, so mostly I'm waiting to just hear why this happened. If that makes sense. Like, in theory, because, like, we know Marathon is coming to Xbox, but that's because as part of Bungie getting purchased, the agreement was that they're allowed to release on every console. Sony was like, yep, because that's what they agreed to in the acquisition. But this one is unprecedented. Like, it doesn't... I don't understand why they would do it. Other than, like, obviously money. But I'm wondering maybe, too, if Xbox moving their games over to PlayStation, PlayStation's going like, oh, look at all that money that they're making off of selling their games on our platform. Maybe we could do that with our live service games that are struggling. Because live service needs as many players as possible to keep going, right?
Yeah.
So my theory would be the PlayStation users have stopped playing Helldivers and PlayStation's looking for a little bit of extra cash infusion. Or it's a testing ground, perhaps, to see what the value is like.
Could it be the final, like, microtransaction move, though, that, like, genuinely, because the microtransactions make so much more money than the game itself, that it just doesn't make sense to confine it to one console?
Well, the thing with
like,
Helldivers is it's not even a microtransaction game, right? Like, it's a $40... Like, I don't... Do you pay for... Like, is there lots of microtransactions?
Every season? Yeah, every season there's the new... basically the new battle pass.
Well, I mean, a battle pass is a battle pass, but is there, like, tons of little armor things you can buy? And...
Yeah, and all that, yeah.
Okay, so... Maybe, I don't know.
Just another guess. I don't know this for sure, but I'm just wondering.
Yeah, like, again, when I saw that announced today, I was trying to wrap my head around it, because I really don't know what this means, but... yeah, if you start to see other PlayStation games move over to Xbox, I would actually legitimately assume consoles are, like, done.
Does that mean we get a death of console stream?
Like, Nintendo's always going to be there. But, like, it would probably signal a death of PlayStation stream because, you know, that's them eroding their value, and I would have never assumed PlayStation would do anything like this. It makes sense as a live service game, but, like, if we see anything that's not a live service game come over, then that's problematic, right? Like, it's genuinely a worry as somebody that, like, you know, if you're into consoles or if you're into PlayStation, it would be like, oh fuck, things are going bad for them. It's a choice. Sony's gonna make them back money after the cancellations. I mean, it could be that they're hurting for money, but, like, they're making more money than ever, so they're profitable. I know they're hurting after canceling all those games, but it's just really me trying to figure out why, like, what is the motivation, like the actual motivation behind this, and that's what I'm trying to figure out. Because a lot of people, it's like, oh, it's just a console war thing. It's like, oh, death of PlayStation. But it's like, we're really trying to figure out why PlayStation is doing this, because it doesn't make sense for them to do it. And once you can understand the rationale, then you can start to make conclusions as to like where things are headed. But it is really, really fucking bizarre that I woke up to see that today, because it doesn't make any sense to me. It really doesn't. Maybe they still hope you get Spider-Man on PlayStation, I guess. Or sorry, on Xbox. I really don't know. It's odd.
That would be interesting, because that would fit all the criteria you're talking about, like not live service, totally owned, you know, by PlayStation, completely desired by Xbox.
Okay, so in theory too, technically, if Disney is using the usual Disney stuff, technically Spider-Man could always make it to other places eventually, because as far as I understand, those contracts the games always eventually end up being owned by Disney. Unless things have changed, because, you know, there's whatever deals they had to make to get Spider-Man into the MCU, but, like, you know what I mean? Like, all those old Star Wars games, because that's what Lucas did, is, like, eventually all the Star Wars games that other companies made ended up being owned by Lucas. Disney usually does that too, or all the games that Disney IP is long-term, eventually that IP gets owned by Disney. So, like, I don't know the contract, because we can't see that, but that is an inevitable thing. Is like, in theory, eventually, Spider-Man would always end up everywhere if they wanted to, based on traditional contracts. But that's why it's fun to speculate, try to figure out what's going on, and why it's always fun to ask for you guys to like the stream, subscribe, and great donations. Cool. Consider becoming a channel member. Channel member gifting, the Patreon option, and the Discord for stream alerts. There's also the Amazon store affiliate link. But, like, Helldivers has been out for a while, and if you really honestly wanted to play Helldivers, wouldn't you've already bought it somewhere else? Right?
Well, I guess, unless you can't afford it, or whatever.
Yeah, but you could play on PC, or...
Well, it is funny for the amount of people struggling out there, which, like, I totally honestly get, but that PC still is the #1 gaming platform worldwide.
Here's the thing, it's like, people are struggling, sales are down for a lot of stuff, but Nintendo just set record for the best-selling console ever, and their console's, like, pretty pricey. And I feel like even when there's times where people are struggling, there's still always people with money. But actually, I think if I read something correctly, like a few days ago, game sales are dropping across the board on stuff. People are spending less money in games, but that doesn't mean there's still not games that are, like, massively successful, right? Like,
yeah,
when something comes out that you have to play, people are going to play it. I don't know, I just find it weird that people just seem to have, like, endless amounts of money for everything. Right? Like, some people just seem to have money.
Yeah. Oh, I get it. There's the haves and the have-nots. My one favorite point is, what is it? It's supposed to be between 18 to 25. It's something like 17 to 20% unemployment at the moment in Canada. At least that's the last thing I read. It was just one news source. But
I heard
there was
unemployment's
one point
really bad here for you.
Yeah, like really bad. That's all I keep hearing.
You know why that is?
Why?
Because they brought in so many immigrants that were taking low-level jobs that our youth can't get employed anymore. That's why.
But there was a... there was one thing though that I love to point to is Statistics Canada, that they say it's 22%, but they base that off of the
funny numbers
working
make it sound better.
population. Yeah, you know how statistics works. Funny numbers to make it sound
Statistics
better.
are
But
what?
that, 11% of Canadians, 4 million, make 100K in their jobs.
Yeah.
So, like, I love that point that this time period, the 2020s, are really broken into the haves and the have-nots.
Oh, the generational
You know what I mean?
wealth divide has never been larger.
Yeah, like it is. It's just immense. But yeah, there are 4 million Canadians out there doing actually really well.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like.
I'm not rich, but I think I'm doing okay. But it's because I saved for a long time. Anyways, just a thing.
Yeah.
I'm just living in bliss because I got a house for fucking ever, and it's pretty cool. Not trying to be an ass at all. It's actually pretty cool. I wish younger people were allowed. I wish I was allowed to have something like this, like 5 to 8 years ago. Like, I'm learning so many things. And I can't get my grass going good, Kevin.
Are you becoming one of those lawn guys?
I'm actually doing, like, because, like, but I'm saying I'm genuinely overwhelmed. Like, there's so much I'm doing, right? Like, there's so much house stuff I'm doing. There's so many issues, like, companies I'm having. And then there's, like, I'm trying to do all my videos, because I'm doing, like, you know, I do, like, what, 3 videos a day or whatever, which is fucking ridiculous. And a stream, and then second stream, like 2 streams today, why not? But, like, I'm trying to do that, and, like, cook meals, and live, and do things. But, like, yeah, in between all that stuff, I'm sitting there trying to, like, figure out, my lawn stuff.
That's hilarious.
And okay, so the big issue is not necessarily me, it's the people that I bought the house from didn't take care of the fucking lawn in the month or so it took for me to take possession. They just, like,
so
let
you're
it
just trying
die.
to revive something that's dying? That's hilarious.
Yeah, like, it's all, like, yellowed, and I'm just like, I don't know how to fix it. Like, I'm giving it water. I also, where I live, I'm, like, sun-facing, so it's, like, directly... I had to move around my tomato plant that I got strategically, because no matter how much I water it, it just keeps getting too much sun. And I'm just like, I don't know how to, like... I'm trying to find the optimal time to, like, water the lawn. I got a rake, so I gotta rake it. I think raking it's gonna help a bit. But, like... Yeah, I'm struggling to get my lawn looking good, and it's pissing me off because they left me with a lawn that was so sad. I was like, why did you not water my lawn?
Domination.
That's funny. That's actually so interesting. I was talking to my one buddy, and he's done a lot of the work, grew up in the same area and all that, and he's actually done very well for himself. I'm quite proud of him. But he was telling me, because I was telling him that, like, I'm trying to do everything I can to get to something like you live, or so, you know, like something nicer. That's what I really want. And he was joking. He's like, you know, you're not gonna like it. I was like, what do you mean? And he's like, when he first started living in a nicer neighborhood, he came outside one time. His neighbor mentioned to him that, oh, I see you haven't mowed the lawn in a little bit. And he was like, what the heck do you mean? It's like, you know where we live, nobody's gonna ask you. You haven't mowed the lawn. You know what I mean?
They're standards.
But yeah. Yeah, well, the standards or whatever, and he was like, yeah, no, he was like, it drove him nuts. He was like, what the F do you mean? Like, pay attention to yourself, buddy. You know what I mean? And I thought that was hilarious, but I was trying to tell him that, like, no, I want that. I want that stuffy upper lip.
The upper living where people actually care?
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Where people actually give a fuck?
Right.
Yeah. Oh, thanks to the donation there, Mike. How's it going? Good. You know, I don't know if you saw the Stampede stream from today, but it was very entertaining if you missed that. I had sun intensity, and then I got soap, so... Well worth watching me get splashed, guys. Oh, what the... Did something happen on your end?
Yeah, I got booted too.
Okay. Yeah. Once you get a house, you're good. I don't know. I live in fear every day of not performing well enough to,
Pay for that?
pay for that.
That's fun.
Well, like again, if I find a gal who makes, like, just minimum wage or something like that, I will be okay. But, like, it's all the pressure is on me. You know what I mean? Like, I have no backing. I mean, obviously, you guys on the channel watching, all of you that support me are great, and you watch everything, and I appreciate that. But I'm like, there's no secondary, like, I'm doing everything, right? Like, there's no, like, this is me doing it. If I fuck up, it's entirely
You're
on me.
missing
There's
that partnership.
Yeah, there's no support structure, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's like, oh, you know, if you're husband or your wife gets laid off, you get, you know, you have someone that can still carry you, or you can carry them, and it's like, I don't have that. I have to perform every day.
I saw this really funny joke. It was someone mentioning that, like, oh, you know, like, I'm with my partner. Someone was like, why don't you just say your girlfriend? He's like, because I'm 30 years old. I'm living with her. You know?
Yeah. This is funny, but it's like, no, you know what I mean? Like, there is legitimate pressure where it's like, I gotta do well, or otherwise it's like, you know, I'm fucked. But you heard I couldn't get a beer? I know, right? At an alcoholic event, I couldn't find a beer anywhere. There's no beer gardens. They're all gone. It sucked. You know, it's nice when someone gives me a donation to go get something, and then when I'm unable to find that or fulfill that, it's just like, it bothers me, because I'm just like, what the hell, man? Also, I wanted a damn drink. God wants his rum and coke. It's like, it is the drinking event. Hope they take that feedback in and think about that. Because, like, if you're not selling liquor at an overpriced price, you're not making money.
Well, especially, again, there are adults that... My cousin, I think that's the only reason he even enjoys Stampede, is to go drink. I can't wait for him to hear there's no beer gardens.
Yeah.
You know, like...
This is like, what do you do? And because, like I said, I don't even think there's space where they could add a beer garden. Like, there's still National North, but it's not like a beer gardens. It's a closed off thing.
Was this the opening day?
This was Sneak a Peek.
This was Sneak a Peek, okay.
Yeah. I wonder if they'll have the beer gardens in the BMO. That would be weird though, right? Like, beer gardens are usually a patio outside.
Yeah. You like the outside theme, yeah. Fresh air on that.
Gatekeeping.
Tried to deter people from being wasted walking out onto the grounds.
But that's what you do there, is you go...
It is. It absolutely is.
Like, I literally distinctly remember having lots of fun. When I was younger, we'd go to Stampede as a group. Go to the beer gardens, you drink, you go on some rides, you have some fun, you talk, you find another beer garden, you drink some more, you go and walk and talk, and watch a concert.
Oh, fun fact for everybody. Calgary's #1 divorce rate is just after Stampede.
Shocker.
I always loved that stat, dude.
Shocker.
Yeah, shocker, right? You know?
Is Kevin okay? How does he cope with the recent Xbox news? I don't think it impacted anything Kevin specifically cared about.
No.
Yeah,
yeah, and none of the games cut where it was anything I was really looking forward to. I wish Xbox does well from a girlfriend. Yeah, you know, for the most part, you know.
Man, I waited so fucking long for Perfect Dark.
Yeah, I remember you talking about that one, and that's just done, eh?
Yeah, it's just over. Wow. Bristol might not actually survive because, you know, they were working on that, so. Yeah, kind of sucks. Turn 10.
And what was funny was...
I just want to add, there's new news, guys. Just so you know, Forza Motorsport is dead now. You will never get another Forza Motorsport. Xbox ended the franchise yesterday, so it's only Forza Horizon going forward. So, there you go.
That's interesting. So, what was it? Was that within that 20% range? I remember hearing like 2,000. When I saw it was 6, it was like, whoa. Seemed like an increase.
9,000 Microsoft employees, but 2,000 Xbox employees is the current estimate.
Oh, okay. So then they did, so they went a little under for one, a little over for another?
Well, this was the biggest Xbox ever had.
Yeah, which is sad.
Yeah. Like, so turn 10, they lost, 50% of their staff, and now they're just a support studio for Horizon. Imagine making a franchise, and then your studio becomes the supporting studio on that franchise. Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gran Turismo. Yep, Gran Turismo is better than Forza, I guess. Anything on Halo? As far as I understand, there was only a few job losses for Halo. Like, literally, like, 5. But yeah, Halo was largely untouched, and even then the numbers on that are kind of flaky. Yeah, we're not entirely sure on Halo, but the report from the people that did get fired, they said that the new Halo is a mess and it's not shaping up well. So,
That's not good.
Yeah. See, it's hard to, when all this bad news is coming out, you just assume everything else that comes out is correct. So that's kind of thing. It's like, you know, whenever there's bad news about Xbox, it's always correct. It's rarely ever false to the money. But yeah, the Halo remaster for next year is, they claim it's a fucking mess. But I don't know how that could be the case, because like you just slap it in UE5 and you click make look better, and that's essentially it for those.
Make look better. That's funny.
Well, that's what Gears is, right? Like, it's the same fucking game. It just looks better. Or that one guy that was complaining about the Locust teeth being too clean because Myra got them a fucking dental plan. She takes care of her soldiers.
How else can they show they're better than the humans?
Exactly. Better teeth, better fitness. That's how the Locusts get it done. That's how
I
they
never
win
thought of
wars.
that. You know how ripped everyone is. Like, surprised I never saw a skit of like the Gears getting together to like outlift the Locusts.
Oh, they all just start bench
You know,
pressing.
like, yeah.
They're just at like a beach and they're like, "Rrr, rrr, rrr, rrr." Marcus is like, "You can't rip this. Cole, get over here."
Coltrane, baby.
Woo! Yeah, he's juicing beforehand, Dom, and that they're all juicing, they're taking steroids. You're like, we gotta beat these guys. Cock forever. Well, okay, I also had another bit here that I thought was funny. Came up with this too when I was talking about the guy that was telling us about the teeth issue. And he's like, oh, it's too clean, all the garbage is gone. And I was like, well, yeah, you know, the Locusts are gonna fucking tidy up. The war's been done for like 20 years. It's like eventually they're gonna have efforts to clean up. You know, they're coming onto a new platform, so Myra had the Locusts come out there with some brooms, and they swept up, they cleaned up the garbage, they brushed their teeth. Ready for their new orders.
I like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Halo on PlayStation? Any one of these days, Jabba. Any one of these days. We're all more of a Horizon guy now, because Motorsport's dead. Rebrand Forza Horizon? I don't think they'll ever rebrand it. Forza Horizon is a very strong name. It sounds exotic and exciting. It promotes open worldness. The Horizon, yeah, they'll never rebrand it. But yes, Motorsport is dead now. Sadly. I actually really like Motorsport. But yeah, the disrespect to that studio though from Xbox is just fucking crazy. Like literally one of their core 3 pillars, and now they're a support studio. It was also really funny too seeing, well, not funny for the staff, but there was all these people that were laid off from Bethesda that were part of like Indiana Jones, and then Phil Spencer was sitting there playing Indiana Jones while the layoffs were happening.
Ouch, that would suck.
Yeah.
You know, yeah.
One guy was like, oh, I got fired, here's my boss, or ex-boss, playing Indiana Jones, the game I helped work on. Yeah. So that was funny. Also, has he not finished that game yet? It's been out for almost a year. Like, what's he doing? Suit for Hire. I don't think I've heard of that. Wait, is that the one with, what's his name from the Breaking Bad? Working with the superheroes, or is, you know? Yeah. I actually like Papa John's stuff. You guys not like Papa John pizza? I like Papa John's. Beyond good and
It's
evil.
my gal's favorite.
Is it? Yeah, no, I actually quite prefer Papa John.
She always gets the peppers. I don't know why the peppers
peppers?
are there. Like, I don't care. Yeah, they give you the little green pepper with it, each pizza.
I usually would do the special deal where you can have like 3 toppings, and I would do salami, pineapple, and then Canadian bacon.
Oh, that's a good combo. I always do the pepperoni and sausage, but like they give you like the green pepper in the box beside your pizza.
Oh, that, yeah. So she loves those?
Yeah, she loves those. And
Wow.
I'm like, why? You know, like who? I always thought, who was that for? And I guess it's for her. You know, like,
Specifically, yeah. I always ignore that, but no, that's cool. I guess it's kind of like when you get a pickle with something.
yeah. All right. Like,
All our parties lost connection. There's like 3 people inside of your character. That's weird. Okay. We'll just search again. Bit odd. You love the peppers too. Will I be streaming Tony Hawk and Ready or Not? I'm assuming Ready or Not is a game that I will have to cover, so probably. Tony Hawk, yep, 100% for sure. But Ready or Not, I'm still working out the finite details. I'm trying to secure a sponsored stream for that, but still in discussions. When your boss laid you off, he offered you a sandwich. Well, that's better than what a lot of people get. Oh my god. Okay, Kevin, in Marvel Rivals, they've added the Bully Maguire dance.
The bull. Really? That's hilarious. The full-on thing, eh?
Oh. But hopefully you guys can instead bully the like button. Oh, subscribing's great, donations cool. Consider becoming a channel member gifted, the Patreon option, and the Discord for stream alerts. Also, Amazon store. Dominoes? I don't think I really care much for Dominoes. I really like the Papa. I'm gonna have to see if there's a Papa John's nearby. Okay, so it's really weird too. I'm gonna have to ask Mitchell about this because he lived in. I don't think he lived around. Well, actually, no, he did live around this area. Everything is backwards for me driving wise now, Kevin.
What do you mean?
Well, you know how you get used to living one way in the city and you always drive a certain way in the city. The way I live now, everything's in reverse. Like, north south, south north.
Oh, okay.
Like all the roads, like how I take Deerfoot, how I go down Stony, everything is reversed now.
Oh, I totally get that.
Like I'm driving backwards everywhere. It's really throwing me off.
That's gotta be a nice mix-up, though, no?
I don't know. I'm very used to the comfort of like, oh, this is how I get somewhere, and now I have to like reconfigure how I like drive to get places. Like going.
I guess it would be interesting to learn the whole neighborhood, because like me, if you tell me any of the adjacent neighborhoods, I like know what you're talking about. I know how to get there. I know my own ways to get there.
Yeah. So just imagine all those are just gone now.
Yeah, that's got to be pretty interesting.
It's a challenge. Like I'm learning new roads. Like I used to never take McLeod. I take McLeod all the time now. It's super weird, honestly. Like it's like I was just sitting there today driving and I was like, because the way I got home, as to say, from the Stampede is backwards now. Like I get home a different way. So I had to think of how I got to where I parked for Stampede, but I like had to do it the other way, and I was just like, this is fucking weird. Because when I go to Stampede, it's just mine goes, let's drive to Stampede. Now I have to go, how do I get to Stampede now?
Yeah. Have you found some favorite spots you like to frequent now, living there? Or?
You know what? I'm actually really trying to do new things. So I got a couple like bar spots for certain days, but I'm only like, this is only like my third week, I think, or something like that.
Yeah.
Which hilariously, I started getting charged for everything now, so that's fun seeing my money disappear. But that's buying a house, right? But
yes, yeah.
The first month you kind of get for free, as odd as that sounds. Like you don't start getting billed until whatever. But like, yeah, I'm working
That's so
on it.
funny. The idea of those people and house sellers. The first one's free.
It is. It really is. Like everybody was just like, oh, and you don't get charged till whatever, and I was like, oh, well, that's nice. So I've just been kind of sitting there being like, wow, nothing in this house technically costs anything yet. I'm just like, all right. Yeah, so it's interesting, but I'm trying to, like I said, I'm really putting an effort forward to try to meet people in the neighborhood and do neighborhood activities and try out different like food places to see what people do. And everybody our age works all day, Kevin.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Yeah, they work all day, so I'm struggling with that, which is not fun. But I am putting in an effort to be sociable and to do stuff.
Everybody our age works. So, that makes sense. Either you're just starting something new, or you're probably middle management in whatever you're doing. Like.
Yeah. I'm just like, fuck. But I'm putting in an effort, which I think is good for me.
Absolutely.
No cowboy hat at all for Stampede. Well, okay, so like I have a cowboy hat, right? And we did two during the last stream. I was trying to see if we could, fund the cowboy hat during the stream. But my idea or my thought on it was, If I wear the cowboy hat at Stampede, you can't see my face, and it's gonna be awkward for streaming because you can't see really my face because it's just a cowboy hat. And how close the camera is to my head, I think it would block a lot of the viewing angle. So if you look at the IRL stream and how they do them, if you added a cowboy hat to my head, I don't think you'd be able to see much. And that was my thought process behind not doing the cowboy hat. I thought about it. I put the cowboy hat on before I left, and I was like, I don't think so, but yeah, I do have it there.
It's so funny. I remember trying to make the cowboy hat like, work a couple times, like in the summer as like a kid. And now looking back at it, it's just so cringy. Like I don't respect the cowboy hat at all now, unless you are actually a country guy. It's like it's the worst LARP.
I am never going to be embarrassed again going out to the countryside, Kevin, because I got my goddamn cowboy hat.
Yeah.
Never again will I go to the bar outside of the city and be like, everybody else has a fucking cowboy hat.
Cowboy hat, right?
Not going through that
I got a
embarrassment.
kick out of that.
I think I can rock it a little bit, but it's like, where do you wear it to? I was going to start a bit where every time I interact with my neighbors, I was going to wear it.
See, that's funny. This guy always wears a cowboy hat. Some guy asked him, like, so what, are you, like, from, like, a Innisfail or something? And you're like, no, born here my whole life.
No, you say,
That's
Kevin,
awesome.
you just be like, good question. Good question.
Yeah.
You walk away.
Don't say it. That would be a great mystery. I just assumed you were a country kid. Then.
Yeah. And then I wanted to greet everyone with howdy.
Howdy.
Yeah. But the neighbors are too nosy and they already interacted with me many times. And it's just like, can't run away from these people.
That's awesome. Well, like, I loved explaining it to a lot of people who don't, like, know about Calgary, obviously. Surprised most Americans don't talk about our city.
Yeah, well, a
you
lot
know?
of people on stream, I think where I'm getting to where you were going, were asking why everybody was wearing cowboy outfits and stuff.
Exactly, yeah. And I love explaining that. It's our one time of the year that we LARP.
Cosplay
like,
is,
it is.
LARPing, yeah. Same thing.
Yeah. Well, and like I get the kick too. My mom, when I was younger, brought up she never got why everybody wears plaid, as like a cowboy outfit. Like cowboys don't only wear plaid.
Yeah,
You
but
know
it's
what I
the
mean? Like,
look.
yeah.
Because all our
guess
if you go
it creates
clubbing,
the
guys,
vibe.
you're supposed to wear like the plaid outfit. Even out of season, you're supposed to, when you're doing the clubbing, you're still supposed to have that look,
Yeah.
which I find
It's
interesting.
just it's a funny look that we do, but yeah, like anyways, I was laughing with my buddies that yeah, we all LARP as cowboys, even though like unless you actually live outside of Calgary, there are no cowboys in the city, and it like especially nowadays, like you got someone moving from Toronto,
They are for the next 2 weeks, Kevin.
wearing the hat. Yeah, well, they are for the 2 weeks, right? Yeah. But it's a funny gimmick we have. It is fun though. It really is.
Fireworks
Which is
for 2
only fun,
nights. Yeah, I guess that would be annoying. The U.S. is doing their celebration stuff, right? It's weird to do that ahead of
4th
time.
of July.
If I brought a Costco hot dog to Stampede, well, there's not really any Costco's near the Stampede grounds. That would be quite a logistical challenge. I feel like your hot dog would spoil. Howdy, partner. No, seriously, I wanted to do
Kind
that.
of funny how all our Costco's line around the edges of the city for the most part.
It's strategic.
Yeah.
It's strategic. Indie game. Oh, you tagged on Discord. Okay, well then I can take a look at it, Liam, and I can see what it's like. Yeah. No, they strategically place all the Costco's. Because I was kind of saying, I think my area is underserved for Costco, actually, as far as how close everything is. But my area is still being developed and stuff. As most of the areas are, like, there's lots of I guess, like, outer ring, basically, communities that are being developed now, which is crazy.
They're almost all the nicer communities for the most part, too.
Yeah.
If you're, like, in the core of the city, that's where it's like, okay, you're in some 1970s building.
So just for, like, context, guys, like, we had our city, and then they planned back in 1977 that we would have a ring road around the city. They never changed that plan. They never adjusted the roads. They never, so for when they do plans in our city, they never adjust the plans based on population growth. So the ring road was designed for a population of, like, was it 700,000 people or something like that? And you know, we got like 200 million in the surrounding area and blah blah blah. We're getting towards 2 million. And they're just like, no, it'll be fine. We'll just do this ring road. So they never adjusted anything. And we're running into issues, but you know, the ring road is actually pretty great for what it is. I think it works pretty well now. But now we're building outside of the ring road, so there's now like an inner city. Like there used to be inner city, but now there's like inner city, and then there's like outer city on the outside of the ring road. Eventually, we'll get a second ring road, I think, in theory.
Yeah. My favorite is Deerfoot. What was built for like a city a third the size.
Well, okay, so also
one of our main highways.
I was looking into that because Deerfoot is a construction clusterfuck. Well, they upgraded. So the reason we have to upgrade Deerfoot now is because when they were making Deerfoot back in the day, concrete was expensive that year, so they said, fuck it, and they half-assed it. Did you know that? That's why they're doing all the upgrades.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
No. That's funny.
I read about that. I was like, seriously? So because people cheaped out in like the 80s or whatever, we're getting fucked now.
Pay for it now.
Yeah, because they were supposed to. So it was actually supposed to have, I think it's 3 lanes of traffic the whole way through from the start. But yeah, no, the concrete was expensive that year, so they were just like, oh, we'll just cut corners. And I was like, wow. My favorite thing, though, guys, is that we put a train right in the middle of the fucking street. What a smart idea that was.
I love that, dude. Oh, all these other cities that put it underground or up in the air. No, we run it right through the middle of the streets.
Fucking middle. I also love Eau Claire getting closed down. And for that green line, and then the green line funding falling out, so now we have a big empty fucking pit downtown.
Isn't that cool?
They should turn it into a lake.
Just a lake. Lake what was?
No, it's a big excavated hole. If you walk by there, it is actually a perfect candidate to turn into a lake.
That's funny.
Yeah, well, I mean, other than that, it's just going to remain a giant fucking useless hole. So that was smart of them. Yes, let's destroy downtown landmark in order to put in nothing. There's Jeremy, guys.
Take what you need, sir.
Rainbow Road. Well, you know, oh god, can I tell that joke, or is that too offensive? No, I think it's okay. I saw it on Twitter. Somebody was like, because Pride Month is over, Rainbow Road is now Empty Gray Road. You get that? Because all the companies changed their logos from...
Okay, I didn't get it right off the bat. I was like, what?
Yeah, because they do like the Pride Month, right? And then they change the logos, all the companies, and they pretend to care. But they're like, oh, Rainbow Road is now, you know, sad. Like they showed like a picture where it's all gray and desaturated because the month's over.
Yeah, it's
a slight chuckle. It's not a totally funny thing, guys. But anyways, I don't think that's offensive. Hopefully not.
I don't think so, no.
I'm always
I actually found a lot of... Sorry.
I'm always dancing on landmines when I'm doing my stream and what I can like say because I don't want to cause problems.
Actually, I get a kick out of that. There's so many things where it's like I'll think of something really funny, or what at least what I think is really funny. It's like no,
nope.
You know, like don't test the waters.
Don't test the waters.
You know, yeah. My favorite is when I have like a comment and I wait till after stream to be like, oh hey, so you know what I thought of?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's fine. It's okay. Man, it's crazy. In general, guys, we are funnier than the stream. At least we like to think we are. Country roads. I just saw the comment because it was Rainbow Road, and I was like, oh, this is a chance. Actually, did you know there is a Rainbow Road in Chestermere?
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's legitimately a road called Rainbow Road.
Oh, that's neat.
It's not even a nice road, guys. It's not even like even remotely as cool as the Mario thing, but yeah, it's
yeah. I'd instantly think of Mario for
Rainbow Road. Yeah, no, it's just a regular street that kind of actually it's at the edge. No, it's no longer the edge of Chestermere because they started building outside. Oh. Yeah, actually, I kind of miss going to Chestermere. I used to go there for walks quite frequently, but
that's the nicest of the towns. Okotoks is the worst. I'm sorry if there's ever someone from Okotoks watching.
Okotoks is just like nothing to there, but they have the dogs.
Oh, it's horrible. Yeah, yeah.
People love baseball there. But yeah, no, I went for a walk in Okotoks one day, and I was just like, "There's nothing here." But I want to go and visit their Costco.
Oh, really? Why? That's supposed to be really nice.
I just wanted to see it. I just like visiting
it's
Costco.
funny because Yeah, I didn't like because like yeah, doing that delivery job would go to
Oh.
every single town.
And there's a special
Yeah.
cafe there that's done in the styling of Take On Me, and I kind of want to see it.
Really?
Yeah, it's like a weird black and white kind of like plays optical illusions with your eyes kind of aesthetic, and it's like a little cozy cafe, and I want to check that out. I see videos on Instagram of it occasionally, and I go, that'd be kind of cool.
That's really interesting. I've never seen that. Cause yeah, like I've been all over Southern Alberta. Like I've heard of like towns that like most people don't know. I think I even mentioned it to you. I was amazed you knew like Natten.
I like Nan, but Nan doesn't have
Yeah,
really anything going
Natten,
on.
like yeah, there's like it's the middle of nowhere.
It really is.
You know what I mean? Like yeah, but like yeah, I've been all over Southern Alberta, seen some really wonderful things. Like Bragg Creek. If you see me living in Bragg Creek, I've made it. I love that place. I'm sorry.
That's a lovely little
but,
spot.
I like that. It's like as close to being in the mountains without being in the mountains as you can get.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Other than like actually living in Canmore in the mountains. Anyways. But yeah, like Okotoks sucks. Airdrie I thought was always second, but Chestermere blew me away. That is just it looks nice. Everything about the buildings, the setup, you know, they're a little cheesy.
I think
late
Cochrane's
when you're coming
kinda
in.
Caught up on them a bit.
Oh really? I see. That's funny. I never thought of Cochrane as like the immediate. I always thought of like the immediate outside as the 3, but I guess Cochrane's not that far away.
It's like 5 minutes now, man.
I
we've
guess, yeah,
really,
with
if you haven't been out that
expansion.
far, they've been building like it's
No, that's
Yeah.
fair. I separate Cochrane into 2 sides of the city. There's up on the hill and down.
oh
Because
god,
I
yeah,
find
the
up
fucking
on the
hill
hill is
there is
nicer.
just deadly.
Oh, that's an amazing hill.
Yeah, but I would honestly,
But I
I'd say
thought-
Cochrane's been making up a lot of ground. Like they've
Interesting.
really been building and doing a lot of infrastructure work.
They're capturing
Chestermere's issues all the embezzling and the corruption.
Oh, really? See, I'm unaware of that.
You didn't know that?
No.
Our provincial government had to step in and dissolve their board. And then those people
Oh,
reran.
really? And those people I love things like that. This is actually kind of funny. I don't think this would somehow get me in trouble, but like I was looking into my reserve or whatever, you know, like where the family and that is tied. I found in 2017 there was an article about how they were investigated by the Canadian government, their council, for corruption, and I guess a couple of them were found guilty.
Yeah.
From what I read in the paper, and I was like, oh. You know, reading that, I was like, wow, all right. Yeah.
I mean, corruption goes everywhere, right? But like, yeah, no, there was like embezzlement and corruption in Chestermere, and our provincial government, which usually is not, you know, if they have to step in, you know, there's a legitimate like, problem.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was thinking when I read too, because like you always
taking heavy fire.
when it's like corruption so bad that it's actually proven and you can read about it.
Yeah,
you
it's
know, like,
kind of.
Yeah. So no, I didn't know that with Chestermere. That's interesting.
Yeah, I like to joke about it while I'm out there. All the embezzlement. Are we gonna do zombies? We are not gonna do zombies tonight. No, we streamed when we did the last stream. We did zombies, and it took way too long, sadly. We literally we talked about that before the stream started. I was like, we're not doing zombies tonight. And yeah, I think you agree with me a bit, Kevin, because we were getting a little.
Yeah, it's the timing of having to do it. And,
Yeah, I mean, they always do it at the end. Like if they had given us the gold edition on Game Pass, we would probably have done maybe a dedicated zombie stream. But it's just the one map too. Will they ever bring back the giant Cheeto statue? You talk about Cheetle having the Cheeto statue. I think the Cheeto statue actually moved across the country to other places. You remember that, Kevin?
No, I don't
The
actually.
Cheetle. They brought a giant life-size, or well, I wouldn't say life-size, but like larger than life-size Cheeto to Cheetle. So Cheetle is a little tiny road with houses on it,
Okay. Yeah.
and it's like literally 2 minutes before Chestermere, or not Chestermere, sorry, Strathmore. And yeah, they had a massive fucking Cheeto that you could go and I guess take your picture with on the side of the road. It was really cool.
That's not interesting.
Yeah, that was a few years ago. It was like a whole thing, and I was like, we gotta do this, and you know. And I was like, oh, well, we should go and like eat somewhere here, and I was like, wow, they don't even have like a restaurant or anything. It's literally just like 7 houses. And that's like Cheadle he's like, that's the place. I'm gonna try to find a picture of that.
That's interesting. I know of like little, the Vulcan, like
Vulcan's
what's it,
neat.
UFO landing thing.
That's
or whatever
the
they
Star
have
Trek.
built. Yeah, yeah.
Leonard
I like
Nimoy
all the
visited that
dinosaurs
place.
and Drumheller.
Drumheller. I like Drumheller.
Yeah. You know, it's really funny to think, like, obviously, people we grew up with and stuff like that. Like, I know a couple that have moved to, like, BC or, like, other countries, but I really don't know anyone who's moved to, like, the surrounding, like, smaller towns.
I know somebody
Like,
in
it's either they
Strathmore.
go... Oh, do you? Okay. Because, yeah, I found myself that it's either far away or still here.
Yeah. Yeah. I think bring back the Cheeto. I gotta find a picture of that for you, Kevin.
I would like to see that,
Yeah, it's like a giant Cheeto that they had there. And it was like an official Cheeto from, like, Cheetos. Like, it was their statue.
They gave the okay and everything?
They brought it in.
Huh?
Yeah, they brought it in and left it there for, like, a month or something. It was quite something.
I had the story, sorry, this is totally random, but from my parents, that there was this place on 17th called Porky's, and they used to have
I've heard of
Porky the
Porky's.
pig. Yeah, you heard of Porky's?
I've heard of
And I
Porky's.
guess I got the whole story from them, that apparently they got into like big trouble, that someone came down and saw they were using that as the sign, and they got told that, yeah, you can't use that as your logo and all that, and they had to take it down, and I guess it's a big news story in the day.
That's fucking hilarious. Okay, so there's... You know, there's like a Super Smash Bros. Cafe or something. That's like right across from Sate. And I was always surprised that Nintendo didn't go after those guys.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's like...
It makes you wonder how many of those things are they just not aware.
I don't... There was like
Or
some
something.
pretty big news stuff about it too when it was coming out. So I was kind of a little surprised that nothing came of that. Cheeto, there's no results. I can't search just by Cheeto. The search feature's getting worse all the time. But usually the iPhone internal thing, because I'm searching off the iPhone, usually that's really good for finding stuff, honestly. Like, it strangely knows all my pictures, which is almost unsettling. But yeah, no, usually it's pretty good. But maybe it can't do brand stuff like a Cheeto. I might have to share it to you on Instagram, because I don't know if the picture was taken.
Baker's overrun.
Oh, there it is. Okay. 2022. Oh, that was a bit ago. Okay, I sent it to you. I sent just the posting to you on Instagram. I'd have to go find where my actual regular pictures of that are.
I'll take a look. I got my phone right here.
Anyways, it's been a while, guys. Be sure to like the stream, subscribe, it's great. Donations cool. Consider becoming a channel member. Channel member gifting, the Patreon option, and the Discord for stream alerts. There's also the Amazon store affiliate link. And don't forget to get your reading from the Magic 8 Ball.
It's even got the cheesy finger. Sorry, that's hilarious.
Right? That's a cool, like, giant statue. But it was the thing where you just drive out there. Like, Strathmore's not too far, and it's just like, you know, we made like a day out of it. It was just like a fun, dumb little thing to go and do.
I think that's cute.
It's really
Oh,
big.
what is it? There's that one art. I can't remember which town it is, or maybe it's on the edge of Calgary, but it's a pile of, like, silver stones, or, like, silver painted stones.
Are you
But
talking about
they're,
the
like,
ones that's
circles?
just rocks?
Yeah, it's like rock, but
Yeah,
like
that
it
thing's
looks
terrible.
horrible. Yeah, like that is just some of the worst art ever. Like
My favorite's
yeah.
the massive useless blue ring.
Oh, the blue ring? Yeah, that's actually kind of famous, I guess. It's been referenced. I've seen it in things for
They have one in
blue
Montreal
circle.
too.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, it's larger.
That's so bad. It's larger. So not only was it stupid, but we didn't even have the best one. Wow.
Yeah. Man, that's the dumbest fucking thing. It'd be like, why is there a giant blue circle on the side of the highway? Yeah, 2022. It was that long ago, Gabe. Makes you feel old. Slide. I think you can slide this one, can't you?
Yeah.
You showed real grit out there. Damn fine work, soldier.
Anyways, giant fucking Cheeto. I guess I could show that on the stream here, actually. This is like I think it was like a COVID thing, actually, the giant Cheeto. There it is, guys. So my hair's super long then. That must have been during COVID, right?
Yes. I would assume.
Let me just no, that was definitely during COVID because my hair was super long, and then COVID ended. I finally got a cut. That's exactly what that was. Well, yeah, I got the 4090 around that time. Fuck me, that was a long time ago. Still unmarried, but I got a house now.
That's okay. You and most people I know. Actually, there's that one conversation we had where I brought it up that almost everyone I know in like a long-term relationship at the moment, they're all high school sweethearts.
Yeah.
I don't know like anybody who like they met their partner somewhere else and they're together. And I was mentioning that to my one buddy up in Edmonton, and he brought up that he actually has 3 buddies that they met each other. But the one which was really funny was it was his friend dating his other best friend's sister when they were in college.
Oh.
I was like, oh, that's kind of awkward. And he explained that, yeah, that led to a lot of fights back in the day. But yeah, anyways, it was kind of interesting that he was the opposite of that. Yeah.
I guess things are just different there.
Yeah.
Backwards, some would say.
Ooh.
Oh. Also, can I just give praise to the air fryer?
Oh, air fryers are amazing.
Dude,
Absolutely.
I love my air fryer so goddamn much. I cooked, was it sausages and wedges today, and I was like, oh my god.
That's really cool. I think I've made this joke to you, but my problem with the air fryer is I'll find myself trying to cook too big of meals.
Yeah, it's gonna
like I've
be
had like
outside.
family over, and I've tried doing like chicken wings in the air fryer, but like to throw in an air fryer worth of chicken wings is usually good for me and my girl. Like if you're gonna feed everyone, it like triples the time.
Yeah.
Unless you just like throw it in the oven. Yeah. Anyways.
That's the
Kinda
problem,
funny.
but the results are better.
Yes, absolutely.
But for me cooking for myself, it's just like, it is perfect. PlayStation died. I wouldn't say PlayStation died until they moved one of their pillars over, but it's something I'm keeping an eye on. It is something I'm watching intensely now to figure out what happened there. Married a girl with lots
Do you
of
think
gamers.
everyone...
Ain't no girls playing on Xbox these days.
Do you think everyone who was really disappointed to see you like call the death of Xbox, they're just itching to see you do a stream?
Oh
for
yeah, no,
PlayStation?
it's like fucking
Yeah.
addictive, some of the comments I saw today.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's awesome.
It's quite fascinating.
Capturing Anton. Enemy has Bertha.
But yeah, I need to see something a little bit more substantial than a live service game get moved over. Something a little bit more.
Capturing Bertha.
Korean chicken in the air fryer? Team air fryers with all these people air fryer for life. Yeah, man.
That's funny.
It's just such a wonderful little thing. Like I threw in, like I had 2 sausages or whatever. I threw those in, and then I put the wedges around them, and then I heat it, and then, you know, you flip them, and you can heat it. And you're like, yeah. I overcooked it a little bit, the sausages, I'll be honest with you, but I gotta get the right times and temps down, and then I'll be cooking good, yeah.
Recon aircraft.
I've actually refound my love for barbecuing. I've always had a barbecue, a smaller one, but like never went and picked up propane for it. And then finally went and did that for Canada Day, had a bunch of family and all that, and ever since Canada Day, I guess it's only been 3 or 4 days, but I barbecued every day since.
Oh, you've
You
picked
know,
up the old man barbecue love.
I guess, yeah. I don't know.
You've got
Cooking
the-
outside, it's a
fever.
magical thing.
And you can barbecue like everything. I remember when I was younger, there was like a year when we were having issues where the oven wasn't working or whatever, and we just like barbecued fucking everything.
That's
It was
awesome.
glorious. Like with spaghetti and stuff, and it was more like my parents at that time. They were just like, what can we get away with barbecuing?
That's fine. I've never thought of barbecuing pasta. That's
yeah,
kind
no,
of fun.
spaghetti. It tasted really good. It adds like a distinct kind of like flavoring to it. I remember it being pretty good.
Enemy recon.
Reheating food in the air fryer. Yep, yeah.
Yes, actually, certain things like had Popeye's chicken the one time, had some extra chicken, decided to throw that in the air fryer.
It's
It
just the
came
way it
out like
cooks
it
it.
was fresh. Oh, it was brilliant.
Bomb ready.
Yeah, I don't have a barbecue yet. I got a toaster.
I'm like, wow, that guy did that.
Yeah.
I haven't had a toaster in forever.
I figured I'd need one to toast things.
Enemy recon aircraft.
No, that's fair.
Yeah, because I got waffles, and I was like, I can't cook
Actually,
these.
you know what? It's funny. I'm thinking of like a toaster oven.
Yeah.
Like a toaster? No, I have a toaster, but like not a toaster oven.
Yeah, toaster. Didn't come with a toaster, that was. Yep.
I assume all your appliances came with the house. Like you didn't have to go out buy a new fridge, washing machine, dryer.
Yeah, nowadays it's pretty common. So you get the washer, the dryer, the fridge, the oven, the microwave, and the dishwasher. Yeah. Because it's too hard to move that stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's not worth the hassle. And with the amount you make off of houses these days, it's just like, you know,
What's it matter?
what's it matter, right?
Enemy ready for orders. Awaiting
Because
coordinates.
like, fuck, if I ever buy like a new washer dryer, it's like, I'm gonna have to pay somebody to get that in there and out of there, I guess, because it's like, there's no way I'm gonna be able to. Grills, barbecues. You guys call them grills? I think I always call them barbecues, right?
See, I always think a grill is like more like an indoor barbecue thing.
A grill. Yeah, I think a grill is just like a flat kind of top thing, kind of like you would
Yeah,
get like
flat
a,
top, like
camping.
flat stove. Yeah.
Yeah. And the barbecue's like the proper thing. GTA 4 peak GTA. I don't know, man. I made a lot of money off of GTA 5, so for me, I gotta say GTA 5 is the peak GTA 5 or GTA game.
You know, it's so funny because like it was really neat. The friend system was incredible. I remember there was the one guy I stopped talking to in GTA 4 or whatever. He was the older guy in like the second act. Yeah, but like and he was all sad and disappointed that was, you know, basically like, hey, we're not anymore, man. That was the first time I was like, oh, hey, I should call my friend or something like that. You know, yeah, like there was stuff like that in GTA 4 that was really neat, and I like New York.
It's a neat backdrop
than LA. Like I think the whole like Manhattan theme in that is just cooler. So that was it. But like overall, I think GTA is the better game. Other than those few things I appreciate them for.
Mm-hmm. It's always been grills in Aussie. Oh, the Aussies are always weird.
I'm just gonna make the joke. I figured Aussie would be like the Barbie or something ridiculous.
Oh, around the Bobby. Yeah. Bake cookies in
That's
there.
what I love about.
Oh, yeah. I don't think you could make many, though, right? That would be hard.
Incoming enemy artillery. Get to cover.
A bit biased. Why? I like the game. It made me lots of good money. What's the problem with that? You think of games
For
as,
features? Oh, sorry.
What?
I was just gonna say for features and everything, I can't see where San Andreas wasn't the best. Like for like useless features that most people probably didn't even work with, like working.
Oh
out
yeah,
and
the
having
whole
your
FAT
girlfriend
system
and stuff like
is
that. Yeah,
fucking
like
fascinating, and the storytelling for
Awesome.
San Andreas is quite remarkable for its time. Like, really quite a groundbreaking game, honestly. You could see how they were perfecting their formula between 3, Vice City, and San Andreas. Like they kind of nailed it with San An. They were like, we learned all these lessons. Yeah, back when we got GTAs consistently.
Like, yeah, you didn't have to wait a decade.
Yeah, like every other year or something. It was fucking nice, but yeah, as far as bias towards that, it's like, you know, you see games as things just for fun and that, and I see them as like a tool of money making, and you know, if it's a game like I don't really care that much about GTA, where I'm like, oh, it's my passion's overflowing for it. It's kind of just a franchise like I cover to make some money off of, honestly. You know, it's like GTA 6, everyone's all excited about it. I'm just like, oh, we're gonna make a lot of money off of it, cool. Other than that, it's just like, lots of other games.
GTA is cool. I'll always love GTA because there was just a weird point where like me and my dad just sat there basically like swapping the controller back and forth, and we
The
like
swap.
played. Yeah, and we played GTA 5 for like a while there. That was really cool. Like, it was actually funny too when I'd show people my GTA 5 account. They'd be like, "Oh, well, I own the nightclub," or "Oh, I own like this business," or "Oh, I just bought the Oppressor," and it was like I owned all of that. But that's because that's all we were doing.
It's just playing GTA.
You know,
yeah.
like yeah. And then I started falling out. Like the last time I saw what everybody was doing, like my buddy owned like a submarine. Yeah, I don't own the submarine, but like I kind of like stopped playing by that point.
Yeah.
I think I last had with the nightclubs when you could own that thing, and then you could take all your like sell them through the nightclub. That was a lot of money. Yeah.
I danced in a nightclub once on stream.
Oh, did you? Well, one of my favorite things was when I was at the strip club game, and someone on the stream commented that I was.
Oh, that you were at the.
Yeah, because it shows you're at the strip club.
Yeah.
And, like, that is the dirtiest GTA has ever done. You're like, when you're there, it's like, come on, GTA.
That was so funny. Yeah, mostly I just play the game to play, like, poker and stuff on it. Like, if you guys haven't seen my streams for GTA, they're incredibly formulaic, you know? Like, I go in, I drive around, I do a bit about how I can't go to the strip club. Then, you know, I shoot some stuff, do some things. Last time it was pizza deliveries, but then I just go in and I play blackjack for, like, 2 hours or something, and then do, like, a job or two, and then call it a day, usually. I just don't really care. Everybody's like really obsessed with GTA, and I'm just kind of like, cool, this is one of the games, you know, I just have in rotation. Yeah, I just don't have the passion for it that others do.
Well, whenever any one of my friends that is like, oh, GTA is like my favorite game, I'm not gonna lie, they're almost always like kind of a hothead.
Yeah.
You know, yeah. I kind of associate that with playing like way too much GTA. Type of guy to still message you colorful things on Xbox, you know what I mean?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
A barbecue grill. Canadians stop being weird. It's just always a barbecue.
A barbecue grill, that just seems like throwing too much extra on.
Yeah, it's just extra work to say the same thing. Boot up GTA Online just to play blackjack. That's what I do in the streams though. You guys have seen them. I just sit there and play blackjack for like 2 hours.
That's what our mutual buddy and I used to do with the original Red Dead, is we just hop on there and play poker.
Yeah. That's what everyone did though for Red Dead 1. That's what Red Dead 2 was missing, was interactive stuff like that.
Yeah.
Random buildings in GTA 4. I guess so. I don't know. GTA 4 was fun. Like, we streamed, you know, a good amount of it not too long ago, and eventually I'll go back and I'll do The Lost and the Damned, but like...
The story, actually, sorry, just to throw out, the story was better in GTA 4. The whole, like, Serbian revenge tour was really neat with Nico, but I gave the big, long explanation last time, but, like, the moral lesson that I always love that followed with GTA, that if you mess with crime, bad things will happen. How that really followed with GTA 4, where GTA 5, that lesson is not there at all.
No.
It's, in the end, it's just everybody being badass, high-fiving each other, like, we got him. You know, I was kind of like, what? You know, anyways.
I find that GTA 4 handles the relationships a lot better out of all the other GTAs. And I'm not just saying as in, like, oh, you've got, like, a gal you hang out with, but, like, the dynamics of you and your cousin and like the activities you do, because like, you know, that's literally the running joke for like a decade and a bit on, is like, hey cousin, want to go bowling?
Well, yeah, right.
Like I find relationships not just in a romantic sense but in like a casual sense, I think GTA 4 nailed better than all the Grand Theft Autos, because you do actually kind of care about the people around you, sort of, if that makes sense.
Yes,
like you get to know them, and they're like, not to say that the other characters aren't two-dimensional in the other GTAs, but like you actually do genuinely interact with them in a deeper level in GTA 4. At least I felt so.
What was funny was the overall attitude. Like GTA 4, I found, other than the people really cemented in the crime, like, you know, like the Italian mobsters and all that, or the Irish gang, I can't remember all the gangs you hang out with, but like, I found just the basic people, for the most part, were happier, if you know what I mean. We're like Yeah, GTA 5 is really cool to me because it's such a timestamp of the 2010s. It is actually kind of even outdated to nowadays, like where they're going on about like, oh, you're a hipster. Like that was really funny to hear in 2013. I've never heard anyone use hipster in like the last
Yeah,
like
it's not
7
very common
years.
anymore.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Well,
Like
they're time
it is
capsules
kind of,
too, the GTA games.
Yeah.
That's the problem with
Yeah,
GTA 5 lasting so long, is that the Grand Theft Auto games haven't kept up with culture.
Yeah, but like, what was so funny with 2013's thing, especially like Michael's character, is it kind of seemed like a Gen Xer's like complaint list to
Yeah.
like millennials. You know what I mean? Like it was all, oh, how lazy everyone is, how everybody's only playing video games, how they only want stuff from daddy, and so like I do find the overall theme in GTA 5 really depressing compared to even the older ones.
Yeah, their lives kind of just...
Yeah, their
Terrible.
lives suck for the most part. Yeah, like kind of interesting how they do the theme, how they'll do the theme for 6. You know, like
Well,
I assume it'll be like very
it's a
online
Bonnie and
oriented. What was
Clyde
it?
story.
Yeah,
Modern Bonnie
but like
and Clyde.
yeah, like it was funny with like Lester, how his whole thing was that he was showing how like apps were gonna be like the big thing, and like how much like you like, oh, crime's not how it was back in your day, Michael. It's all computers now. Like that should be like even 10 times more thing. Like us, our mutual buddy, we were laughing that there's no way at some point there isn't like a crypto scheme or something stupid in the new GTA.
Should be
You know what
expected.
I mean? Like yeah,
You would assume so.
yeah.
Yeah. The strip club. That's gonna be like one of the first videos I try to make. Will be doing the strip club in GTA 6. Like even if you get like a monetization hit on something, but having the top search result for that video will bring you so many views and subscribers and stuff. Like it's actually gonna be a keyword to fight over. As odd as that sounds. Like I don't show that stuff in the streams because I don't want to have issues with YouTube, but like no, you want to be the person with the top search result for that, because even if you're not making money off of it, you're still getting like crazy view numbers. That brings in people in other ways. Yeah. But it's funny, he's saying a streamer friendly mode where it locks you out of the strip club. My only hope is that it never locks you out of liking the stream.
Oh,
what? Subscribing's great, donations cool, consider becoming a channel member. Channel member gifted, the Patreon option, and the Discord for stream alerts. There's also the Amazon store affiliate link. And if I forget after this, do remind me, we need to switch over and do some more matches tonight, because we just done 2 hours of domination. Time just fucking flies by when you're playing this game.
Oh yeah, it's so
Like this is COD when it's
you
like
just spend all night.
good.
Yeah.
Like this is COD when it's good and it just rolls and you don't even think about it.
I said it last time. It would if it was like, Kevin, this is the new COD, you know. Like, yeah. Anyways.
It's the last of a simpler, older time.
Yeah.
Mind's Eye. I like Mind's Eye. So they're talking about they're gonna try to do a redemption arc on that game, and then they've got like a multiplayer game coming out soon that's supposed to like tie into that. And I actually think Mind's Eye, there's actually like a pretty solid story and experience in there. It's just honestly, like if you guys play it, it's not that bad. You can finish it and stuff. Like it's not like Gollum. It's not like Gollum. GTA 4. Well, I mean, GTA 4 Online wasn't designed to, like, siphon funds out of you, whereas GTA 5's...
That's what it was built for.
That's
It's
what
probably
it was
why
built
it
for.
took so long to make a new GTA.
Well, the reason they didn't do new GTA because it wasn't financially beneficial. It's only because GTA 5 has started to decrease in earnings that they're like, okay, it's time for a new one.
Yeah.
You know, it actually peaked during COVID, but they didn't have projections for that being happening during COVID. But
Yeah. Well, who would have saw COVID?
yeah, who would have saw COVID happening, right?
Yeah.
There's actually probably a lot of corporations out there salivating at the idea of that happening again, because some companies just through the roof. Yeah, like a lot of people, they just throw out, oh, it's as bad as Gollum, like it's willy-nilly, but like Gollum, legitimately, you could not finish. Like, there's not many games I can think of where I, like, despite my best efforts, I could not finish the game because it just, like, would not allow me. Well, like, at the end of the game there, you know, I was doing, like, a long stream to get through it, but the beginning of the game, it works okay, but you can tell that they kind of weren't able to polish the ending, because when you fall in Gollum, the game would just crash. So if you did a parkour, like, there's a parkour sequence at the end, or near the end, like, literally, like, 20 minutes or so from the end, I just, like, I could not finish, because you would, and the game really lacked checkpoints, so you would fall off the wall, and then your game would just crash, and then you'd lose 20 minutes. So you do that again, you get back to that part, and you know, crash again, and then you'd lose 20 minutes. And there was just a certain point where I'm like, I actually cannot finish this unless I flawlessly Gollum this up, because you lose.
Sorry.
No, I was losing more time than I was
The terminology
gaining.
of like having to Gollum this up.
Gollum it up. Oh, fucking Christ. But like it's weird. I don't know if you've had situations like that for a game where it's like literally physically it does not let you finish it. That's what I faced.
I can't think of anything recently. There was one part with in Baldur's Gate 3, one of Jahara's quests or whatever, in Baldur's Gate, we couldn't do it. And my buddy couldn't explain to me why. He was like, we should just be at the point it should just activate here.
Oh, it's just broken
and it
entirely.
seemed like, yeah, like that was just broken. And that was like, you know, so I can't think of things, which is funny because Baldur's Gate is just absolute masterpiece otherwise. But that was one thing, last thing I could think of where it was like, yeah, I just like, you wouldn't understand. It just wouldn't work. It wasn't like, oh, skill issue or something.
You just
it's
couldn't
like, yeah,
get through it.
Right,
Because
yeah.
it wouldn't allow you. I had that issue too with, there's nothing more embarrassing than when you're doing a stream of something and something doesn't work. Like one instance was Cult of the Lamb, which is a very well-loved game. But when it launched on console, you couldn't get past the first hour. Because there was like a soft lock, and like if it triggered for you, you just literally could not play more of it. And then there was another game, Pacific Drive, that had that, where I got an hour in, and the thing that triggers for you to be able to continue driving did not trigger, so I had to just stop my stream. So
What was the one where the end of the game literally wouldn't work, and you had to like search it up?
that was Gollum.
Was that Gollum? Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's literally Gollum. I had to watch someone else's walkthrough to show people the end of Gollum, because it was like 7 in the morning. I was like, fuck it, I'm done. It was really funny. I tried so hard. Baldur's Gate 3 co-op with Kevin. I feel like if we started that, we just wouldn't get enough metrics to carry through doing a whole run of that game.
I think it would be hilarious. I
It would be
so
fun.
want you to see the Raphael fight. I think you would love it. Like,
I mean, in theory, we could try like a part 1 and see how it goes, but it's just like, we're just gonna not be able to ever finish that campaign, because it's just not gonna do well enough. Like, I've long wanted to do a Mass Effect run, but I'm like, I know I couldn't get the metrics to carry doing that many for Mass Effect. I think I could pull off Mass Effect Andromeda, though. That one's a lot shorter. It would be a 2-parter. I could do that one. I want to do
there
it
was, sorry.
as the woman.
Oh.
Because, so I played the game as the male, Mass Effect Andromeda. But, like, if you didn't know, the female character is apparently, like, a complete broken psychopath.
Oh, okay.
Like, her character, like, the character model and stuff, like, does not emote, and the voice acting is really, like, stiff and awkward.
Oh.
So there's, like, no layers of emotion, and apparently it's just hilarious to play as a female in that game. Like, legitimately, like it's a comedy, almost. And I want to witness that.
I love those gaps with the voice acting, like between the guy and the girl.
Oh my god. Like, we talked about this. Cyberpunk, Assassin's Creed Odyssey is one of them.
Yeah. Well, like, my favorite is Helldivers. That, like, the voice acting for all of them are pretty good. But there's the one gal's voice. That girl is proud to fight for Super Earth.
It's like the ladies in Chivalry when they added them, and the yelling was so intense. I loved it.
Yeah.
She's really proud. I hate having Yuri Lithithau's voice in Helldivers. Because, like, I just think of him as Spider-Man, and it's just like, Spider-Man's getting ripped and torn.
Oh, really? That's funny.
Oh, guys, I guess you haven't really done the Spider-Man,
Yeah, I haven't
right?
played it. Yeah.
Okay, so they have Larry's, like, the voice of Spider-Man is in Helldivers, and all I can keep hearing is, oh, my leg! It's like, oh my god, Spider-Man's getting killed.
That's funny.
It, like, psychologically, it, like, fucks with me. I'm like, Spider-Man's getting ripped and torn. I don't like it. Well, I stream Red Dead 2 if it gets a next-gen update. Yeah, sure. I was actually thinking of doing a Red Dead 2 stream because of the new online update that they did. We used to stream Red Dead Online, if you guys don't remember, but I stopped because there wasn't anybody playing it. But I did used to actually have that in rotation back during COVID. And then they just, you know, just fell apart, right? If you booted up your Xbox, would you slip in? Yeah, sure, man. I mean, it's open lobbies. It's not like we're, you know, closed off or anything. I was trying to get you in yesterday, Flock, but you disappeared. I was, like, messaging you in the chat, and you weren't joining. I was just like, oh, because I thought you wanted in, and I was just like, I can't find this guy. Yeah. The Thing Key Time? What is this in reference to? The thong. I think they're making fun of the Thing, and he's got, like, a thong or something? I don't understand. I'm so confused.
Not my best night so far. Not god awful, but not my best.
I've finished first, like, every match except for, like, 1 or 2 times, I think. Being
Nice.
a voice actor sounds like a fun job. I mean, it's like acting, right? You're just pretending to be someone else or trying to embody that, and... I mean, you get mixed results, but, like, when it works, it works. But for him, it's just, like, I can't get that out of my head that it's Spider-Man getting, like, mulched up. In agonizing pain, and just, like, why do they keep doing this?
What I get a kick out of, and I didn't notice it so much for, like, Kingdom Come, I will say that, but, like, playing Oblivion Remastered, it never bothered me as a kid that it's, like, the same voice actor over and over.
But you
But
notice
I
it now?
noticed it a lot more, yeah, as an adult. It's kind of lazy, if you know what I mean. Like,
I interviewed the guy who did the voice for Nick Valentine,
yeah,
and he plays, like, 20 characters in every Bethesda game.
that's funny. What was the one? I love the story. I think you could confirm it, because I heard that the guy who did Three Dog, who did an amazing job, wasn't allowed to work with Bethesda because he did, like, a leak on New Vegas or something like that. Is that a true story you ever heard of?
It sounds real.
Real, okay.
I'd have to look at it. Crap. Okay, we'll do one more domination, I think, and then we'll do war after that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that was a thing. So I haven't streamed Red Dead since June 18th, 2021. Or Red Dead 2. We did a
wow.
Red Dead 1 stream a couple of years ago. That was fun.
Was I there for that?
No,
No, okay.
but it would have been cool. I did it because they did the remastering. You remember that? Or they remastered it for the other consoles, but not for Xbox. But it was like, it's just a stream kind of based around that because everybody was talking about it.
What you're saying about them doing an Undead Nightmare for the second one, I'd be very interested in that.
It's out now. It's called Part 1. So I don't really know what it is, but people are like, this is as close to Undead Nightmare as we're getting. And I was like, oh, okay. So I'll have to, I'll look into it and I'll see what exactly it is. Because, yeah, it'd be neat to do a stream around that. I want to do Anthem before they shut it down, though.
Well, with how cool Undead Nightmare was.
Oh, it was great.
I never got why they never tried anything like that for GTA. You know how fun GTA 5 would be to have zombies all over LA there? Yeah, like...
I think the other thing, too, is there's a lot of tech debt with GTA 5 where it was clearly built for the 360, and you could tell that they couldn't really... They could never really take things further, because even when they did, like, the next-gen update or whatever for GTA 5, it does look better, it does run better, but, like, the character models and assets are clearly from the 360 era, like the women and stuff are, like, plastic dolls, and it's, the skin textures and stuff are not good in that game, but it was kind of interesting. Ursh would be a fun interview. Yeah, it would actually be a really cool interview. I can't remember who voiced Abby. Whoever voiced Abby, I almost had an interview with a couple times, but we could never get the okay from PlayStation to do it. But I don't know if I've... I think I got... I might have been in contact with the team that handles that voice actor's stuff. I might have been talking... I don't really remember if we got far on that one. Usually a lot of the time it was on a PlayStation game getting re-released, and me just not being able to get the PlayStation okay on that stuff.
Why don't they okay? Is it only metrics or like?
PlayStation, from what I understand, is they like to control the narrative on their performers.
Oh.
So they run all of the stuff internally, or the studios want to have a say in who gets to interview who and what kind of questions and stuff are being asked.
Interesting, okay.
Whereas some studios don't care. Capcom is another one that's pretty infamous for like locking down what actors are allowed to do interviews and stuff. Because like I would have had Frank West, but we couldn't ever get that cleared through Capcom. And I'm actually like, I'm in the Capcom creator group and stuff, and like I still could not really get someone directly that would be able to handle that, if that makes sense. Like it's like people think the interviews are kind of like simple, but there is a lot of, well, sometimes they are simple. Sometimes it's as simple as just emailing, being like, "Yep," and then you just do it. But like a lot of the time, there's like steps you have to.
Frank West would have been cool.
It was the new Frank West, but still, it would have been.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know, right? But it still would have been cool to like have that on the channel. Like. And then like I was supposed to do the Naoi from like Assassin's Creed. Like we had set that up and talked about it for quite a while. And then the team there, all of a sudden, she was just like, oh, she's just done doing press stuff. And then I saw that she did an interview with someone else a little bit later on. I was like, fuck right off. Yeah. And like, you know, sometimes things get rescheduled, and sometimes things just don't work out, and sometimes things are like just not as timely. And whenever you guys see interviews on the channel, be sure you like do check those out for at least a little bit, so it gets like view numbers, because that makes it easier to get other interviews. But it is hard to get them.
The views and the likes, all that. No,
it does. Well, we're not going to that segue yet, but no, it really does matter, because they look at the numbers, and that helps decide whether or not people are into it. Work calls. You enjoy your work shift, man. Uh-oh. That was a bad guided bomb. Yeah. Oh, Jason lives. Funny. All in on Infinite for a while. Who was all in on Infinite for a while? I think that was like a week here we were playing it. I always thought Infinite had problems, though, personally. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's been a firm narrative for me, literally, from the first tech demo I was doing. Something was off on that game. And people didn't really believe me. But yeah, with that very first test flight for Halo Infinite, which was a very popular stream of mine, but yeah, even when I was doing that, I was like, there is something... Although the very memorable part was Kevin... I don't know if you remember this at all, but the plasma pistol?
Yes, with the white stuff.
With the white stuff, where it was like...
Yeah.
Semen shooting out of the plasma pistol all over, and you could like... It was... Oh my god, that was so fucking funny. That was the highlight of that test flight for me. But when I was playing that game, I was like, man, there's something off about this.
I remember you liking, like, what was Cortana's replacement, like the AI or whatever?
The weapon. Yeah, she had her moments. I'm just saying, like, in general, though, I was not... Like, it's not a terrible game, necessarily, but it's, like, it definitely wasn't up to snuff. Like, I was just kind of like, it's not... I just, like, it kind of felt like it was off or something. You should watch my interview with Alma. It's actually pretty neat. If you're interested in some of the behind-the-scenes stuff, she talks pretty passionately, or, well, the voice actor talks very passionately about, like, they have a background in, like, directing, or not directing, well, yeah, kind of directing in a different way, handling, like, management directing or something, and then casting, and Jolly there, yeah, casted, or did the casting for Shogun. if you guys know that one, the Disney show and stuff. So I got a little bit of a conversation talking about some of the behind the scenes, and it just seems like Angeli's kind of like slipped into doing a lot of a big variety of voice roles, you know, from Genshin to Apex to Fortnite to obviously Alma in Monster Hunter, and then like a lot of other roles. It's quite interesting, honestly, if you're into the behind the scenes kind of stuff. And then obviously we talk about Monster Hunter too, but yeah. Anyways, pretty varied interview. What plasma? The plasma pistol. Do you guys not remember that? Go back and watch that stream, or go find that in the stream. So like the plasma pistol was lacking coloring, so instead of shooting like a green aftermath, like that covers all the floor, it was a white aftermath, so it'd be like a big pool of like white liquid on the ground. So like when you killed someone, you could like shoot the plasma pistol on the ground, and it would look like, you know, this was a very...
The jokes created themselves with that one, you know?
They really did. And there was like, I was finding, you know, those, like a janitor would put them out signs that's like wet area here or something like that, and
yeah.
I'd shoot the thing right below it. It's really funny. The Roger Clark interview, thanks. I wish the audio wasn't so bad, but it was so loud there. It was so loud there. I did my best. I asked and I asked. That's the thing with the expo too. It's like I ask and I ask. And I was like, please, can we like go somewhere quieter? And it's just like, nope. And yeah, at least I did sit there and I did all the closed captions on that one. But yeah, I'm not happy with the audio. I should see if the guy wants to do an actual interview someday where they have proper audio and stuff. He was genuinely, I think, the nicest voice actor I've come across. Like that guy really cared about his fans. The Velvet was in shambles. Well, we all do that for Halo Infinite. That's why it came out so bad. Fadil Wahid. Yeah, well, I mean, she's a model, right? So that's fun. Did I tell you about that interview, Kevin?
No.
So she was just the body of the character. And I did not know that when I went to do my interview, because I was like, I had all these questions set up about like, you know, oh, your performance and stuff, and she's just like, oh, I'm just the body, and it's like, and I was like, oh, because it's like the character, you can kind of see it, but they kind of made her not look at all like her at all, which is kind of weird, but like she's just the body of the character, and I was just like, well, damn, I had to throw out like half my questions and stuff. Very attractive.
Yeah.
But I mean, she's like a model and stuff. But it was kind of hilarious going to start the interview, and she's like, "Oh, I just did the voice." And there were some good bits on that interview too, because she didn't even know she was gonna be in Silent Hill. And like, yeah, this is the way they did the scans and stuff, and they're quite fascinating. We actually talked really long after the interview was done, because she was curious about things in the voice acting stuff and things that I've interacted with. It was quite a neat conversation. Some of the voice actors are genuinely like nice people to talk to, and they'll sit there and talk with you afterwards. Some of them are just like, I'm out of here, and they just like fuck off right away. But like,
yeah,
she actually sat there and talked with me for a bit. And yeah, it was.
It makes you wonder sometimes, like if the way the day is going affects that, you know?
Oh, definitely. If people are busy, you know, they got a tight schedule. Some people, they do days where they just book to do interviews, blah, blah, blah. Everybody's different.
Just had a massive fight with your significant other, and now you got nothing to do with you.
The worst one I had, though, was the brother of Finn Wolfhard. I was doing an interview because he was on the Netflix show that I covered, The Last Kids on Earth. That guy, during the interview, before the interview, genuinely did not fucking want to do the interview. During the interview, he definitely did not want to fucking do the interview. And before the interview was really even finished, he was like zipping out of there because he just did not want to do it.
Oh, just horrible attitude, eh?
Yeah, it is the worst I've ever seen out of somebody. Like, a lot of people, like, I don't think I've actually come across that again since. Maybe the guy for Resident Evil 4 who does, is it Leon in the new one? Apostolides or something like that. Those guys were not really friendly to work with at the expo. I was very pissed off about how their attitude was. Very bad. Kind of wasting my time really badly. But like, yeah, no, that was like, I think the only time where genuinely I was like, this person does not want to do this. Yeah, it's kind of funny. But yeah, most people, they sit there and actually talk to me for quite a bit. Which is nice. But I mean, it's some people, they want to learn more about like other people I've interviewed, or, you know, kind of get info and stuff. And it all depends on the person.
Do you think that's like testing to see like how big your channel is?
No,
Like,
I mean, they all know that.
Professional or something? Oh, they all know that?
I've had quite a few where they'll like literally know some of the questions I ask, because I give the Jeremy interviews an example, and they'll like know because they'll study it, and they'll be like, I've even gotten compliments of how great the Jeremy interview is from a number of people being like, oh, I really love that. And they want a similar quality interview. Even if it's not as like popular for views, they just want something of that quality to use in their like portfolio and stuff. And then some of them will recommend their pals too.
I never pondered that before, but I guess like if you're like a voice actor, you could also use your interviews as reference of like, oh hey, this is how I like conduct myself or whatever. Or like, oh yeah, I got interviewed about this, you know,
Yep.
Fascinating.
Because the guy who did Skiff's voice acting, he's newer to the industry, and he was so happy to have an interview. And that's how I got the other interview too, is because he told his buddy how much he liked being interviewed by me. He's like, this guy fucking interviews great.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so it's, you know, reference stuff is great. Just had a divorce and you're being asked about your voice. Well, I mean, I don't think you'd be doing interviews.
That's what I was thinking, you know, like you get two guys and one guy, you know, like he just finally had his crush text him back and he's like, yeah, of course I'll answer every question, you know, and the next guy, you know, like his mom accidentally passes away, you know, and he's like, oh God, like, you know.
You can kind of tell usually, though, like you can kind of read people. I've had a lot of voice actors too ask me if I'm doing the interviews because I want to get into voice acting, which I find quite fascinating.
That's neat.
Yeah.
I couldn't see why not. Like if you honestly got contacted tomorrow about being
I mean, I do it,
Gears
but
game or something. Like
I've had, like I said, multiple that specifically were like, are you doing this to get into voice acting? And that's not really why I'm doing the interviews. It's because I find them actually like interesting to do, and it's exclusive content that other people can't have. Like anybody can sit here and make a video on like these games, but like getting an interview, you can't do that necessarily.
Oh, absolutely.
Flak Smash is on the other team with a COD 4 insignia. I like that. Wear the COD 4 tag. Represent. Another day without fillet. Well, you know, he's a busy guy. Still working on that J word. Job.
Oh, I feel so bad for him. No, I'm joking.
No, I think he actually did get laid off or something at some point. I do kind of feel bad because, like...
Oh, that sucks, actually.
He always jokes about it, so you're not serious, but I'm starting to think that something did happen.
Yeah.
But you don't know, right? Because I don't really know people too much outside of what I read and create. Oh, yeah. Kevin keeps breaking up. Kevin is using...
Oh, am I?
It's not that bad. It happens occasionally, but it's not bad. I wouldn't worry about it too much.
Stop the enemy from rebuilding the bridge we destroyed. If they succeed,
He'll cause enough chaos during the Sam Bean stream. Ah, he was fine during it. That's funny. And nothing off limits. You will never get an off limits, no off limits thing from Phil Spencer. Microsoft doesn't agree to that kind of stuff. And he just wouldn't be interested. He would just shut down the interview and he would just leave. Which people can do. If they don't like how they're being interviewed, they could just leave. Which thankfully I haven't happened. I mean, my interviews are mostly pretty like softball kind of stuff, right? If that makes sense, like they're... I wouldn't necessarily call them like puff pieces, but it's not... I'm not doing hard-hitting journalism. They're just talking about a video game, you know, their work and stuff, and... Yeah, I'm not really doing hard-hitting journalism and those kind of interviews at all. It's just promoting the game, talking about the games, and giving you guys more context about the games.
Man, I really wanted to make the joke before my controller died, but I don't think you could get an interview with Phil Spencer because he'd be too busy playing Indiana Jones.
No, or Diablo.
There you go. Or Diablo, there you go.
He loves that during his layoffs time, so he goes back to his comfort games while everybody's being laid off. No, like I've tried to do an interview with Xbox before. You have to pre-send your questions in, and they have to okay everything before it happens. But like last time I sent in my interview, my Xbox rep at the time just didn't even bother sending it into Xbox, and I was like, what the fuck? Because like for my 100,000 subscribers, I wanted to do like an interview on the backwards compatibility because that's something we do a lot of did a lot of on the channel. And I was like, okay, well, I was basically like, okay, my milestone's coming up. I'd like to do an interview with someone at Xbox.
Why would we block off the wall going towards our point?
Stupidity.
Sorry, that's really dumb. Anyways,
I hate when people do that. But like, that was the thing. It was like, okay, well, who do you want to interview? And I was like, Ronald, Jason. I think his name was Jason Ronald, the guy who basically did the backwards compatibility stuff. I was like, I'd like to interview this guy, and they're like, okay. Write the questions, send them in, and we'll go and see if we can get them okayed. And they just never fucking bothered with it. It's part of my big issues that I have with that company. It's gotten worse, the people I work with now at Xbox, but there was definitely some issues there. For sure. It's a huge waste of time writing the questions, right? Huge waste of time. But I thought it would be really nice, and then we could have like all these questions about backwards compatibility and stuff. But yeah, Microsoft has very, very controlled interviewing processes. Not for their games, for voice actors and stuff, they don't give a fuck, but like staff and that, yeah, they have very, very specifically controlled interviews. Anytime you see interviews with Xbox staff, it's been like fine-tuned with like a comb to make sure.
Honestly, it makes sense. I kind of expected more of that in like any interviewing for like any type of industry.
Yeah, so like a lot of the voice actor stuff, most of the things are like, I think as I've explained, is like the voice acting field for video games is sort of emerging, and it's not really, wasn't there like a airdrop that dropped? Maybe I missed it. It's not really like super regulated, like say the movie stars would be. So it's like a little easier to go with things and not have issues or not have companies care. But I've had quite a few times where people will be like, oh, I'd like to have the questions ahead so that I can prepare, and I always try to like not do that because I feel like I get.
Really?
Well, my questions aren't difficult questions, honestly, and like they're not gonna like challenge people in a way that it's like, oh, you're gonna have. Oh, this is
trying to get an I got you moment.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get an I got you moment.
Yeah.
And I feel like I get more genuine responses from people when they don't see a question coming. Like when I do the, oh, how do you, like, what's it like to see yourself as a video game character? It's really neat to see people's faces and their like emotions kind of light up when they go, oh, it's so neat, or oh, it's so cool, or oh, it's so weird. Yeah. Because they didn't anticipate that question. Whereas if you read it, you already know. Like for the interview I did with Agatha's Ukrainian voice actor, they wanted the questions ahead, and they wouldn't, And I was like, okay, because it was, I think it was her manager was handling. I was like, it's okay if you read them, but like, could you keep them? Because she wasn't English native speaking.
Well, that would make sense, because I could see why you would maybe want them beforehand to see that you're not trying to like do like a jump you interview.
Yeah.
But I also kind of like that compromise though of like, yeah, I'll run it to like your manager to see that like, hey, I'm not like trying to like pull some gag or something like that. But yeah,
if you could, because I gave them a list and I was like, if you are going to give these a head tour, could you keep these XXX like private or not share those ones? And
yeah,
just so that there is a genuine response. And the guy, as soon as he saw the comments, he was like, oh, okay, there's no worries at all. He's like, yeah.
I can't believe I haven't done this, but I should watch your Tom McKay one, because I'd love to ask him about like how does it look to like see yourself in a game, because
he's literally him.
I saw him in the game before I saw him do an interview, and that was the most blown away, where it was like, oh my god, I'm looking at Henry of Skalitz,
It's literally him. It's only 5 minutes long. Yeah. It's because it's at the expo.
I figured, it would be one of the shorter ones.
They give you like 0 time there. Nothing you can do about it though. blah blah blah. But yeah, no, it's the interview stuff. It's a lot of like compromises and hoping things work out and scheduling and stuff. Mostly all the voice actors I interview are English though, so typically when an interview happens, I'll finish my stream and then I'll do the interview and then I'll go to bed. So that usually works out pretty well.
Yeah.
Which is funny. Because like our time here is like morning for them. And they're almost always British, kid.
Almost always.
Everyone is from London. I would say 70% of the interviews are people from London.
I always got a kick out of, like, even just Hollywood in general, though, how much the UK has influence in, like, Hollywood.
Oh yeah, no, they kind of dominate it, which is funny because you don't think about it because the
Yeah.
accents aren't there and the performances. But,
Yeah.
you know. I mean, they are where the language really is, you know, from and stuff, so makes sense. Shiva from Resident Evil 5.
Do you ever see that one video of all those really famous British actors doing the to be or not to be, that is the question?
I think I've seen that bit, yeah.
Yeah, I love that. And like some of the performances, I totally get it. Like when David Tennant is to be or not to be, that is the question. And it was like, that's so David Tennant, you know, or whatever. But it was so funny to finally get the king up there and, you know, have him do it. And it's like, well, it's nothing if not the king's, you know. Like,
The King's Way is the way.
yeah.
We'd have to have like a Resident Evil 5 remake or remaster to interview that. You gotta kind of, I don't know how to describe it, guys. You gotta kind of have like something to tie the interviews into. Otherwise, most of the time people don't care. People only want to do interviews when they're promoting something. Otherwise, it's someone's time, right? Unless they just like their role. Like the guy for Fallout there, I can't think of what his name is, but you know, he did Nick Valentine. Everyone else that I tried to get an interview for Fallout 4 with the update coming out, which was like everyone. I really tried like practically everyone there from the big, you know, list of voice actors, and I didn't really get any replies or anything, you know, people interested in it. And he was interested because he genuinely, you know, I think he's a little bit older, and he genuinely just likes to talk about the character. But,
That's cool.
But yeah, most of the time, it's like you got to get people when they're promoting something or promoting themselves. And it's hard. It is hard to do that. UK is like acting university. That's funny. You have the Xbox One version of this. Well, there's only one version, guys. For Xbox games, there's only like one version for most games, unless they're those weird indie games where they're just farming achievements. Like your Xbox One version is the same version that you on Series X. There's no difference. You usually always just get the better version of the game. And then there's Black Desert where you have to download a new client. That's weird. That one's very, very weird. Yeah, but that's a rarity.
Enemy airdrop incoming!
Nick Valentine. Well, the funny thing is like a lot of the voice line, like a lot of the voices that guy does, because he does like 20 voices per like Bethesda game. It's unreal. But like those voices are all different voices. But like Nick Valentine is literally just that guy's voice. Like that's just how that guy sounds, is Nick Valentine. But his other roles, when you listen to him in other characters, they sound different. But like Nick Valentine is literally just him, which I think is kind of funny.
Weren't you saying the guy that does Guilty Spark, like he throws his voice very well for that? Like there's not like any like tweaking to it?
No, he just does that. I always thought Guilty Spark was like, you know, a synthesized voice, but no, that's just, the guy can just do that voice on demand. Oh, that was another thing that was a bummer, is when I did actually find out the correct voice actor for, like the person that did the voice for the Silent Hill character. It was a character that did a bunch of the bug snacks, and I was like, no, I should have done that interview. Yeah. The lady was like 7 of the bug snacks, and I was like, fuck. But no, I like the Dale Wake-It interview. I think that was a nice little interview. People like that one. Because she's pretty. I get it. This runs at 4K. This runs at native 4K 60. Native 4K 60 on the Xbox One X. I know, crazy. Boom. You gotta hand it to COD, man. The devs, they always put out very good, clean, well-running games every year. It's kind of amazing. Like, at least high fidelity, high quality experiences. Bugs and balancing issues aside, of course, but you know.
Yeah. No, but they're really. I find every COD I play, there's not a ton of bugs.
No.
It's incredible how they have such a gold standard for putting out a game that works year in, year out.
Year out. It's amazing, actually.
Yeah. And like, especially when it's like, oh, if GTA getting held back again. Now, is GTA a million times more complex than COD? Yeah, I think so. But, you know, like...
Yeah, their output is insane.
Yeah.
It's sort of like mine, so you guys could appreciate that by liking the stream. Oh, damn. Subscribing's great, donations cool. Consider becoming channel member. Channel member gifted, the Patreon option, and the Discord for stream alerts. There's also the Amazon store affiliate link. Also, crazy, yesterday, I guess, because it's tomorrow now, was the 40th for Back to the Future, eh?
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, 40 years Back to the Future.
That's funny to think about, like, what was it? I saw one post showing Destroy All Humans, and this was like last month, it was 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And that was like, oh my god, because I could tell you exactly what I was doing when I got Destroy All Humans, you know what I mean? Like,
that's when you're really starting to get old.
That's what I'm saying, but yeah, and you hear that is 20. Like, Destroy All Humans is already 2 years into voting age, you know what I mean? Like, but, yeah, I couldn't imagine, though. That's gotta be crazy to be, like, 50 and hearing about how, like, Back to the Future is 40 years ago. Like, yeah, like, that's any feeling I have, that's gotta be just, like, absolutely double.
Well, imagine how Spielberg feels with Jaws turning 50.
Yeah.
Right? Something you made being that old, that's just crazy. Actually, speaking of old stuff, I was at the registry getting my, because I had to update my license because I got a new address. Which apparently you're supposed to do within 14 days. Anyways, yeah, and afterwards when I was getting everything, like, okayed, the lady was like, I can't believe how old we're getting. I was just sitting there, I was like, what? She's just like, yeah, every time I see the number, I just can't believe the age we're at. And I was like, I assume we're around the same age.
Same age? That's funny.
Because it's like, I wouldn't have access to how old she is, but she could see clearly how old I am. She's like, doesn't it just draw on you sometimes how old we are? And I was like, yeah? And in this situation in particular.
That's funny.
He's like, we're just so old now. And I was like, is she having like an existential crisis day or something? I was just like, this is bizarre.
What I get a kick is some of the earlier 20 boys in our group or whatever, when I'll talk about, like, man, you really start to, like, feel like some of the years go by, and one of them will be like, yeah, man, and it's like, shut up.
You don't even know yet.
Yeah.
What?
But, yeah.
GTA.
There's no way we're losing to 3 guys right now.
Well, they're just a good team. I mean, they got Fox Smash over there, right? So, they haven't played. Well, I'm glad I'm here to deliver content for you. GTA will sell very well, Zero. You don't have to worry about it. Although it would be hilarious if GTA did flop and bomb. I think that would have like a catastrophic impact on the industry.
Oh, if just nobody cared about GTA?
Or it flopped at all. Like, just... I actually think that would be catastrophic for them, because the amount of money they put into that game is insane. Because, I mean, like, just because we're all assuming, and I mean, it will sell well, but just because we're assuming it's going to sell well doesn't necessarily mean so.
All it would take is a word-of-mouth hate campaign.
I think GTA could shake that off.
You think?
It's like hell. Like, I mean, Half-Life 3 could be a 0 out of 10 game, and it's still going to be one of the most sought-after things ever, right? Like... It's just one of those games where it's the legend around it. It's so big.
10 seconds left.
Yeah. Zero's having some deep thoughts just because he's been drinking all day.
Good for you, Zero.
Kid's got a problem.
ponder the universe.
Put the dogs inside? Yeah, if you're worried about there being fireworks, you just bring them inside and, you know, be a good owner. Throw them under a blanket, hold them.
There's no way, dude. That's kind of frustrating.
We lost?
Yeah, to 3 guys.
I'm first on the team, so this is not on me. I'll just put that out there.
I also have a theory for our...
Oh, Kevin, he lulled us in the chat after beating us.
Oh, did he? No way.
Yeah, Fox Smash is a viewer. That was such a 3 out of 6.
Is a viewer. Oh.
He's making fun of us.
Hey, shut.
You know what? That was
sucks.
earned. You earned the ability to make fun of us there.
3 guys.
Fucking embarrassing.
And not just like...
Okay, you talk
like,
about to the
barely
bathroom.
beat us.
Fuck.
Okay. Yeah, I'll give it the credit to you. Not just like barely like beat us. Like actively we were having issues pushing there or whatever. That's crazy. But I think you were using the trench gun or whatever in that. I didn't realize just how much that gun kicks ass in this game. Like that seems to just like tap you from a decent distance. So I'm here for the love of shotguns, you know, not enough games to give it to that, but like goddamn, good job. How would you not have classes, though? Like, your rank, wouldn't that give you classes? So you're just choosing to use the standard? I wouldn't get that. Gabe, my day was actually pretty decent. Thank you for asking. I hope your day's going well, too. You know. Yeah, this game's a blast. It only shows my kills on this. I wish this game mode counted to, you know, the overall stats. I feel like my stats would be even better. Hey, how's it going? That's cool, getting the highs. Oh, and a love Kev. Aw, shucks.
Is this the only war lobby? We waited too long for war. Oh no, we're good. Remind there's 3 lobbies. Getting some love Kevs. Good for you.
Yeah, no, that's nice.
Did you bask in the glory of losing to 3-on-6? It sucks so much.
Yeah, we were laughing. Yeah. If one class with 2 others are set up incompatible with this mode. Oh, that would make sense. Okay, because I'm just like sitting there thinking, like, I know you're prestige, but like you're like level 40, you know? Like, what do you mean you don't have a class?
Yeah, no, there's rules for war, right? Because there's certain things
yeah.
you can... Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Fuck, you can join our lobby now and be on our team and bring us to victory.
Right? Yeah, I don't want you guys to play to kick my ass. I want you to carry me. You know? No.
Yeah. Why do I always have to carry others? Why can't people carry me in life?
I mean, right.
Did you watch... You said that last time you didn't watch Squid Game, right, Kim?
Which one?
Squid Game?
No.
Yeah.
Is it a recommended thing? Like, to check this out or no?
It's like a cultural phenomenon, but
Is it?
I don't think you really miss out on anything not watching.
Because, like, I brought it up last time, but with that Tiger King one, that did not interest me like at all. I couldn't care less. That dude was really weird. Like, what was it? Didn't even try to get someone murdered. It's like, okay, so now you're kind of a bad person. You know what I mean? Like, anyways,
It's just like trailer trash during COVID was the thing there.
it was absolute, you know. But yeah.
But the Squid Game thing, it's basically just another Battle Royale Hunger Games kind of thing about
Is it? Okay.
wealth equality. It's just a bunch of people are desperate to win a ton of life-changing money, and, you know, they get killed through a series of games.
Because there's like a
not
couple.
bad.
My buddies make jokes. Like I don't know. Like it's funny using the word hipster, even though it's not relevant. But like, don't want to be a hipster. But I haven't watched a lot of like the really popular shows. I kind of avoided Game of Thrones for the longest time throughout the 2010s. But then when I finally watched it, it's undeniable. It's an excellent show. And that's where like my one buddy joking because I don't watch The Boys at all. But he was like, watch. Eventually, when you watch The Boys, you'll be like, oh, it's so incredible or whatever.
I've watched The Boys, the first season, I think, or something like that. It's okay.
Do you really enjoy it, or?
It's not.
Breaking Bad, I couldn't really get into.
Breaking Bad is great, but it's also one of those AMC shows that suffers from being kind of bloated. Where they're like padding for time a lot of the time and keeping the budget low.
Interesting. I could get that with AMC though. Like the Walking Dead filler episodes are.
Oh god. You know, Walking Dead was something they could have kept successful for so much longer had they just put a little bit of fucking effort in. But man, did they maximize profits on that thing. And you can tell.
Well, there are certain characters, like the Negan bit or whatever. I always love making a joke, but it felt like torture.
Oh yeah,
like,
definitely. Yeah.
You know, watching it, like it was just over and over, and I was like, okay, I get it. It feels unstoppable. And then the next guy tries to fight him, then he gets brutally murdered, and all this stuff. And I was like, okay, this just isn't fun anymore. And the Eugene guy, I still think that was the dumbest character ever presented to me to try play off as, oh, he's so smart. Like I hated that guy. I couldn't survive with that guy for 5 minutes. He drove me nuts. You know, like, anyways.
It went on way longer than that.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah. Oh, what was it? There was one idea of like, or his big genius idea of pouring melted steel over their heads or whatever, so then you couldn't penetrate the brain. That was so genius. And it was like, do you know what? Like, if you saw Game of Thrones, right? When Drogo poured the gold over dude's head, like, that's what would happen. That would melt right through. That would kill the brain. Like, that's not some genius idea. Like, that was just god awful. Yeah.
I kind of trailed off when Glenn.
Oh, did you? Oh, and did you see the Thunder, the garbage dome? That was awful too.
Under the dome?
I think that was around the time. The garbage dome where Rick went to the one people and they spoke all backwards and she was like, snoo snoo, go before 4 times.
I was done way before that.
Oh,
I heard about that though. But...
Oh, it was awful, dude. It was like a garbage dome they had set up where you had to like fight a zombie in it. And like when he saved, they came out and they were like, you perform well. And it was like, oh my god, it's been like 2 years. Like, how have you lost your grasp? You know?
Yeah, you gotta fill the time slots. And... Yeah.
Sorry.
As I was saying though, is like there's so much, like I think season 2, they just walk the whole season. It's just walking. But man, was that a phenomenon when it was actually like popular.
Oh, walking, that was huge. Those first couple seasons, man, we talked about it before. I would get together with the family and we would watch Walking Dead all together and we would watch Talking Dead after. Yeah, that was a big thing.
AMC had some good stuff. Mad Men. Big and Bad.
Actually, just to give you more props, not only did we get smacked in the 3v6, but we proceeded to absolutely dunk on these guys after. You know?
Doesn't make that 3v6 loss any better, but...
That's what I'm saying. Well, because these guys didn't stand a chance, you know.
That's just how good Flak and his team was.
That's funny.
Aye. We're gonna stop these guys from gassing up these tanks, right?
Absolutely.
Zero was on the opposite side. Oh, he is.
Oh, is he? Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. It's nice to see some lower levels in here.
Yeah. You know how embarrassing that would be in a push to hear, like, not only did they break through your guys, but they also stole your own fuel to fuel their tanks?
That's how Blitzkrieg
like,
worked.
Yeah.
That was literally the Blitzkrieg method, was like to cut off supply lines before they react and steal their stuff to fuel your ongoing advancement. It was a genius tactic.
Gas canisters? Oh.
You know, until they catch on and you don't change your tactic, but like, it is kind of genius.
All of that bit, they were like the first real guys to attempt mobile warfare. It's not like everybody had a whack load of tanks in a war before this, you know? Like, it was kind of like, hey, what if we tried this? Yeah.
I mean, it was a really good idea that someone came up with that, honestly. Like, genius. Just being like, oh, what if we just fucking rush, we take their stuff. Well, I think it was the Russians catching on, and then they just scorched earth everything. But then again, I don't think you expect your enemy to scorch earth their own supplies and do acid.
The Soviets are really fascinating to look up in that war. How, like, much they fought.
Oh, yeah.
Like, how hard, yeah. 23 million dead, like, yeah.
Tooth and
I got kicked to the main menu.
Can you rejoin possibly?
Pulling back.
Try.
I think there's still a slot open for you. What the hell is Dino?
No. No. I got nothing.
Who's Dino? Oh, that's Dean. Fuck, I always do that.
Advance now.
What about that? Were you able to join there?
No. It says the game will end soon.
Restart your
Beast
game.
retreat.
Restart my
Yeah,
time.
you got one of those errors. Restart your game. One thing I couldn't get into, I watched all of Breaking Bad, but I could not get into Better Call Saul. The whole,
Oh, really?
yeah, the opening episodes just did not do it for
They
me.
got a tank across the line. Don't let them get another.
I had a couple of their shows. Like, I was really enjoying Walking Dead, obviously. But that's by the time my gal was really into Mad Men. I never checked
Oh,
that
Mad
one
Men's
out,
so good.
obviously.
He's falling back.
Breaking Bad was huge, but then they had the other ones, like the Hell on Wheels. I never bothered with that
Never got
one.
into that. You know that was shot around here or something? Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Hell on Wheels. I remember Into the Badlands always getting advertised. Never watched that.
That Turn one.
Oh yeah. Was there Halt and Catch Fire was supposed to be good?
Revolution.
Never watched that.
He's moving forward.
You just remember all the shows because they advertised all the other shows.
Yeah, it's all you'd ever see. And then it was actually when we were scrolling Prime. Same thing. Unable to join.
Ah, that is so weird. Alright, well, I will back out and pick you up, I guess.
Oh geez, what? Yeah, when we were scrolling through looking for a show, they were showing that Fear the Walking Dead was leaving Amazon, and I was like, good, because like that one bothered me. Oh yeah, it was. It would suck, dude. I remember even when they played it up.
Was that the one in LA?
Yeah, and their whole gimmick was they were like, oh, did you want to see society collapse? Because we'll show you how. And I was like, oh, this should be really interesting, you know, like. Yeah, and it was like the second episode in where like dude like falls asleep or something, and they're like, "Oh, society's collapsed," and I was like, "What?"
Yeah, they blitzed the first episode was so neat, and then like I think I literally stopped watching after the second episode or something because I was just like they just skipped all of the collapse.
Everything they promised the show would be about, and then it just ended up that you're supposed to follow these guys in the zombie apocalypse. It was like, oh, I don't care about any of them, you know, like.
And I think, did they just end up going to like a boat? Wasn't that like the whole thing?
I think that was
going
the
up
gimmick
like a boat?
too. Yeah. I always loved my dad's idea of getting, you know, those metal machine crushers. They like destroy basically everything.
Oh,
Yeah, I can't think of their proper name, but like the big metal, like it almost looked like a wood chipper.
Yeah, I know
almost,
exactly what you're talking about.
Thing. Yeah,
it's
anyways,
crusher, pressure
and just
thing,
getting,
whatever,
yeah, and like they're just incredible. But just getting a line of those things like around your house, I think that obviously the biggest issue would be how would you power it.
Yeah.
But like if you could somehow get that powered, like nothing, it wouldn't matter how many zombies were trying to walk through, they would just fall in and just get like mushed, you know. Add like a layer or two.
Oh, there we go. We ended up. It's us versus Zero and. Oh no, that's Sub-Zero and Fox on the other team. That's funny. And the zombies. Why did I leave? Because Kevin couldn't reconnect to Zero. That's why.
Yeah.
No, because of you.
Apologies.
Your alcoholism.
No.
No, so Kevin could not reconnect. So. I guess we could have picked everybody up as a party group, but I don't know if that would help for matchmaking.
Yeah, that would took some foresight.
Yeah, that would have been pretty logical because we could have 4 people. Can we technically maybe field a full war team, like 6 players?
Should we back out and try?
No, I think, well, Bach is in here against us.
Fair enough.
I'm like, who else would we have join? We need like 2 more, but yeah. Oh, Larry's all into Kevin here. After season 7, it tires out. Which I guess is impressive when something gets tiring after that many seasons, but... Yeah, Breaking Bad I really liked, but I don't think I'll ever watch it again. I don't need to. Yeah.
They're taking the command post.
Yeah, sorry about that, Zero. I didn't really think about it. It was just more like, oh, Kevin's not here. Let's get him. Well, I mean, we did the steps to try to get Kevin to come back, and it didn't work. And then I was just like, okay, we'll just back out. Yeah, we'll stick with this. Sorry about that. We could do zombies. We're not doing zombies tonight, man. Not at this hour, nope. The only thing we're doing at this hour is asking you guys to like the stream. Oh, subscribe and great donations. Cool, consider becoming a channel member. Channel member gifted, the Patreon option, and the Discord for stream alerts. And the Amazon store. Canadian English? It's just...
The enemy is building a bridge.
They're building a bridge. What's tomorrow? Friday? I'm on the schedule. I might do this again tomorrow, I guess. I was kind of hoping I'd get like a code for Beavis and Butthead's thingy or whatever. I guess it's double XP weekend, but I'd rather do that on Saturday and Sunday. We might do this again tomorrow, Kevin.
Sure.
Maybe there'll be more people because it'll be a Friday too. I like this game a lot. Yeah. It's just English, Larry. Generic English.
Don't let the enemy build their bridge.
Oh, I always like that there's like certain slang or whatever that works with like areas for the country, like.
Oh yeah, for sure, but like the
ask
games.
someone to. Yeah. Oh, English, yeah.
The enemy is building a bridge.
Kevin, they're building a bridge.
What? They're building a bridge.
If you stop.
Our mutual buddy will always make me laugh. I think that was
Turn it
8
off.
years ago when we did that. Yeah, he's just like, I gotta turn that off. He's like, that is obnoxious.
I love it. It's fucking funny. They're building a bridge. The Kevin segue reactions, they are pretty gold. It adds to the experience of the segue. Most of the time, I don't know how the segues land because I can't hear anything, but at least Kevin adds to it a little bit.
Yeah.
Flush them out.
It is so hard to do that though. Like I imagine comedians have it like a little bit easier because they can like read the room.
That bridge must not be built.
But I'm just,
Yeah, I think reading the room. I like that point though, that with the like, late night shows and that they all do have their little, their Kevin.
yeah, they got a
There,
little
you know what
person
I
they
mean?
bounce off of.
Yeah.
The Rick or what's his name? Andy Richter.
Andy Richter.
Yeah. But like it is.
Yeah, I like to think I'm like Andy Richter, but likable. All jokes.
Oh,
No, I'm joking. No, I'm joking. No,
there you go. But it's like, I don't know, man. I just like a lot of the time I just talk into the void and I have no fucking idea how things land or if people find things funny or if I offend people. I kind of just go off of the stream numbers, whether they grow or go down. You know, you tell a bad joke and you see the numbers drop and you're just like, oh, okay, well that didn't work. But
If it's destroyed, we lose the ammo for our Flak Tower.
4th of July. Oh, that's what that is. But no celebration for the Canada Day, eh there, Laurie?
Airdrop incoming.
Or times. What are you even talking about, Zero? I can't.
That's why I know Canada Day is better because it comes first.
Supply.
That's funny. Not sure about it. I went and saw the F1 for Canada Day. I really liked it.
Did you?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it actually. Yeah, I guess we didn't talk about it, did we? Like, I never remember this.
No.
But no, I was like, it was predictable, but it was a really well done, fun movie. I actually really liked what it
Don't
was.
let them destroy the ammunition supply.
I hand it to Brad Pitt, man. The guy is indeed a movie star. Even at his older age, he can
Pitt's-
still carry.
I just think Brad Pitt's one of those actors that as the older he gets, he just kind of plays himself.
Yeah. But kind of like Clooney, where it's just charismatic and it just works.
Yeah, fair.
A
Yeah.
bomb's been planted on our ammo supply. Reinforcements are coming to protect the ammo supply. Disarm the bomb.
I mean, you know, he's done all the acting work and all
Disarm
the
the enemy bomb.
tense stuff over the decades. And
Oh yeah, well when you're that established, you know, like people are probably just trying to get you in the movie too. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
They're, you know, it's Apple's first like major success. So they're already talking about doing a sequel, I
Planted a
guess.
bomb on our ammo supply.
They want to cross over with Days of Thunder. Do you know what that is?
Stop that bomb!
No.
That's Tom Cruise's NASCAR movie.
Oh really?
The back in the
What,
day.
have Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise race each other?
Yeah.
Deactivate the bomb!
Which kind of sounds like a winning recipe at the box office. Sort of.
The bomb must be disarmed.
So like it was the guy who did Top Gun Maverick or whatever, did the F1 movie. So the whole premise of it was Top Gun Maverick but with F1 cars.
Oh, okay.
And I think, yeah, that's kind of what it was. It works. It was cool to see in the theater too, you know.
Did somebody die who had his trust?
Keep the enemy from escorting their tank within range of our flak guns. The enemy tank is advancing.
There was an injury.
Yeah.
Incoming.
There was an injury, a near-death experience. One who had his trust.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did he yell
We're
out?
ready to deploy.
I think he yelled at the F1 version of.
Flush them out. The tank is on the move.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I don't know. It's just kind of a fun movie. I don't know.
No, hey, sure, I enjoyed it. That's good. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What more could you ask from a movie, right?
I see him into that.
Well, I mean, at the price of them these days, it's good when you enjoy them. But yeah, it was an easy watch. Like it just pacing wise, it just like flew by, and you were like, "Oh wow, it's over." I think it was like 2 something hours. Like it's a decently long movie, but you don't even feel it. It's just like action after action.
I just get a kick out of a movie trying to make F1 seem like relatable to the average person, and that is like the stuffiest of the stuffiest racing.
It's
In my
just
mind, at least.
cool.
That's fair.
They just make it cool, I guess. Because I don't really necessarily care about F1 at all, but I was like,
The tank is backing up.
I think it's neat because in the movie they like all the strategy gets like discussed and
Yeah.
you know, just it does a good job of making it cool and stuff. Because you know part of this is Apple's trying to get the exclusive rights to stream F1 racing and stuff. So
The enemy tank is advancing.
I'd say they burned
Let them destroy our flak guns.
Kevin, yeah, his mic's breaking up a bit, but don't worry, it'll
The tank is on the move.
Try something here.
jingle jangle the thingy the thing.
Keep them from
Kevin's
destroying the
internet's
flak
giving it
guns.
all she's got, guys.
Until our reinforcements get here. The enemy tank
Now you
is
can't hear
advancing.
anything because he's gone.
The tank
But
is
yeah, I know
retreating.
F1 was fun, guys. It's actually something worth probably seeing in the theaters. I kind of wish I would have saw it in the D-box though, with the moving seats, but I don't want to pay that premium. But it would have been cool.
I swapped my batteries. I find since I did the first battery swap, it was messing up really bad. Hopefully this helps.
Oh, it's a battery issue.
Yeah, let's see.
That's funny. I assumed it was a network
Tank is
problem.
backing up.
Probably. I'm hooked up right now. It should be working well.
Oh yeah, we've never had an issue before when you're hooked up. Maybe it is battery problem.
Yeah.
Is retreating.
Because I can kind of hear like the controller giving out. It's odd, but like it's not dying.
Yeah.
1 minute left.
Yeah.
Their tank is
So
pulling
anyways,
back.
hopefully that's good, guys. Yeah, F1. Yeah, it's just kind of like a fun
The
movie.
enemy tank is advancing. They fire on the infantry by the tank.
Damn.
The tank is backing up.
I'm trying to think of what else is going on movies-wise. Megan's there's bombing because they turned it into an action comedy, which is a choice for a horror movie.
That seems to be like the direction some horrors go. Is it like doesn't take itself seriously enough?
Yeah, they basically it's like a comedy making fun of Terminator 2 is what they were doing with the movie, but it backfired horrifically because the series is basically dead now because this one's doing so badly.
Yeah.
It's a big fuck up.
We held the enemy forces long enough for reinforcements to get
Copper wire internet, you know it. Probably the bunny's biting on it. The recent popularity of F1. Yeah, F1's exploded in recent years, for sure. But, you know, the budget for F1, the movie, is super, super high, which isn't good. But they had a lot of good brand tie-ins, and it's doing great at the box office, and so far. You know, I'll have to see what the legs are like. But Apple, mostly, I guess, it's actually not even necessarily about the movie, which I didn't realize until like a week or two about. It's about securing the rights to streaming F1 exclusively on Apple TV. And it sounds like that was a success for them if they're talking about doing a sequel. So it's like something you do as a, we do one for you, you do one for us, kind of like, you know, sort of thing, and it's genius. Lady Canada, thanks, man. Yeah, Megan, May M3gen 2.0 or whatever, yeah. Which is funny because they've got a spin-off called Soulmate coming out, and they're worried about how that movie's gonna do now because this one did so bad. I don't even think the reviews are just. Are the reviews bad for the sequel, Megan? I think it's just literally the rebranding is not what people wanted.
Well, why would you attempt that? For like a cult classic like Evil Dead? You know what I mean?
The thing, from what I understand, the idea was when the marketing came out for the first one, it was kind of, that was the focus, was on the funny. Like, they got a meme thing where people were memeing the robot because it's like, oh, it's a horror movie, but she dances funny and it's, you know, it's like a silly thing. And they thought that that was why people watched the first movie.
Not realize it was just people using it as a joke, sort of thing?
Yeah. It was an additive as opposed to the main reason. And then when there was the genre switch, people weren't. And I think also the ads and the trailers for the second one were kind of cringy because they kind of doubled down on the sassy kind of thing, and people were like, what the fuck is this? Because it's supposed to be a horror movie.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I believe that hurt the movie a lot.
I get a kick out of that, like, misreading of how social media is reacting. Like, I think that's really funny. Like, the
Sony was the worst
Morbius
for it.
bit. Yeah.
With Morbius.
Morbius?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the most hilarious thing I've ever seen. Oh, they're laughing with us, not at us. And it's like, oh, they were laughing at us. Yes, Sony. Locking F1 to Apple is what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's why they're doing a sequel. So it's like, you know, they're losing money in one way, but they're gaining assets in another way. It's genius. World at War. Yeah, I'd love World at War on Game Pass. It'd be fucking awesome, you know? It'd be great. Seriously, it'd be so much fun. A lot of fun. Actually, a lot of the legacy CODs got put on maintenance like a few days ago. I don't know if that means anything, but I don't think they've ever been on maintenance before. Where the last time they were was when they were fixing the servers on a lot of older CODs. So they might be preparing something, but I don't know. They're probably really testing the math on how many players leave the new COD to go back and play these old CODs. Which, if I'm...
Yeah, because I bet if you had a COD kind of take over one of the newer ones, I bet you they wouldn't release any of them.
That was the issue with Infinite Warfare and Modern Warfare Remastered, is Modern Warfare Remastered was more popular than Infinite Warfare was, so they were losing money. That's why they stripped the multiplayer from Modern Warfare 2 Remastered.
Which is so sad.
It genuinely is sad, yeah. Probably still be doing monthly streams of that one if it was, you know, available in its full form. Apple TV. I actually, like, Apple TV, it's kind of funny because it's like, oh, you know, blah, blah, blah. But they actually have, like, great stuff on there. Like, genuinely great stuff. For people that have an OLED screen.
I find, like, different streaming services like Paramount, from what I was looking, had really good action films that I like. Disney Plus had really good like kind of like obscure films that like I don't really hear anyone talk about, but I really like 13 there. You know, Netflix doesn't have anything good nowadays. It's just their own like really bad originals. I'm not interested in half of what Netflix does now for any of their originals. I know you don't watch it anymore, but it's like so bad, dude.
Oh, like I knew about the quality. I reviewed like 500 Netflix shows / movies. I've seen what they offer, Kevin, and you have to really look hard for those gems even back then. Yeah.
Well, like I love like 2015, 16 Netflix when it really was the king of streaming and it had everything.
Yeah, it was.
And then you know a couple other competitors, and then yeah, like
I think Crave is the best service we have here.
See, and I haven't gotten to try Crave yet.
They have the most legacy shows and stuff. And then they get all the HBO and that. Oculiopoly's deliberate, man. What do I think about C4? It explodes. Apple Pay on PlayStation? I don't really think about it at all, man. I just use a credit card, like a regular person. Which state would Kevin live in if he lived in the States?
Do I get to choose perfectly?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. If it was to just be close to the NFL team, I'd probably pick Texas because I really like the Cowboys, but I'm not gonna lie, I've seen a lot of Texas and it doesn't have a lot to offer. Just for beauty of the land, I'd probably pick Washington or like Washington State or Oregon.
You have to pay the taxes in Texas.
Well, like I'm figuring that like I just get to be really wealthy or whatever.
Well, you would be because you wouldn't be paying the income tax. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Like, it's funny. In comparison, I have one buddy who lives in Oregon and one buddy who lives in Texas, and the guy who lives in Oregon, his quality of life is way better. You know?
That makes sense.
A little bit higher.
Think of the money you'd save.
I don't know. That's where, like, it's funny because I never really thought of, like, landscape or environment when I picked my favorite NFL team as a kid. But, like,
You should have been
honestly,
thinking about those kind of things.
It should have been on, like, cause like I'd love to go to Dallas and like go to a Cowboys game, you know, and like hang out. No, we're not. But like, yeah, taking a look at like some parts that are just like really deserty or just like flat plains, like that sucks. It just reminds me of Saskatchewan, like a state I would never live in that I don't get because I've always heard that Calgarians always go to Arizona to retire. And did you know that most Albertans go to Arizona? And Arizona, like, sorry for those who live in Arizona, but Arizona looks like it sucks.
I
Like
don't
that
get why
landscape
so
is just
many
like,
people
oh
go
my
there.
god. Yeah, like why would you want to live in a desert, man? Like Jesus. Anyways.
Suit for hire. That's a weird one. Live in the desert. Oh, you know it's always warm.
That would be the only thing. Like, I think the disappointing part of, I think, Washington or Oregon would be that it wouldn't be as, like, warm as any of the southern states. But from what I understand is it's kind of like BC and it doesn't necessarily snow a lot on the coast. But I don't know how true that is. Because, yeah, if I had any other consideration to, like, going to, again, like, say, Texas or, like, Southern California or, like, Florida or something, it would literally just be so that I'd never had to see snow again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, I am killing it with the first places today. I just want to throw that out there.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, you're doing great.
It's like literally almost every fucking match. Jack, we vote classified, so we get the Neptune map, so there's some variation.
Sure. Yeah, we haven't done the D-Day one.
That's Neptune.
Oh.
Yeah, that's Operation Neptune. Gonna invite Zero to this. Nice this game is living though. Oh no, he's already in here, I think. I didn't notice him. I noticed Sub-Zero over there with a string of numbers. I didn't notice Zero there with a string of numbers.
Cool.
Hilarious. Boom. 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 I wonder if I'll get to Bruce.
If you had to pick a spot in the States to live, where would you pick?
I don't know.
You don't know? Nothing comes to mind?
I like the look of Seattle.
Yeah, right?
That was the most similar, but I fucking hate how everything is on a hill.
That's funny.
My cows were killing me when I was there. The whole thing's like on a slanted hill, but it looks most like home. At least where I've been to, right? Like, I haven't seen that many places. It's just LA a bunch, Vegas a bunch, Seattle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
B is moving forward. Defend.
And the nightlife in Seattle was kind of cool. I don't know. I like the vibe of it.
C is advancing.
I went to this
It's
unicorn place. It was majestic. Was there for the launch party of Life is Strange Before the Storm, guys. Yeah. 2017. It's almost 10 years ago. Did I realize that? My first E3 was 10 years ago.
C is
Fucking hell.
That's crazy.
A is advancing. Protect. A is on the move.
God damn
A
it.
is falling back.
Man, time just flies by. Yeah, just like the small amount of time. Oh, I could have set that up a lot better. But it's only a small amount of time to like the stream, subscribe, and it's great donations. Cool. Consider becoming a channel member gifted. The Patreon option and the Discord for stream alerts. There's also the Amazon store affiliate link. And
B is retreating.
you can grab your reading of the 8-ball for $5. It's here to make some money.
Now Anton can advance.
Anyways, yeah, no, you see I was messing up there. I was like, fuck.
Yeah, no, it came in kind of dry, that's all. But it was actually good at all.
Protect.
Yeah, no, I had it in my mind, and I was like, as soon as the first word, I was like, nah, that doesn't work. It happens.
Yeah.
Even the best segwayer in the biz messes up sometimes.
An escort.
Always.
You're on the other team.
I
but
feel
he's
like we
outside.
bring up.
Like, what?
B is
I feel like we bring up the passage of time a lot lately.
I think it's just reaching this point in life. It just kind of. I'm sure once this year's over, we'll just kind of like go back to normal, and then like in 5 years again, we'll kind of be like something that'll pop up.
Yeah.
Delta is pulling back. Needs an
It is that
escort.
milestone mark of age, I have noticed.
Yeah.
Yeah. What drives me nuts about like the time moving forward constantly thing isn't even so much what year it is, but the distance of other years. Like I was telling you, like,
Delta is
you know,
moving
like to be
forward.
in like 2013 to reference that. Oh, hey, this came out in like 2009. It was like, oh, okay, that wasn't that long ago. Like 4 years ago.
B is moving
You know what I mean? Like even just like the distance from everything else you knew.
Yeah, the
Like
gaps
years
are getting
ago,
longer.
it wasn't that gap where, yeah, like again, like Trail Humans being 20 years ago, like now it's not like, oh, hey, that was like, oh, that was 4, yeah, that was 5. It's like, oh my God, it's been 2 decades.
Needs an escort.
Like,
Yeah, I'm only gonna feel truly old though when Halo 3 hits. It's 20 in 2 years.
Laser is moving forward.
that's funny.
Cause that's where it's like, oh fuck, cause I was there midnighting that, like, yeah. That's when I'll know the pain of age.
B is retreating.
I am clearly using the wrong explosive. I have grenades, but everyone's getting me with this. It just seems to blow up quicker or something.
The little
I don't know what
sticky
explosive they're
grenade.
using.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I use regular frags, but yeah, it's very common to use the sticky in this. Yeah,
B is retreating.
I think this COD, the sticky grenade has a bit of a smaller timer. compared to other CODs.
Seconds left.
Well, like it's funny because the Modern Warfare is, I always use the Semtex.
Yeah.
Seize on the
Fuck.
move. Defend it. Everyone to the
Are
turret.
you gonna
C's
lose?
open. If hopefully we can get that. Nah, we're gonna lose.
Taser. Pulling back.
Well, I tried.
You must escort our tanks.
Is anyone near any of the tanks? Wow, that was embarrassing.
Our advance has stalled.
They had through midnight, I
Americans have
know.
enough time to destroy the bridge.
Missed out on the fun of the 80s, whereas in the tech craze of the 2000s, basically got shafted. Endless recessions, a weird awkward time where social media grew and technology like freaking jumped like crazy, and then ugh. What a mess.
It's funny because everyone can complain about their age group, but I always love that point of that like 93 to 98 age group that they don't really fit in anywhere, you know, because you kind of grew up in a time where electronics really weren't everywhere.
Yeah.
But by the time we started hitting our earlier teens, it was electronics everywhere. Like I would say, like being
Basically
8, 9 was
the birth
much
of the
different
smartphone.
from. Yeah, but yeah, you know, like cell phones were around in like 2006, 2007, but like I think I remember you saying you had one, but like everyone I knew didn't care. It was just an
It wasn't
hey,
prevalent.
he's got a cell phone. Yeah,
It was just for calling.
Kill the soldiers around.
Yeah, literally. But then literally to switch by the time like grade 12, everybody was first getting their Twitter accounts. Everybody had Instagram. You already had your Facebook for, 10 years or whatever, you
Yeah.
know, like, yeah, like it was very crazy, the difference of lifestyles and how that went.
Even now, like, you have to have, like, there's all these age restrictions setting up social media and stuff, and back then there just fucking wasn't anything.
Oh, there was nothing. That's actually one of the funniest things I get too, for like when you see like backlash for things and that done on social media, I'm sure like if you're like 17 right now, if you don't understand the way these things come back, it's kind of like you've had examples your whole life, and we heard somewhat growing up that like, oh hey, what we say on social media, that could stick around, but I never saw consequences, and it
There
was
wasn't,
crazy how
yeah.
much people, there really wasn't, and like how freely people talked, and that's where I at least found that either it's the really older people or the people in our age group that really got burned for like, oh hey, there's this video of you in 2008 saying
Yeah.
something really stupid. You know what I mean? Where I find the younger generation doesn't get caught with that because they're fully aware.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're like,
Yeah,
it
more
was
caught with it.
brand new to us. Like,
3v6 our turn. Just watch us come out of
That's
this.
not good.
I guess it was 3v6, that's why they blitzed us there.
Protect our fuel.
Touchscreen phone was stupid. I always was really fascinated by it. I knew one kid in
Try to take B.
must have been like junior high, like grade 7 or 8 or something, had one of the early iPhones.
Quickly, pick up
And I remember being kind of really surprised by it and always finding it interesting. 'Cause, like, I had iPod Touches and I thought that was really cool, but to do that and then
see,
have your
that's
phone.
really neat.
Yeah,
Because
one
I
kid had it.
remember
Don't let them steal our
it
fuel.
was 2008 or 9. My buddy had a BlackBerry.
Oh, BlackBerry
And we
was
talked
the
about how
fancy thing. Yeah.
Yeah, that was so cool. Because even in 09, when you went to go do the trade talks, it was on your BlackBerry.
Mhm.
Like,
They
what
had
a
the
sponsorship
business
that
area.
was.
Just on lock.
Yeah.
Stole that B.
Like, that was really interesting. I also remember that the slide phones, though, like, that's crazy dude had a touch phone in junior high, because, like, there was one girl that I had a crush on, and she ended up losing her phone, so we pulled together $40 each, and we went and bought her the same flip phone
Nice.
for $80. Yeah, I think that's also crazy,
phones
too, how
were
you
affordable.
could go buy a phone. Yeah, for $80, brand new. And it was a good phone, too. Like, it wasn't, like, cheap or anything.
I remember the iPhone 4 or something was really expensive for our family. We all got iPhone 4s, and it was really expensive because they were like $400 each or something. But yeah, fuck, trying to buy a fleet of phones for your family nowadays is like fucking
Yeah.
good luck with that. I mean, it was a lot of money, but upon reflection, it's like fucking 4 phones are the price of 1 nowadays, right?
Actually, I don't know anyone who's bought a phone recently that didn't get it on a payment plan. You know?
Oh, my family, we always we buy out.
Do you? No, I did.
It allows you to have
What
a
if I
cheaper plan because you can keep your legacy plan, and you get charged more if you don't buy out your phone. Like they bake in extra costs because of that. But
Oh, I wouldn't doubt that.
yeah, most people can't afford to just buy out a phone. But that's how my family's always done that stuff: is we buy out everything that you reasonably can, right? That's just how I've always been taught to do stuff.
Absolutely.
BlackBerry Storm, ah, nice. The BlackBerry era was actually like a long time. Wasn't it like 2 decades? Like,
I only remember it in the late 2000s, and that it really was though. It was like the oh wow, you got a BlackBerry.
yeah, like I think wasn't BlackBerry like a big leader in like cellular phones, like even in the 90s, but not like the phones we have now, but like business and government stuff. Like I thought they had that locked down, maybe not from like a pure cell phone perspective, but like, you know, communication devices and stuff. I thought they were a pretty big name for even before. Like obviously they just died out completely when the touchscreens came, but
Halt their advance.
I thought they had like a bit of a presence in the 90s.
Flamethrower available.
They had a huge advantage and they just did not fucking keep up with the times. By the time they tried, they were too far behind. Now I think they're just a patent company, aren't they?
Their tank is advancing.
Big fuck up for that Canadian company, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, they were Canadian.
Yeah.
Tank is advancing.
I didn't know that.
Yep.
Okay, prove me wrong with this, but there was one thing I really liked where one guy was commenting that one of the bigger issues with Canada, with like the whole recession stuff all the time, is that this is, I think, very obvious, that we're mainly a resource extraction economy.
Yeah.
A lot, and that dude was pointing out that if you look at it, Canada did a very poor job throughout the 2000s and early 2010s of like trying to become like electronics leader in anything.
Yeah, we don't have electronics hubs anywhere.
Yeah, okay, it's cool that you agree that, because I thought that was really interesting to see that point brought up, that like, yeah, we
They're
never
trying
tried to
to-
pivot out.
They're trying
You
to build
know.
that here in like Vancouver and Ontario, but it's hard to grow that kind of stuff. But they do consider it like an emerging sector here. It is trying to attract tech talent.
Yeah.
There's a lot of subsidies to bring companies here for that.
Killing escort.
There was touchscreen technology. Yeah, there was then, yes, but I'm mostly saying as far as like widespread usage and stuff, I believe BlackBerry actually had like a pretty good lock on stuff even before the whole revolution of the touchscreens, or even when they had their signature keyboards and stuff, right? Like,
Destroy the tank escort. Enemy tank is pulling back.
but yeah, that one, and then also a big company that totally fell apart was Nokia because of Microsoft buying them.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah, Microsoft killed Nokia. Like, Nokia was like massive for like phones and stuff, absolutely fucking massive, and then Microsoft bought them and just destroyed them. Kind of like a reoccurring thing,
Destroy the bridge.
like MSN Messenger, Skype, Zoom. Soon to be the Surface properties. They just destroy everything. MSN Messenger. Did I tell you I was playing a horror game where it's like a... it's like you're playing a game within a game?
No?
Did I tell you about... Okay, it's, I think it's called From Ashes. And what it is it's the early 2000s. I think you just moved in with your girlfriend or whatever, and she's on vacation. Your buddy's like, hey, you know, you busy? And he's typing to you. So the game is played on a XP desktop.
Oh, okay.
And your buddy messages you on what is, like, it's not, like, officially blah blah, but he's messaging you through MSN Messenger. He's like, hey, I just got a horror game that somebody made online. And it's supposed to be, like, kind of like The Ring, one of those tape things where it's like, oh, you're gonna die.
Oh, okay.
And that's kind of the horror game, is, like, the horror is supposed to come, like, it's a horror game in a game, but then it's, like, outside of the game, But yeah, you're doing it, and you're, like, on this desktop, and it's, like, MSN Messenger, and I was like, oh, the fucking nostalgia. Because it's, like, the XP, you know, stuff, and then you got your MSN Messenger, and then you got your game. And while you're playing the game, you can stop and message your buddy on the MSN Messenger, and you'll like talk about things, be like, oh, did you get to this part of the game and stuff, and really neat.
That's interesting. I don't know.
Have you ever heard of a game like that where you're like, it's a game
No.
within a game? Because the game is you playing as a guy playing XP, like the desktop, and then the game in the desktop is, yeah. Because you get like the jingle, the MSN Messenger jingle, and your buddy would be like, hey, I just finished this new secret. Did you figure this out? And that's like, you can type to him, kind of.
That's kind of interesting.
Yeah. I was just like, man, that is nostalgic as fuck. Because were you on the whole MSN Messenger thing?
No, not really. No.
Okay, because like in the early 2000s, I would like interact, because I interacted with my cousin a lot back then. I don't really interact with him at all these days. Well, I haven't talked to him in like 3 to 5 years, I think, actually. But like, yeah, that's what we did, was like him and other people. We'd just, our pure communication on computers back then would be on MSN. And you know, you talk about like LimeWire, FrostWire and stuff, and talk about music, and you would just, and there's chatbots. That's where I was saying, like, you know, ChatGPT and stuff. They're the same fucking bots that we had back on MSN Messenger that would like respond to you, but you know, now they're a little smarter, but same fucking thing, like 20 years later. But yeah, I remember Microsoft killing MSN, and I was like, what the fuck? And then there was Skype, and I was like, oh cool, and then Skype got killed now, and it's just like, wow, kind of funny.
Funny.
I don't know if anyone else used MSN Messenger. I know I'm ancient, but the loading on this is brutal. It's just because it's designed around the loading of the Xbox One, right? So they have to have like fake loading stuff in order to accompany that. Yeah. Oh, Kremlik is somebody that views on the channel, Kevin. GG, I am the
knew it.
1000.
Listen, I figured, like, it's just like there's no way you just kept appearing.
Yeah.
You know, like, yeah.
That's hilarious. Oh, we're all on the same team.
I'm gonna
this
take
time.
a wild guess with the name and that your clan tag is CZE and the Czech outfit all the time, that you are from the Czech Republic.
I mean, that would
If
be
I
a
had to take a
logical
guess. Explanation.
He could be cosplaying.
Could be, yeah. Well, you're cosplaying. You're really cosplaying the Czech swap. You know?
That's so fucking funny. GG, I am that guy.
That's awesome. Oh, that's cool. I like that.
Well, I mean,
He's sure wasted me lately.
yeah, no, he's doing a lot of kills on this. How many hours actually did it take you to get to level 1000? Is my question. Like, how many
That
hours
I'm
you had?
curious. Yeah.
But yeah, the other thing too is, I think I've had many people on streams that I've done or we've done together, they'll join, but they don't say anything, and they're just like in the
You'd actually
lobbies.
have to assume it's most people. I've that one thing, and it totally makes sense that most viewers just wouldn't interact.
Yeah, they just watch.
Yeah.
Occasionally some do, but like some might just passively join, not say anything, and you just wouldn't notice unless they're a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's actually kind of fucking hilarious. This map is so hard for some people because you just get like vaporized coming through the beach.
It's D-Day. It should be hard. I wouldn't respect the game that made D-Day easy.
Yeah.
You know, like.
A lot of people don't think of it as a 2-round thing, right? We destroy you this round, you destroy us the next one.
That's right. Yeah. I was like that one bit. We were doing one airsoft game or whatever, and the whole thing was that like you had to push through. Like one team was NATO, and trying to like get the hostage, sort of thing, and the other, yeah. And basically, I got to pick first, and they're like, "Oh, what did you want to do?" And I was like, "Oh, attacking," because I love to attack when I can. It's so much cooler. And everybody was shocked. They're like, "Why would you want attacking?" Like, I guess no one took attacking in a while. And it was so cool because once I picked that, I picked the right team and we won. So I love that stuff. Yeah.
Attacking's more interesting in a game, but I guess how defending in real life would be a lot easier.
Absolutely.
Not so much. I can
Other
look
than
at
the fact they're
stats.
blowing up your home than the other way around, right?
Yeah. I'm actually kind of wondering how much time this guy's actually got.
I'm very curious.
I'll take a look at the profile. Go to full profile. Remember when guys noticed us on Insurgency? I always thought that was funny.
That was really neat, actually. It would be really neat if dude was watching right
fuck,
now.
wait, did I look at this
but-
guy's gamer tag before?
What, did you?
How many days do you think he has?
For 1,000, I'm gonna guess 100.
Close.
Close? How much?
126.
126. Oh yeah, see, that is a lot of time.
Actually, you know what? That's not close, is it? Because like 26 days on top of.
Yeah, it's like almost a whole extra month.
Oh my god. You really like this game, eh? Somebody got their bang for their buck out of this title.
Yeah. So I always love that argument with video games. It's actually probably the best bang for your buck out of any entertainment because it's just how much time like you put into it. Yeah. But no, it's good. That's usually more time than I put into games. I find genuinely I get to about that like 60, 70 day mark and then I get kind of bored. Been there, done that with something.
Yeah, I can see that. You know, if anything, the movies are overpriced.
Oh, very overpriced. You're paying how much for 2 hours of entertainment? It actually might be some of the worst proportions time for your dollar.
Yeah.
Anything right now.
Especially back in the day too, where movies like cost more from like a home entertainment.
Yeah.
Perspective. But like from a cinema perspective in the modern era, especially if you don't like a movie, it's like, yeah. That's why movies are getting so long these days too. It's like you really gotta feel the bang for your buck. Oh, they actually came up there. Yeah, this guy put some serious time in. But did he put serious time into liking the stream? Oh, subscribing's great, donations cool, be the channel member. Channel member gifted, the Patreon option, and the Discord for stream alerts. There's also the Amazon store affiliate link. I love just mowing these guys down on the beach. But I also feel kind of bad. Like I don't understand why the AI stopped spawning.
Yeah, you think you would leave that the entire time just to give you something different to shoot at, you know? Like you could kind of hide amongst them more.
That's the point. They're supposed to be cannon fodder so that you can make it to the beach, but they don't really last very long. Maybe it's like a technical thing, but because yeah, like at least like once you get to this point, you're literally you're just mowing down people.
I love that one military quote. You see it in COD 4, but the one guy who was like, "Teamwork is essential. It gives your enemy something else to shoot at."
Yep.
Yeah.
Spread the attention. See the segue coming, did you, Kevin? Oh.
Absolutely.
1,000 units for like 4 years. It's a lot of time, man. A lot of time. I feel like you shouldn't have any complaints. My favorite Steam reviews are the ones where someone's got like 1,000 hours and something, and they're like, I fucking hate this game.
Oh, I love a lot of those for like the Paradox games like Hearts of Iron or EU4. There was one guy I saw for Hearts of Iron, he was like 8,000 hours, and he's like, yeah, it's an alright game, but it has no replayability.
Oh. 8,000 hours.
Oh yeah. I got 1,000 hours on that game. That one's crazy because you can just kind of like, all right, I'm going to start a match and kill the whole day. If nothing comes out, no one asks you to go out or do anything. Like, it's so easy to just like look at the time and, oh my God, 9 hours.
This is it, soldiers. The Allied invasion begins with us.
It's ridiculous.
Secure the beach.
Yeah, I'm like 20 days as campaign plus headquarters camping. Sure it is.
Clear the shingle.
That's funny.
No, I'm thankful we don't have hour counts for like old games from when we were younger, because like Civilization 2 would be scary to actually know how many, or Age of Empires 2, the original, it would actually be scary to know how like
Absolutely.
how much of my life went into those.
I think it'd be kind of scary to know every game in general. You know, I've like looking at the games I have put months into, you know what I mean? And like recently, like in the last 10 years, and knowing that even when I was a kid, right? Like if obviously I'd go out and hang out with friends, but if I wasn't doing that, I was playing games myself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I probably just a ridiculous amount of times. Guaranteed at least years of my life just staring at a screen.
Yeah.
You know, anyways.
Time. I think time goes by a little easier when you're a kid too. Like you don't have like priorities and things. You can kind of sit there and just play something.
Yeah.
Well, it must actually be different for kids now that grew up with like Fortnite and stuff. You can actually see how many hours you spend on that over your life, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think the headquarters and the campaign grinding is going to be where most of your time is for that many days, my friend. Let's destroy these guys. We have the talent. And Zero's on the team, too.
One more to go. Let's move.
We're taking B. There's help out there, you just have to find it. That's funny.
Both bunkers are secure.
You gonna build a bridge, Kevin?
We need to destroy the enemy.
Oh, what the fuck was that? What?
Let's move.
We're all just... The thing he changed. The three of us got killed by that.
Everybody blew up, or...
Yeah.
Enemy airdrop incoming.
The hell was that all about? Wow. It's not the end of the world, but it's just like, really? Why they gotta do us like that? You know what I'm saying? Freaking took out, like, that many of us? That's kind of annoying. Anyways, doesn't matter. Let's destroy this Ed Gold. See, I really wish they would have given us the gold edition. I really want to know what those fucking maps look like. To think there's 4 more maps for War Mode, Kevin, that we'll probably
that we will
never
get to play. Yeah.
And no one else will ever get to see, because no one's gonna buy a season pass for a game that's fucking old. Oh, that sucks.
You think the content sucked, and that's why they don't want to give it out?
I think the reviews for this DLC was actually pretty good for this game, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know, it's been a long time, but... I'm kind of curious to the point of where I might watch a video to take a look at what they were, but I also don't want to be like, ah, I'm missing out on this. Because they could have done different biomes and different, like...
Yeah.
Maybe there's like a cool desert map or something, and it's like, we'll just never get to play this. Because like, even if you go out and you buy it too, it's like the chances of other people having it are slim to none, again, for Stella.
Oh yeah, actually, I think that would be a good enough reason not to buy it, just in case like nobody else has it.
Yep. So that's the thing, for years, they only sold the gold edition of this game, so I guess theoretically people might have it, but it just segments the community, which Xbox said they were not going to do ever, and then it's a lot of that, them saying one thing and doing another thing. I just want to know what they're like, you know, what you do on them, the strategies.
Artillery damage. Get another bomb on it. Flamethrower available. Quick win ready. Get those cannons out of action.
Yeah, it's gonna be really awkward with like World at War and stuff with those map packs. Super fucking awkward. Licensing issue for there shouldn't be any licensing issue for this stuff. I don't believe any of the DLC packs were tie-ins. It's just a money reason for this one. Yeah, this one would just be a money reason.
Don't have Keanu Reeves randomly show up.
No, they don't. Like Call of Duty Ghosts, for instance, that one might be tricky for DLC because it's got like Predator tie-ins and stuff. But this game, you know, it's... That was a funny thing too. Okay, so just to talk about licensing and why licensing might be an issue for them doing this stuff on Game Pass. Because a lot of people be like, oh, they own all the CODs, they don't have to do licensing. So for instance, Call of Duty Ghosts, in the regular, I think it's the regular game, not the DLC. Maybe it is a DLC. They have Michael Myers on one of the maps.
Really?
Yeah, you play as, it's a Michael Myers themed map. It's like a haunted kind of creepy cabin map. But if you grab the special package that drops, kind of like a hero token in Battlefront, you could become Michael Myers and run around with a big axe. And they have like an Aliens map where you can get like an alien gun from Alien. And like they did a bunch of these tie-ins, and it's like those are legitimate deals that you have to like work around to get, you know, these games on the Game Pass and stuff. But this game, the
See, and
DLC,
that's funny to think about for that, because like World at War, there was a special thing, but it was just a bunch of tikis that you get like a ray gun. You know, like you owe nothing to no one with that one, I'd assume.
There's nothing there at all is a problem. But like those are legitimate issues and hurdles they have to get around, or things like that. But for the season pass in this game, I don't believe they had any tie-ins. So the only reason is just money. I mean, I guess with Xbox struggling so much, it makes sense. But shoulder cramp, no. But I have like a pinched nerve in my one shoulder that flares up every so often. Fucking sucks.
Do you ever get cramps in your calves?
Oh, of course.
Aren't those
my
like the
favorite
worst
is
things to ever exist?
early
ever?
in the morning at like 3
when you
a.m. and all of a
cramp,
sudden
or
you're
have
like,
you ever woken up with a cramp? Yeah.
It doesn't happen like very often, but like, you know, when it does, you're like, fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fun. But yeah, it's from doing like a weightlifting on a machine or something. I think I did it improperly, and it's just like it was a problem for quite a while, and then I used a tennis ball. And I guess we could should we do Shipment, or do you want to do another run of
I wouldn't mind doing Shipment.
Yeah, we'll go back
That'd
after
be a good way to
Shipment.
close it. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see if we can invite the guys we're playing with at least. So, like, the issue I have with mine is because I injured it on, like, a rowing machine. So, like, if I'm doing a type of thing, and I used a tennis ball, like, I rolled it on the shoulder for, like, a month or something, and then, like, every day for a month, and then it fixed it entirely. But, like, it flares up if I'm doing something like holding groceries, like that kind of lifting.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, it'll flare up. And it kind
It's a
of
fun injury.
sucks. Yeah. Like, I haven't really had issues with it. It pops up, and it's not, like, bad, but it's just, like, kind of the best I can describe it is, like, it's my shoulder and back kind of just, like, fall asleep while I'm, you know, just living.
Yeah.
Which is super weird. But, like, it's not bad, and it doesn't, like, stop me from doing anything, but it's just, like, uncomfortable. But, yeah, like, when I was doing my moving, it was flaring up quite a bit from, like, moving packages and boxes and stuff. Yeah. So that's a weird thing that I have. Like, it's just, yeah, it's bizarre. But most days I don't notice it at all. But some days it's like, yeah, depending on what I'm lifting. But that kind of lifting, right, where it's kind of uplifting, like it's holding onto things as opposed to lifting anything. But yeah,
Yeah.
really weird.
Oh, that's interesting. Only injury I've ever felt long term was we do this thing in junior high because there was a bunch of us that were doing the community football. So we'd all get together, we'd have a football and throw it around, like during lunch period or
Yeah,
whatever.
it's just a
the
fun
heck.
little thing.
Yeah, it's just something to do. But we were playing with this one gal, and she smoked me. She got me right from behind, jumped on my back, took me down, and I felt very awkwardly on my knee though. And it hurt really, it hurt really bad then. And it's not like it's like lingering or like really hurts me, but if anything like rubs on it, I get just the oddest feeling, and I've had
you
it my
get a
whole
nerve
life. So
sensation, don't you?
yeah, something like that. So I don't know
So
if
she
that'll
kinda
kick
fucks
in
up
like
your
my
leg
40s
then.
or 50s. That's what I was wondering. Yeah, and it's like no damage. It functions fine. Again, like no like
No, you're gonna feel
constant
that
nagging pain.
later on.
But yeah, but that's kind of what I wonder. It would make sense if later in life.
Yeah, that's gonna flare up. I have a knee injury from COVID. From like, you know, stopping and starting going to the gym during COVID, like COVID ending for like a month, and you get to go to the gym, and then not ending, and then I thought I could do the same weights and stuff that I had been doing pre, like you know, you take like, it was like what, a year off or something, and they opened the gyms for like a month or two. And I was like, oh, I can do the same level of weights and stuff like that. And I totally messed up my knee on one of the lifting things, which is why you should be careful when you're going to the gym, guys, and lifting weights. Actually do them properly. You have multiple injuries based on that. But like, yeah, I did the knee thing, and I had like, the best I can describe it is like the bend of my knee, right slightly below that, like splitting off from my kneecap is the feeling.
Really? That's kind of wild.
I was in agonizing pain while streaming, guys. I think too was that time for like 8 months, and there was like nothing I could do. I met like doctors too, and they like during COVID, which sucks even more, because you know it's harder to get in on stuff. But like I had it like X-rayed, I had it scanned, and they're like, it's inflamed, but there's nothing we can really do about it. We could give you like anti-inflammatories if it hurts. And like eventually I sort of fixed it by wearing a brace, like a knee brace, for a month. Like, you know, you can't wear it 24/7, but I would wear it whenever I was walking or anything like that.
Yeah.
And then it healed enough, but that one even flares up if I'm doing too much of an intense work on my leg, or like, you know, walking too long, or running too long, or sitting in a weird way. It's fuck, it sucks. But they're like, it's basically all in your head. I was like, I fucking doubt it.
It's all in your head, yeah.
Yeah, they're like, it's
Those
definitely
are my favorite doctor interactions, man.
Yeah, but they were like, from the ultrasound, because I had an ultrasound, and they're like, from the ultrasound, it's 100%, like, there is something there, and it is inflamed, and it's, like, not good. But they're like,
yeah,
it is technically just, like, not a problem. And I was just like, oh, okay. He's like, if it hurts, I can give you pills, but that's it.
That's like, hilarious.
I was like, right on. But yeah, the brace fixed it. But it was funny, too, because I'd be like, it would kind of heal, and then I would go and try to do like a jog, because you know I was trying to keep a little bit in shape during COVID, and then it would just fucking like split again. I'd be like, oh,
nah.
And
well, like,
just to add to it, it was hard to sleep, because when I put my legs straight to sleep, it was like agonizing.
Yeah. Well, I'll make this joke, because, like, it's funny with, like, healthcare and that, because from everything I've looked into, our healthcare, like, absolutely blows the Americans out of the water. Happy 4th of July, by the way, guys. Anyway, no. But, like, what I do get a kick is even here or, like, around the world is there's that weird gimmick of our mutual friend actually had a really bad tear and, like, kind of fractured, but, like, minor in his foot. And it really bothered him. This happened like 2 years ago, and it still bothers him now, but he works through it, and he's got like a brace and everything for it. But the doctors literally told him that, yeah, no, you have to just kind of like
live with it,
like sit off of it. Yeah, live with it or whatever. And what was so funny was I saw an NFL player get the exact same injury, and they instantly went into surgery.
Yeah,
and everything to repair it, and they got the time off. Yeah, and I love that little bit that, like, if you have the money, if you are of that class, if you will, there's so many injuries that, like, I hear people get that I at least compare with sports players where they'll work on it right away. And it's like, wow, that sucks. Like, I wonder with your knee thing, if it is something where if you had the money, they'd be like, oh, well, yeah, I could suggest a surgery or something. Yeah, you know, but like, hey, you're a middle class jerk like the rest of us, you know, like, oh, okay, well, you get to live with this, you know. Anyways.
we already invited you, Zero, when we were trying to join the next match. Did you miss that? But like, honestly, it was because I think it was like 8 months that I had this pain until I was smart enough to buy a brace at Costco. I was like, let's try this, because I tried all kinds of things. I honestly thought that I would never have a restful night of sleep in my life again.
Oh, really?
It's like, I think they call it like chronic. It was like a chronic pain, and it was just like every night. I don't think about it now because pain is like in the moment, but man, did that fucking suck. Because at the gym too, as soon as I was lifting those weights and I finished lifting them, I was like, oh fuck. Like you like when you get a sports injury and you play sports, you're just like, I think most people in general, when you're injured, you know, but like I was sitting there, I was like, immediately as soon as I finished lifting the weights, I was like, I should not have done that. Yeah.
Well, I like that, especially, and I'll give you the total benefit of the doubt as a sports player, that, like, I think sports, for the most part, are really good at teaching you as a kid, are you hurt or are you injured?
Yes. Yeah.
You know, like, yeah. And I noticed that with, like, yeah, some of the people who haven't done physical activity, you know.
They don't
Yeah.
really know.
Yeah.
Because there's injuries and then there's actual injuries.
Yeah, it's like, okay, you're hurt really bad. Okay, that sucks. Sorry about that, but you can fight through it. And then there is like, oh my god, something has to be done about this.
Oh, you know what?
I mean? Like, yeah.
Too. I did actually get a pretty quick look at my leg thing. Because it was the symptoms were similar enough to that of having a blood clot.
Oh, really? So they were worried about that.
Yeah, I actually got... I remember it now a little bit better. Like, the ultra... Did the ultrasound come later? Yeah, no, I was actually rushed to go and get that looked at right away. Because it had the same symptoms of having a blood clot. And I was so scared of having a blood clot.
That's scary, like, when stuff like that happens. But it is kind of funny that I have heard stories
so long
where
ago,
it's like... Yeah. No, that's funny. I've heard stories before too, though, where you almost, if you want instant medical attention, that's almost better if the doctor thinks it's something life-threatening.
Yeah, life-threatening.
Like my sister, yeah, she had a wicked headache, and the way she described it, I guess it's some condition where like it starts swelling around the brain.
Yeah.
And I guess it's like extremely like lethal. And they thought it was that, and they put like instantly that day put her in for all the tests and all the proper work you should, and that. No, it was just something. I can't remember what it was. It wasn't like lethal. You know what I mean? But, yeah.
That's actually so funny. I remember there being like a gap. This was so long ago. Maybe I was talking about this on streams years and years and years ago, but yeah, I remember that because I was like waiting the news about the blood clot thing, and it was. They're like, no, you're fine. And I was just like, well, what the fuck is the injury then? Yeah, because it's like a pressure that was on like... It's so hard to describe what that was, and I was legitimately worried. I'm like, oh, is it because I sit in the chair and do video games? I was like, oh, fuck. That's why I'm always like, you know, if I'm streaming, I try to get up every so often if I can. Or move my legs around, but...
I do hate those passive doctor reactions. I told the story even last time, but yeah, like with my foot thing, and the one doctor was like, "Yeah, even my feet hurt afterwards."
Yeah,
like, you're kidding
it
me.
off like it's not
Yeah, that blew me away. I'll still always mention that one. And then, yeah, turns out no, it's actually something really serious.
I just thought it was a strain or something. The guy's like, "Dude, you might have a blood clot. We're getting you in." I was like, "Oh, okay."
Oh, that's no good. Yeah.
He's like, he was very calm about it, but he was just like kind of feeling leg, and he's like, kind of from what I'm feeling here. I was just like, oh, alright. I was like, this just escalated quickly. Because, I mean, that could fucking kill you. I'm glad it wasn't a blood clot. I was fucking panicking that week, too. Because, like, well, if you have a blood clot, it's not, like, the end of the world. Like, it can be.
We can take care of it, but it is something that can knock you off the rock. And it's never
gotta be
funny
on
to hear.
Thinners. You know, blood thinners and stuff. It changes your lifestyle. It does. And I was like, wow, I thought I took good care of myself and stuff, but I'm like, it can, you know, anything can affect anyone. But I was just like, man, that was quite a time. I actually kind of forgot about that. Anyways, yeah, kind of funny. A bike injury. You hit a curb and then did a front flip and landed on a boulder. That must have hurt. I had so many... My knees still have scars from all my bike falling injuries.
Oh, really?
Yeah, going to Mitchell's, there was like an alley with rocks, and I would always just like wipe out in there for some fucking reason. Like, I'd come home and my knees would just be bloodied, and my mother would just like fucking roll her eyes and be like, again? And those are the days when we used to use peroxide on everything. Oh.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely, dude.
Ooh. I still trust peroxide.
I don't. I do. Sorry. I've never had a wound go bad or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's always clean.
Like
Yeah.
you feel
it actually
it
blew
working.
me away to hear. Yeah, it blew me away to hear that people say you're not supposed to use it now.
Well, it kills all your good cells, eh?
Yeah,
It's like it's a scorched earth technique for cleaning, but like it does. work.
Scorched earth. That's a great.
It
way
is.
to
It's
put
a
it,
scorched
yeah.
earth like
Yeah.
technique of cleaning like a wound or whatever. But you use polyspore. You're supposed to use now.
Yeah.
You're supposed to use polyspore, which feels.
See,
a lot
that's the
nicer.
thing is I would peroxide it and then put polysporin over it and the Band-Aid on top of the polysporin. After obviously you cleaned off the peroxide.
100%. Yeah, and I had an injury in so long now. That happened to you 3 days ago? Jesus Christ, are you okay, man? Have I broken a bone? I have not broken a bone, but I broke somebody's clavicle? Collarbone or something? Yeah, and in hockey, I body checked a guy and I broke his fucking collarbone and clavicle. I think it's the clavicle specifically. Yeah, that poor kid, I snapped him against the boards.
Oh my god, I didn't get any of my emergency care package.
I grabbed one.
Nice. At least someone in our team got one.
Yeah, the other team took most of them, so that's gonna fucking suck in a sec here.
I love that.
There's like
Shipment,
a
dude.
fire one. But yeah, sports. Did you ever break anyone?
I've actually, that's the really cool thing. I have never broken a bone.
Yeah, neither have
And
I.
I don't know. I
sounds
always made the
eggnog.
cheesy excuse. I drank a lot of milk growing up. Like I
yep.
don't know. Yeah. The closest I ever came was in football once, in a tackle. I ended up at the bottom of the pile up because I made the tackle, and my leg ended up like kind of doing like a bow thing the way it was positioned on people, and I usually don't panic, but I kind of spazzed out a little bit there. I was like, okay, like everyone like get the F off my leg. You know what I mean?
Like this feels
and then, of
bad. This
course, we're
feels
on a-
wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, like this isn't right, you know, sort of thing. But yeah, nothing broke.
Yeah, I remember feeling that kid's like shoulder cave in when I hit him.
Ouch, that sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't necessarily feel bad about it, but like, you know, because it was a clean hit, but like,
Yeah.
yeah, it was a nasty sound, and that kid was in a lot of pain.
Hey, you left a really cool story.
That kid will never forget that. He's probably an
No.
adult now, and his arm probably doesn't work well. Well,
One time that one jerk broke my bone.
that fucking guy. But like, it's funny too, because I knew one kid that I played hockey with many years, and he kept breaking like his collarbone and stuff. But like, you can see how it impacted his. Like, he was talented, but I knew he wasn't going to be able to really make it further because he was impacted psychologically and physically.
Didn't want to get that bone broken?
The way he would shy away from hits, or the way he would change his body based on taking a hit, you could tell what part of him was injured. Like, yeah, he would always shield that part of his body and stuff, and it was like, it was kind of
Weird.
fascinating.
Yeah. No, it's weird how stuff like that works, and like how some people just get injured constantly, you know. And I noticed that like just watching sports, how people like get the same injury over and over. Like I'd reference like Sidney Crosby with his
You bring it one, it
concussions.
gets worse.
Yeah, right. But like that, I've always wondered because there's that weird argument of like, is it just complete luck or is it like the way you play
Bad luck.
or something like that? Or sorry, yeah, I think it should be bad luck. Yeah, my bad. But yeah, you know, like.
Collarbone break number 3. Yippee!
I don't know, maybe you got special attention.
Fuck. Well, also, it has to do with like your size and the size of your like extremities, I guess, too. Like how stretched out your bones are and stuff. What video game character made Kevin cry? It was Bunga from
Made me
Bugsnax.
cry?
Bunga Bunga.
I'll be the cheese guy and say it. Movies and TV shows have made me cry. I can't think of any video game. That was a really good ball gun return.
Thank you.
I just had it. What? Did you get one too?
Oh, you didn't see mine? I mowed
No,
them.
I didn't. I just ended up wasting everybody.
That's fucking hilarious. I thought you were complimenting mine. I was like, yeah, I cleared the floor. So we both had them, and we're still getting our
Yeah, we
asses
both
kicked like this?
I know, right? Yeah.
Wow. That sucks. ACL Terry.
Jeez. Yeah.
Yeah. Mean.
I love good movies. There's that one, I think I was telling you, there's this John Q movie. I think that's one of the saddest movies ever. It's Denzel Washington. It's not based in like a lot of logic because like the way the kid's heart transplant's not really how it works. But like the kid, he's in America and he can't. His heart's enlarged and he needs a heart transplant or whatever. And it's this whole big like commentary on the U.S. Medical system and how like it abandons people. Happy 4th of July. Anyways, so, I love that bit. But anyways, he ends up taking the hospital hostage to try like convince the doctor James Woods to give his kid the heart surgery.
The way you just casually slid that in there.
Yes. I just love that
The
it's
doctor.
James Woods. It's the
James
only
Woods.
movie I know him in. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, and the whole thing is like, you know, he's not going to let his son die, and in the end, he's willing to kill himself to try give his son his heart. And it's just like this super sad movie of a father's love. And towards the end, when it's like he's gonna tell his son, hey, I'll never see you again or whatever, it was so sad that I start crying and my gal beside me starts crying, and we're like straight up like bitch crying, and we look over at each other and we just started laughing because we looked ridiculous. It was so ridiculous, you know what I mean? It was like, oh my god. But yeah, I loved that moment with her.
Passion.
The passion, literally.
They felt emotional. Oh, it's good to feel something from something artistic. That's, you know,
Yeah.
that's the point of it.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I've had movies like that, but yeah, I've never had a video game that made me cry. I've had video games where like I was kind of shocked that was the ending, or like I was disappointed for a character. Usually, I'm disappointed that the game didn't go on.
Yeah.
More or something. I hate when like ends aren't tied up, but yeah, never anything like that with a game.
Need to play more emotional games, Kevin. I want to see some tears.
Why? Have you ever gotten a tear out of a video game before?
I feel like I streamed one where it was a little bit sad and I was getting emotional, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever like bawled out crying or anything like that.
Because I'm not gonna lie, I don't believe any guy who's ever been like, yeah, bullshit. You know, like.
No, I mean, like, you definitely feel things and stuff, but like, I don't know, wasn't there a stream not too long ago about a game and I was actually like really like sad about it? But I don't think I was crying. It's just unprofessional.
Awesome.
God, okay, I went and saw a screening for like at the film festival one year for the movie Mod, and it's like, what was it? Oh my god, Ethan Hawking and his sister were playing like a couple, and they were like getting it, you know, that was uncomfortable, but they're like, it's a sad movie because it's about like the children in boxes kind of thing in Canada and stuff, but there was like guilt crying kind of feeling because like,
oh really?
not necessarily for me where I was like that, but I was feeling pretty like kind of close, because there was 5 women beside me that were all just bawling their eyes out.
Awesome, dude. I love that.
Not even like literally a row of 5 women bawling their eyes out beside me, and I was like, I'm feeling.
I'm feeling. I care now.
It's like
That's awesome.
It's like, you know, what's the Tropic Thunder? If he cries, you cry hard. It was like a whole, like seriously, it was like 5 women beside me. They were just bawling during the movie, and I was just like, my god.
See, that's my thing. I'm pretty sure I've mentioned it,
by
but like
association.
my gal, she is so sweet. She cries at all the right things in the movie. If there is something that should make a human being feel sad, she'll cry at it. And I could not watch movies with a girl who wasn't like that. I love looking over and seeing her feel it. It's like, aw, sweetheart. You know what I mean?
It's gonna be
Like,
okay.
yeah, oh, that is just my favorite. It makes the movie better because it's like an emotional part where even you're like, damn, dude. And then you look over and she's all, and it's like, oh, it's just perfect. Absolutely perfect. When we were watching Revenge of the Sith, oh, she'd be so mad at me telling this story, but like it was one of the times we were just randomly watching, and when the Anakin's gone and Padme's dead, and they were doing the whole her funeral, and she was crying a bit, and when they showed those stupid little necklace, and she's like, that's the last, yeah, she's like, that's the last thing she really has of him. And I just, oh, I get goosebumps thinking about it. It's just a 10 out of 10 experience. Get yourself a girl that cries.
So
at
emotional.
movies. Oh, I love it. Absolutely, yeah, perfect.
I was gonna throw out a joke about that, where it's like that time when Darth Vader threw Palpatine down the shaft. Why didn't Palpatine win, Kevin?
Why didn't Palpatine win? Yeah, he set up such a fine government. Yeah.
I remember you were saying she cries at all the right moments, and I was like, oh,
That's fine.
you could have taken that in so many funny directions. Anyways, no, it's nice to hear that. People feeling emotions, that's good. The next COD stream, I don't know, maybe tomorrow, I'm not sure. We're trying to get the most out of this game. Let's,
milk this before it disappears forever.
Yeah. Yeah.
Taking B.
Step Brothers makes you die, cry laughing. Yeah, okay. No, it is good that occasionally there are things that can make you feel intense emotions. And what is it? Oh, we was talking about like horror games. I don't really feel scared playing games because
I like when a game can make me feel jumpy, or like it's usually when I'm getting chased by someone, like Friday the 13th, and I'm really trying to get away, and dude's like right behind me.
Oh,
but that's just like the thrill of someone trying to
being
get you.
chased.
Yeah.
But like the thing I always have an issue with, like, is I actually can feel definitely scared during some horror movies. But I think the difference psychologically for me is like when I'm playing a game, I'm in control. But like when you're watching
pause
a
it
show
at any moment. No, that's cool.
or a movie, it's like you have no say in what's happening, right? You're just witnessing it.
Hear that? Sky Captain's all about consent.
Yeah.
Alright, sorry. No.
Fuck, that's so funny. No, but it definitely is. It's like a different vibe because like when I'm playing a game, it's like if it's it's not scary because I'm controlling what's happening and stuff. But, yeah, for movies and shows,
That's
it just happens.
awesome.
Haunting a Hill House.
Movies don't scare me in the moment watching them. It's when I'm alone after, and I love those moments, dude. I love being a full-grown man in my basement and getting creeped out for a second, and it's like, okay, wait, what the heck am I doing? Like, knock it off. It's like,
to go back to Haunting a Hill
watching a
House,
horror movie.
I was reviewing that one ahead of it coming out, and the part with the crooked neck lady, I watched it at like 3 or 4 in the morning, and then when I went to bed, I was like fucking seeing things. Like it was like.
I love it. I love that, dude. When you freak yourself out, you get that animal side just like twitching.
And I'm just
even though
like,
there's nothing in the room to be scared
there's
of.
nothing at all. Like.
Yeah.
But man, I was just like seeing that, like that whole crooked scene just like really fucked me up. I will 100% admit that. That is like one of the scariest things I've ever like witnessed was that show in that moment. And it's psychologically fucked me when I was trying to sleep. And I think it's because I watched it at whatever hour of the night. I was dead tired. I was just like, what am I seeing?
That's awesome.
Fuck, it made me jumpy as hell. I don't think anything in the rest of that show was this, like, yeah, man, no, that bit, I distinctly remember that. I was just, like, lying down, like, seeing things in the dark, like, I was just like, what the fuck? I don't think I'm gonna have that issue anymore, though, where I am now. My room's too light.
Oh, yeah?
I have, like, there's too much lighting?
I was just thinking you're not in the hood anymore.
No, I mean, it's definitely safer, too, but no, like, it's actually kind of fucking my sleep schedule a bit. I am more awake when I awake, but I have a harder time, like, going back to bed, we're getting enough fullness of sleep, if that makes sense, because there's just so much like light everywhere. Like it's genuinely really, really sunny. And it wasn't like that before. I'm not used to having so much light. Summertime sadness. Yeah, it was gotten real depressing at the end of this stream. A horror movie and eat a hot dog. The Quarry. I don't find The Quarry really that scary. It's more like a psychological thing. I don't know, like occasionally you play a game, a horror game, and it like feels tense and eerie, but I don't know if I've been like... Because like when I watch some movies or shows, like I legitimately feel terror. But I don't have that kind of an equated feeling when doing a game. Or I haven't yet. I'd like to feel that though.
I will say I don't like feeling scared though.
Oh yeah, I mean I'm like
I don't go out of my way.
Go out of my way to watch horror
movies
but
either. Yeah.
I'm just saying though, it would be really neat while playing a game to have that type of emotion, if that makes sense. Like to feel that would be really quite interesting because it would be something that was new. Actually, you know, it would be really cool to play a game and actually the moment would be so sad that you're bawling your eyes out playing it. That would be such an interesting...
That would be cool, yeah. If a game could make me feel that way.
Yeah.
You know, that would be unique.
Wasn't there like a sad game I was streaming not too long ago and I was feeling really bad about it? I can't remember what it was though. I play too many games. Put a towel... I'm getting... I've got curtains, I just haven't had a day to hang them up. Like I have to, you know, put them into the walls. Like I have blinds, but like the blinds don't block out enough light. It's genuinely like fucking up my sleep schedule. But like I said, like I wake up more like alert and stuff because I think it's all the sunlight I'm getting. But like man, am I struggling to actually get enough sleep hours in. Like you guys have noticed during some of the streams where I'm looking really fucking tired, it's because I'm like really, really fucking tired. And it's like, yeah, it's odd. Jump scare. The maze game? What maze game?
Oh yeah, the maze game. That
What?
taught me the most when I was a kid.
What's the
was
maze
that...
game?
Oh, you don't... Oh my god, I want to make you play it. Oh my god.
Is it like a flash game or something? Like, what is...
No, it's like it's a jump scare in a game. Do you remember the old jump scares a lot in like the 2000s?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, because like... Do you ever get like the ghost in the rocking chair one?
I don't think so.
I want to tell you because it's fun to talk about on stream, but it's so good to get people with that. But I don't know if you'd be freaked out.
Well,
okay,
I know it's coming, so it's not gonna work at all.
Yeah, so it's kind of killed anyways. Okay. So anyways, the maze game was this stupid little thing. You get someone like, oh hey, come play the maze game, and it's just it's a little maze, and you're a little dot, and you're trying to go through, and it's like, oh, it's pretty easy, and then it gets a little harder, and then the whole thing is to lure you into this false sense of security, and then eventually. Yeah, and then eventually when you touch one of the walls, it's the exorcist chick. She jumps up on the screen and screams at you.
Oh.
Yeah, and that was there was videos of it, and it was just awesome. But my favorite was this Ghost in a... Oh, this would be what, like 2008?
Oh, okay. So
2007? Yeah. That's where I know all this stuff was the 2000s, because like, anyways, the first two videos I ever had was the stupid one when I was like, what, I'd say like 11 or something like that, and my parents were watching YouTube videos, and it was so funny because like these things aren't on. It's so weird how like not filtered YouTube was. You could be looking for something back in the 2000s. Yeah, you know, like and you get something different. We're all sitting there watching, and my parents looked up, and it was like, oh, neat thing happens with ducks, and it was these ducks floating across the screen, and then out of nowhere, this like creepy like lagoon creature like jumps out at you like and I just lost it. I was like, oh my god, I never saw that before. And I was always kind of freaked out that something was going to jump scare me. I didn't take it too well as a kid. And then it was so funny watching this UFC interview show or something like that. It was on Sportsnet, and I really liked it. And they were interviewing Tito Ortiz, and they asked him what was his his biggest fear, and he said that ghosts were real. And I'm sitting there with my TV in my room, one of those big TVs, but I'm watching it in like the middle of the night, and it was this rocking chair, and it's just like a green like night vision screen of this room. There's a rocking chair in the middle, and then it starts slowly moving, and it goes faster and faster, and then like lightning speed, the exorcist chick runs up to you again and screams at the screen, and I like threw the remote. Like I was like, oh holy, you know, like just absolutely wigging out. Even when my dad came in, he's like, what's wrong? I was like, oh, it was just a stupid bit on this TV show. But I found that video. And most people know the maze game, but I know that rocking chair video, and I have gotten such a kick out of the people who don't know what that is, and you send it to them, and it's the disappointing reactions are the one or two guys I've sent it to, and they're like, oh, okay. And you can tell they've been like jump scared a lot or something, and it just didn't affect them. But like I had a couple buddies that are like, when I get the oh my god, I just start like crying laughing. I love that reaction out of people, dude.
So jump scares.
Yeah, jump scares, but like specifically the exorcist chick a lot, and that was really big in the 2000s. I'm amazed you never saw any of that. Anyways.
Nope. Never heard of that. Alright guys, we're done for today on a creepy note. Hope you guys enjoyed the action.
What can I do for you?
Jeremy will see you out.